Can't stop wanting to take control of. So don't you start another video in the background. What did I just click? Alright. Get phone. Phone's not that hard. There's a blind box for the tool. I gotta turn the Wi-Fi off. 1 second, chat. My phone's gonna be real legend. I could really put it on there. That doesn't exist. Geek. I do think I need to restart my phone later, and I think my phone is having some problems. Usually when it's like this, it's because some sort of update has happened and it needs me to restart the phone, and somehow I didn't see it. So I'll probably have to do that. Alright, there we go. Also, I know a vehicle guardian can add for America. Welcome, Foster. Welcome. Took me a second to get everything running. Also, I know a vehicle guardian can add for America that will piss off Russian players. And it's not the M1A2C. What is it? What did you find, Foster? What did you find? Sorry, it's like one of the welcome, chat. Is it showing the background properly? Hold on. Make sure we're... Oop. How did I bring that up? I'll have to look at that later. It changed so much on YouTube, like, in the last 2 days. Like, small stuff, but still. It's all the, like, the UI, user interface stuff. You know that Striker or the LAV variant with a dual Javelin missile launchers? Yeah, yes. Oh, I have not. See, part of me wonders. I think I know what you're talking about. Tell us, Fuzz here. Which way is it? What I possibly think? I forgot the name of it. No, I'd pull it up. Also, you'll notice today is slightly different. We're probably still going to do Uma anyways during this vlog that we're doing today instead, and we'll talk about why in a minute. Both? Ah. I guess both would be kind of apt, but I don't think you need both, but... I do think it'd be an interesting little, better take on what the, what's already in there. And you really could argue it's not that big of an upgrade. I mean, it is, but it isn't. So, Wouldn't be that hard to add it. They should add both, yeah. I mean, it would be, like I said, it would be everything. I wouldn't be complaining. I mean, I play American. Why would I complain about that? But yeah, we're going to talk about some things today. Might as well do the vlog tonight because I got news from James messaging me. Yeah, I think it was last night, literally after the stream, right after the stream, when I had said everything and kind of set the schedule. I knew this was going to happen. No, I'm just kidding. Now, he technically, it's not like it's a wild James appearing out of nowhere today, but he will Tuesday. So, because James is going to actually be available Tuesday, I decided I'm going to move the vlog to today. So that way we can still do the vlog, which, that's why I'm going to give ample time for people to join up. We might actually play Uma first, maybe do a little bit of that, and then switch over to vlog mode. That's why I'm starting a little earlier today, by at least an hour. So, now, if we decide we want to play something else, everyone will have to let me know. I'm going to give it a few minutes, see if anyone joins up before we go at least into the Uma side of things, which we'll do first, like I said. And then what, because I want to give everyone a chance to join up for the vlog side, so, and us being able to chill and chit-chat about things and stuff. And we'll see if we get to that discussion I wanted to have, that I was talking about last night, or yesterday in War Thunder. Tonight, probably not, but we'll see. Depends on how many people get to make it. But, yeah, because of Tuesday's slight change, and James going to be there as well, not just New Year's Eve, this means that we can have more chance to do more Baldur's Gate. So, today is vlog, tomorrow is Morta, Tuesday is Baldur's Gate, and so is Wednesday. Well, at least part of Wednesday. And so, sometimes it's just the nature of that of things like that. When you're doing co-ops, you just gotta play it by ear, and if it changes, you just make the update. But I do think that would be as far as me being an American player, back to what Farseer was saying. Yeah, I 100% would agree with that. They should add both. It's not totally one side. I have no hidden agenda of the fact that would not be biased at all. Oh, the YouTube hit your comment. What is that? I guess they're being extra spicy today. Did I forget to put NSFW in the thing? I'll have to check. Well, it's not like we'll probably do anything major on this one anyways. I've got the music thing up if we wanted to do that or some other stuff, but we'll wait. That'll be for more towards the middle or end. I know why Gaijin ain't adding the javelin. Because it's annoyingly overpowered. It's like, even in real life, that thing feels like it's hacking. So it's like, I feel like in a game, you'd just be annoyed by this thing. Now, especially in infantry, right? Because they're going to add infantry, and that might be why they're not. It's like, yeah, another vehicle having this might be annoying, but at least you can still shoot the vehicle and spot it a lot easier. Could you imagine troops with these? Well, where'd I go? Boom! It's like, this is... I actually think it's 100% because they're going to be adding infantry is why that thing will never be in the game. Because they know what it'll do. The tanks will be absolutely, like, become pointless in a game that's originally about tanks. And you really kind of don't want this. So, yeah, I 100% agree with that from Gaijin. Yeah, don't ever put the javelin in there unless you want to keep that game floating. That is just absolute monotony. I mean, look what it does even in Battlefield to a certain extent when it's in it. Look how strong it is and how many tanks get absolutely bodied by it. I just don't want to see the War Thunder version of that because it has to be accurate, right? Right? That's not good. Because the accurate version is the scariest version. It's like, yeah, no, I don't want to mess with that. We're the ones who made it, and I still don't want to mess with that. See, Humvee with it? No, that's what killed Armored Warfare. This is why I said they can't. Hell, even with vehicles, I still argue, just don't put it in there. Because that's what killed that Armored Warfare game that I played. The whole reason that game died is everyone just ended up being Humvees and other light assault vehicles who had javelins and, like, ridiculous AT rockets on them. And I'm like, oh boy. You get too heavy-handed in that, that's all you're gonna see. Once again, you have to understand how the player mind almost thinks. You almost kind of have to know, once again, your audience, obviously, for whatever you're making your game geared towards. But at the same time, you also kind of have to understand how your audience can blow themselves up in their own game. So you can keep from allowing this to happen and getting them bored and then moving on and all kinds of other things can happen. So that's why I don't think the javelin's a good idea in any circumstance ever. It's just gonna get way too used, especially if it becomes whether it be the infantry causes that problem or, like you said, they strap it to a light vehicle because that's technically what they're on. If you see any assault light vehicles that are out there, especially in modern times, just like the one Farseer said, they're going to be kind of like that. They're not going to be on something fancy. They're not going to be on some crazy... I mean, some strikers have them and stuff, of course, but we're talking about, like, in a normal scenario. Yeah, you can just literally strap one of those things to a bloody Humvee and boom, you got an AT Humvee. And it's like, whoa, okay. They added the BMP Terminator. That thing needs to be punished at 10.7. Some strikers do have two of them. You are correct. And I think the Terminator is the closest iteration of this. And you saw how scary that thing was. So it even almost shows you, even just the one, even though it's not using, it's not using javelins, but still, I mean, it's how fast it can respond, the rockets, its speed. One could argue it's darn close to what those kinds of vehicles behave like. And that's where I think a lot of modern has a problem, because and this is why I think that there are certain vehicles you'll just never see in War Thunder if they're smart, because it'll become too Twisted Metal like, and I don't mean like arcadey Twisted Metal, I mean more like it's gonna be just whoever pulls the trigger first. It's not really gonna be about true skill. I mean, Twisted Metal has some skill to it, don't get me wrong, me and playing it in the old days. But really it does boil down to just being at the advantage. Always making sure you know where the weapon pickups are and blah 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 blah. But in this same realistic aspect, what ends up boiling down to is it boils down to just whoever gets really their good first shot off first. After that, it's done and dusted. And even in the worst case scenario, both are gonna die. Like both sides. And like one might get real lucky here and there. It's War Thunder, but I do think it would be absolutely terrible overall. It'd be the one thing so hard to deal with. So top tier jets. Yeah, it would become, it would start to feel like that pretty hard, because it'd start to feel less about the skill and more about just maneuverability and knowing where to be and where to run. I don't know how to even put it. Once again, the best example I can give you, even though it's very far removed, is it'll turn into Twisted Metal. It's just going to become pure chaos. Just rockets. Just everything, plus the automatic weaponry that will be with the rockets in most cases, because most light assault vehicles have some sort of machine gun or something on them. So it'll be that too. It'll literally look like a Twisted Metal match, but in tanks. Well, tanks and light assaults. So top tier jets. Yes, I haven't played them much, but I have seen that it looks kind of like that in the sky. Just trails of missiles everywhere, hardly any jets left in about 10 seconds. Oh, man, it would become bad. It would be just like that. And I think that they may know that, and they don't want that to happen with the ground like it has with the air slightly. I do think War Thunder is going to have to come to a term. Speaking of air for a second before we decide if we're going to start Uma for real quick here in a second. I do think if War Thunder ever wants air to... Other than air being mixed with ground, that's okay because there's balances and check and balances to certain things like the radar launch systems and things like that, right? But in just air v air, like jet v jet, I do think if they ever want jets to truly be cared about, and not just purchase the premium ones and maybe play them in the background here and there just to get to eventually the one jet you're gonna have with you at all times. I do think they're gonna end up needing to go the Ace Combat route and do one of two things. Either the flares are going to have to become way more effective, or the jets are going to have to get tankier. Even though it's not realistic, it becomes more of, yeah, well, your realistic matches last about... It's literally, if you look at the match timer, at least from what I remember of it, and it probably hasn't changed much, probably gotten way harder now because there's the F-18 and everything, so... It's... Okay, so my brain goes, it's probably about 2-3 minutes worth of flying towards each other, and about 10 seconds of action, and then the game is over. The whole match is done. Well, yeah, but it kind of makes sense with arcade, because arcade, you can kind of see each other. Not only, there's a lot that plays into the difference in arcade. Plus, arcade, naturally, once again, the jets are tankier. Which is why I think that one's more fun, which is so odd. And it's because some things are harder to do realistic in a video game, and have them be actually fun. Because real life isn't necessarily fun. I mean, I assume some jet pilots and airmen out there probably do enjoy being up in those jets and being up in the air. But here's the thing: at the end of the day, most people don't, forget. In real life, you're actually in danger. So even if they enjoy being pilots and doing their duties, like you can imagine, just like any human, when they're in a dogfight with an enemy jet in real life, that's not gonna be like, that's not a fun thing. It's like, so my brain goes, it's one of those things that I don't know if you'll ever, other than Flight Simulator, which is just about flying a plane and just enjoying the flight, I don't think you'll ever truly be able to encapsulate realistic, at least not right now, realistic jet fighting and keep it actually hyper-realistic, right? So, it's crazy. They're adding jets that can go into the stratosphere. The power creep has already reached it. And that's insane, too, because this means these are jets that get to such high altitude. No other jet's going to get to that. And this is why I do agree that air has kind of gotten into a place where it's almost unrecoverable. And why you're just better off playing... This is going to sound stupid. Even if you got enough jets, I would never do this because I'm too far behind. I'm down in like prop plane territory still for all my factions. So I'm like, that just ain't happening for me. Tanks is fine, but just not with the air. I'll probably buy a jet or two one day. But guess where they're going to get put? In my ground realistic crew. I'm not going to ever use those in air-to-air. I'm just going to use them as, like, to be a jet inside of ground realistic to try to get some bomb runs or some shoot down some other jets in that. Because it's a lot more manageable, it feels like, in ground realistic. Because I've seen this watching the dogfights from the tank perspective on the ground. It seems like it makes more sense when there's less of them. because then the flares have time to do their job, right? Because the problem, what's happening, I think, in Air v Air is there's so many players on both sides that all of them, as soon as they get locked onto something, everyone launches. So the moment this happens, some people might have gotten locked on 3 times. Like by 3 different jets. You only have 1 flare, my dude. Guess what? So it's like, I think that's also what plays into the problem as well. It's too many players. I think that modern jet pilot matches need to be smaller too. I don't know. There's a lot that you could try to work with to maybe fix it. But I think that because it's a tank game, it's always started as a tank game. Much like the ships aren't really focused on. Planes are more focused on than ships are. But either way, I still think at the end of the day, it's like, I think the reason why you don't see true fixes to this is it almost a pseudo recognition from the company going, most of these people are going to eventually just not play air to air, and they're just going to use these jets and ground. So, it's, Oh yeah, and some are now have missiles that can shoot from the moment they spawn, so they'll get a lock or a ping on their system the moment the game starts. I'll put it this way, that's the same problem I had with World of Warships, but for just, since that's only one thing, with the way they designed their maps being so small. Back when I used to play that a lot. I still play it every now and then, but is because pretty much in the get-go, especially for carriers, they've changed this now. That's at least something from last time I played, but carriers used to start up there with the battleships, and they'd immediately get targeted. Because people would look at that and go, oh look, the carrier! And it'd be in firing range. Because everyone used to be way too close to each other on spawn. Which is why matches were so short in the beginning, for a little while. Until they finally fixed this. And made it more like PC-sized map. PC-sized maps cannot speak. But I do think War Thunder's Air is having a similar issue. That it's coming to the point that it's two things majorly are possessing the issue here. One, power creep and distance locking, meaning the jets might be too close to each other in general. Plus, if you have a jet that can lock on, I'm just going to use a rough random 2 numbers. Let's say the average of the lobby is 6 kilometers. This is just a random numbers. But you have 3 jets on one team, and 1 jet on the other team. So one team has 3 of these jets I'm about to talk about. One team has 1. These three jets and the 1 all have a 10-kilometer lock versus that 6. This is a 4-kilometer advantage. Now, it may not seem like a lot, but the reason why I'm using kilometers is in a way to kind of measure that this is a pretty vast distance. At least as far as what we're talking about is concerned. And it's like, so in that distance is the same thing I use for World of Warships kind of variations. In that distance, your enemy has now had time to not only lock onto you, but they've probably fired at least 2 missiles at you. And they're already heading your way, and you haven't even pinged them yet. Yeah, that's... Funny that Air Simulator is more fun than Air RV. Ever wonder why everyone hugged the ground at the beginning of the match? Now you know why. Well, it makes more sense because that is something that plays into it, because the lock-on's going to have a harder time seeing that. Especially depending on your crew. And once again, it's War Thunder, so crew mean everything. So if your pilot's eyes are kind of shit, and he has the vision of a grandpa in his 90s, then he's definitely not going to see or spot out to you, as the player, that there's a jet down there. Now, of course, there's systems and radars, but once again, even they're affected by that, and the game does, in its fairness, represent this pretty well. So, I do think the air is just in a weird spot. I think that they're gonna have to find out. And the reason why, by the way, simulator is more fun is because simulator is so much harder to fly. Only a veteran is gonna play simulator, and most people are playing simulators probably have rigs. And what I mean by rigs is actual like combat sticks and jet setup, where so they can have the switches and everything. Guarantee you, they have that. So it's a lot more tactile, more realistic. It's not just this, that. They actually do have to switch on computers and stuff. And that's, you have to do this either way, by the way. If you don't have this, you'd have to do this on the controller, on your keyboard and mouse. So it becomes more like flight sim. And I do think flying games are at its, even though it would be impossible for me to play a game like that with my disability, I think. I'd have to practice a lot with it and just die a ton before I got used to it. But, that's why, like, to me, I would probably, if I could play it easier, would play simulator. Just because I think when it comes to, for some reason, flying, or air in general, space kind of defies the laws of that a little bit. But when it just comes to flying in general, I do think that simulator is the way to go. Not like just realistic, not arcade, simulator itself, if you can do it. And then realistic just is terrible in general in the middle. And then arcade's fun just because you at least don't die in one shot necessarily. Or don't get absolutely hammered out of existence in 2 seconds. The maps are actually quite big in ARB. The radar range is 16. So think about that. You said 16 to 20 kilometers. So just in that number alone, imagine something that's got a 20 kilometer ping on you. But you can only do a 16 kilometer ping. That's a 4 kilometer advantage. It can do whatever it wants to you until you get to it, till you see it. That in its own right. Like I said, the map size itself is not necessarily maybe the problem. It's more of maybe how the spawns are handled. Maybe the squad should be split up. This would be a good way I thought about fixing it as well. Don't have everyone flying from the same direction. Have the squads kind of be meeting in different places to fight different clusters of battle. Doing this, I think, would create more of an actual dogfight scenario, almost forcing more of a, once again, an Ace Combat-like situation versus just everyone got to fire in a straight line. Because the way it's designed now, and this could be its only problem, this could be literally the crux of why it feels so weird, is everyone's basically in a line firing squad right now. The way the spawns are handled, everyone is just flying at each other, right? So it's almost like old Civil War or back the Red Coat era, where we're all just standing in a line with muskets aiming at each other, shooting at each other. And that's kind of why I think it ends the way it does, because it's got that same situation. I mean, look how fast those kind of ended. And it's like, so, other than how long it took to reload a gun, those were pretty terrible. Air arcade maps, from my experience, are small and chaotic fun. See, and maybe that's why they're better, too. Maybe that, and it could be that if you wanted to compensate for the issue, just shrinking the map down might work. Because that sounds like what's maybe happening there is the same thing I just said. Creating this version of it in the bigger maps for the realistic. Have the squads, different portions of both teams' both sides, be branched off to different parts of the map to meet each other in combat. Then after that combat's done, you fly to the next combat and get intervened. I think this would provide a very different cohesion and way more fun for the mode. Now, it will give the F-14 Tomcat more food to fire its cross-map missiles at different groups and leaves in RB. I mean, maybe, but once again, you'd be so... This is why the maps are so big, and this is why it's like only 10% of the map is being used. I'm guarantee you there's a distance you could put these squads apart from each other. Like these branch-off fights that are happening in different clusters. Distance enough from the different planes that even the max itself the F-14, aka the Tomcat, and these others who have very large lock-on ranges, to still not see other groups. Now, they'd still probably get a couple taps on the group that they're fighting, but so would anything that has their range on the side, opposite side. So what this is really doing is it's still going to have some line firing issues happening in the beginning, but what it's gonna boil down to is that after the initial conflicts happen, the true battle begins after that, where everyone's now kind of scattering into the wind. But I still think that would be a good early solution for trying to mix up air more than it is now, because it would extend the battle's length by at least a decent amount. I mean, anything's faster than what it's like right now at this point. That's why it's like, at this point, maybe might as well take baby steps. And then the simple solution, although you could argue then just play arcade at this point, like I was about to say, is make the jets tankier, but then that's just arcade. So, I guess the other solution would be flares need to be maybe more effective and realistic. Maybe the flares need to be amped up a little bit, where maybe you get like at least 2 to have a chance to save yourself twice in a row, just in case you get double tapped. If you get triple tapped, I'm going to call that kind of unlucky, and you just got really boned. And sometimes that just happens. With the realism of the game, sometimes that happens in real life. So, but it's like, I do think you should be able to save at least a double tap early on with your flares. And I think the flares should be more effective in that way. I think that would help a little bit, as well as a quick solve as well. I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing. Even in real life, flares and scramblers and all that exist. This is my issue with that, and why I don't think that that's a good idea either. If they have flare-resistant missiles in there, I don't know how to put this. I mean, yes, they do exist. I don't want to sound like I'm turning them into a boogeyman ghost thing. Flare-resistant missiles are real, but what people don't realize is, in the modern times when something gets replaced, it's because today flares are not just lights or heat sources. Flares will now have radio signals in them and things like that, to basically divert radio-controlled rockets and things that are detecting signals and things like that. This is why I don't believe that they, in that kind of change that they did. That's my one disagreement with War Thunder. Once again, this is why I don't touch air, because I don't think they understand it enough. I think they're too novice in their understanding of jets versus clearly their understanding of tanks. Because tanks they seem to be really good at. But they have their moments, but they're pretty much really good at it. But air seems to be a complete miss constantly. And I do think it's because they're not understanding, not only in the video game world, once again, that is just, you just can't do that. But even in real life, flares are not just flares anymore when they become a modern version of a flare. So, and it's like, and I don't know if they have 100. I mean, the one I previewed and didn't get to try out, it didn't have 100 flares in it. But even then, it's like, the flares don't seem to be doing anything. It's like you said, the missiles seem to be way too resistant to them, especially later missiles. But my problem with that is, once again, that doesn't make any sense. And it's like, because not only from the video game perspective, but once again, this is a clear lack of research on what the countermeasures of modern things are. So, let me word it like this: they added missiles, but not the jets with the countermeasures for them. Well, they don't have to add new jets for that. See, that's, once again, you're giving them too much credit for that. Because that's something that's not a model problem. It's just a literal, you could just change it in the programming. You could make that, you can pretend that these flares are the flares that you need, and just amp up the programming to make sense that the missile now recognizes the flare. I think, because once again, this is why air isn't, no one plays air, hardly. Most of the jets you see are purchased. And the only ones who even have ones that aren't premium is because they were around during the beginning of War Thunder playing air before it got kind of bad. But it's like, but that being said, I don't know, I just think that everything you're saying is that's why air is bad. That's why air is not successful. That's why no one plays jets. Except for the ones who already got there. And even then, like, no one really plays jets and enjoys it. There's no one out there who can tell me that you enjoy jets. Because it's like, the matches last freaking 3 seconds. And it's like... Well, the people I watch don't play air arcade. They still play realistic, but their matches are lasting 3 seconds. Like, sometimes they'll get a cool one off and they'll get lucky and then they're not really being targeted. And you'll see them get some cool kills and launch some missiles. I'm like, yeah, that was badass. But this is like every, like... This is like one match every 10 matches, at best. I'm like, that can't be fun. And then my argument goes to, okay, for the ones who are not living with this terribleness and are doing the smart thing and playing air arcade, then what's the point? And it's like, see, this is why I think War Thunder needs to understand, that's why you never make any money hardly on jets anymore. It's like, because I've looked up some statistics on it yesterday. So yeah, most of their money, as always, comes from the tanks. It's like, the jets are still kind of sitting at second place, but there are some ships that caught it up. But it's because, I mean, other than you want just playing arcade, it's like, what's the point then, though? I don't play War Thunder to play arcade. I really don't. It's kind of I've always said that about War Thunder. It's always been weird that arcade exists in the first place. That it even gets any attention at all. Because of the fact that this is supposed to be a hashtag simulator game. Which it does have the simulator mode, which is the other most played mode. And it's like, so... I feel like if you just got rid of arcade entirely... and just have realistic and simulator mode, I think that game would fix its own problems in some of the smaller aspects that it's caused. And that would solve the air problem, in my opinion, because it would bring the arcadiness that is somewhat tankier jets to the realistic battle, allowing them to have a little more leeway, but it's still got the realistic mechanics. For how the physics of jet work, and the pilot, and da-da-da-da-da-da. So it makes me do question, then what's the point? At least with jets anyways. Everything with tanks and ships are in the middle of the ground. They're not bad nor good. So those are content creators, majority of top tier. But even them, yes, but you want to know why they're playing arcade? Because they already have all the jets. They're playing it because they're just playing it just to try to use the jets and actually use them, which I don't blame them for that. There's nothing wrong with anyone who already has all the jets unlocked and is playing arcade, but my issue with this is, I guess, I'm trying to put it to a perspective of, that's kind of part of the reason why War Thunder doesn't fix it. And it's like, the reason why is because everyone's kind of content in it, right? And it's like, and that's kind of, it's like, and even then, it's like, as they add more jets, they're going to get to the point where only people who have been playing as veterans are ever going to even get to taste that anyways. So that's why I say I don't see the point in that. Not when it comes to air. Ground, I'd argue for it all day. Because ground, you could probably, even if you started tomorrow, and you played this game and it was your main game, you'd probably unlock quite a lot for whatever faction you chose in like a month to half a month if you play it every day. I know it sounds like a lot, but it's not really. Not for War Thunder. So, but for air, you'd spend years if you started today. Let's see, lineups. I know an easy solution for top tier Jets lineups. What's up? I'm just trying to figure out a way to make realistic actually make sense. Because it sits in the middle of two that are being played more. And it gets completely ignored. Allow more than one jet and matches will be longer. I mean, that's true too. I forgot about that. That's even worse. I didn't even think about that. You brought up a good point there too. That would be another good, simple solution just to at least buffer the issue. It wouldn't solve it, but it would make it less annoying and less impactful to people playing realistic. Okay, that's a good point too, because unlike ground, you only get one vehicle, period. Meaning, even so, as we saw an example of my terrible gameplay last night, if I die in a tank early enough, I can still bring in another tank. And it's still a thing, you know? Still boom, tank, bam. If you die in a jet, you're dead. So if you were one of the unlucky ones who got, like, triple, quadruple, boopable tapped by, like, 8 missiles, yeah, you ain't getting to play the rest of that match. Which is, once again, like Farseer said, that'd be a good way to add another, at least something. At least here's another thing, too. Actually, you know what? Farseer might be onto something, because now that has the same effect in my brain. I'm kind of rolling it over in my brain, like, playing it out. That now has the same effect that I said as spreading them out and kind of putting them in clusters. Because now people respawning now have a chance to shoot the one that shot them. And it's like, so, because they're going to be so busy, because the one that killed you, or the ones, several ones, whatever, with other jets now you have a chance, unless your team is just that bad and they erase like half the team in like 0.2 seconds. That can't happen. But, unless that happens, you would at least have a chance to kind of drop back in, get back into the fray, chase some of them down, get some kills of your own on maybe some cheap shots. I hate to call them cheap shots, but really at that point, that's really all you're going to get in realistic. Really half the time. So, with modern jets. So, I do think respawns would be good. At least having, I'd say 3. Or once again, make it like the spawn. Make them have as many as they want, but it's based on spawn points. The first 2 are guaranteed. The third one's based on, did you get any assists or kills or anything? Something like that. Because if you fired off a missile before you died in your first jet, you also probably will either get a kill or assist or something else that will at least allow you to get a third, fourth jet flying out later. So I do think that would be a somewhat of a fix to make realistic jets, or realistic planes in general, in my opinion. Which is also, now I realize that's also why I get annoyed with planes. Because it's one plane. If some unguided monkey flying like a baked potato flips you over the bit. Yeah! There's also that reason, too. That would, once again, that would also help props. That's across the board, that one. The potato pilots, yeah, that would help with that across the board, both modern and on all the way down to the World War I, World War II planes. It's like, excuse me, sir, bloop. But I do think you're onto something on that one, Farseer. I do think that would be a good, and that's an easy fix in my opinion. That's actually something they could literally just change without having to change anything. Like, that's just something you add in and just basically allow. Because it's already like that in arcade, isn't it? So it's just, once again, I keep saying this, just give something from arcade over to realistic that won't make realistic too much like arcade. That might be the actual thing you'd want to take right there. Because I think that's what to me, that's the silly part. I get why they're doing it, but once again, it's not like we're pretending that all these crews are the same crew. Oh, well, when your plane goes down, it's not like they can just get up and go get another plane. Because that was, I think, one of the arguments I heard back when they were doing that. I'm like, yes, but that the other plane that's going to launch from the same squad has a different crew and it would still launch. So it does seem a little weird. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Arcade has full lineups. So this kind of baffles me that it's like, why not just allow it to be the same as the tank one? See, the tank one does that too. The realistic tank, it actually lets you have spawn points to be able to spawn in your next tank. So if, once again, the first two are pretty guaranteed. They're pretty cheap. It usually starts upwards to 200 to down to 120 on the higher ends. These are like top tiers for your first tank. Your second one's usually 230 to 300, but you'll have enough beginning spawn points that this will get you at least 2 tanks. And if you get at least 1 kill or assist anywhere during that match, you are 100% getting a 4th and a 5th. A 4th guaranteed. But because it'll give you at least 2 most of the time. Because it does give you quite a bit of spawn points, especially if you get a kill. Assist, you'll go from 2 tanks to 3 tanks guaranteed. A kill, you'll go from 2 to 4 guaranteed. Maybe 5, depending on what it was, the ranking it was. So if you're like if you have an underranked tank who kills a high ranked tank, that's probably going to get you 5. That might get you your whole lineup, depending on how many crews you have and what they are. So, because it also gets more expensive every time you spawn in too. There's a scaling to that, which that should be the same thing on the planes. It's like I said, I do think that's what's missing for some reason in the air realistic. It's just that one simple thing. But all right, well, let's see. Flying F-18 get erased by a reincarnation of the Red Baron. Flying F-15 to get revenge, erased again by a reincarnation of Red Baron. Spawn into your other F-15 and gets erased. Oh man. Well, it's like I said, you'll have the advantage spawning back in unless your team, which is possible. Everything is possible in a multiplayer game when it comes to having to rely on teammates, no matter what game it is. It could be possible that when you get shot down, that your team did so bad in the exchange that 90% of them are dead in the first go. Like, everybody lost their first plane, right? And then it just becomes level 2. Let's see what happens now. But if your team's at least somewhat competent, and the people who didn't get double, triple stacked by missiles only had to deal with one, and they actually were able to evade and use their flares as much as they could, they'll be able to hopefully dogfight and keep the play in the battle until your teammates get over there, or once again spawn and start firing off at the ones that they can see that cheated them, or any others that they can spot. It wouldn't be a guaranteed fix. That's also why I said that's an early start. Like, if you wanted to fix it right now, as far as just get something that's more bearable, it's not guaranteed, but at least there's a chance it'll be more fun and more engaging, probably longer matches, hopefully. Not always, but most of the time, hopefully. But it definitely wouldn't solve the problem. There's still a lot of other things you'd have to consider, or maybe still do, like I said, in other ways that would maybe make it better. Alright, what do we think we should do, Chad? Do we want to get on some Uma for a little bit? No one's joined up, so we got some people watching in the background. Also, by the way, welcome everyone. What do we think, Farseer? Since Sealy or nobody's kind of made it here, did it right now? Do we want to do some Uma, or do we want to do something else? Technically on here we could do Uma, like we scheduled originally. Part of the vlog, Uma. Okay, I figured you might say that, but I just want to make sure. There's always other options too, just in case. I just want to let y'all know for future vlogs, just in case we're not on a Sunday, that we do have other options like ATS, even though I will eventually be playing that on console more primarily for that version of it. But the vlog will always have that option on the PC version. We've got ATS, we've got, technically we could play some strategy games, or technically we could play some other, what was it, oh, I have another game on here we could do, but I forgot the name of it. That would be really good for that. But we'll talk about that. We'll show that off when we kind of want to actually kind of go more of a, just whatever we want to end up doing. But for today, because it's Sunday, I guarantee you most people are going to be Uma. That will get Sealy here. I mean, that's true. That's a good point. It probably would. The Uma. Uma Musume. Oh yeah, I turned my fan off. I was wondering why I was getting a little warmer. I had to warm it up in here. It's getting really cold. I'll load up, see what we're gonna do. Do I still have a career going, or did I? Oh, I guess I forgot to download an update. I know there's some things I missed out on, but not really things I'm worried about too much. Oh wait, did I log in and get my 1,500 carats? I don't know if I did that yesterday. Hopefully it's still there. Yep, there's you. Feel so good. The Jordan. Whoa, a little bit lag there. And then that's, yeah, Majiro Dover, but, different version. Moving past and beyond. Tataku Helios, support card. Another vodka support card. What is that? Of course, the Uma episode. Yes, nice. Episode 23. They're up to 23 episodes. Oh yes, digital is still here. I kind of forgot. Digital, ever watchful, ever protective of the Oosh. And all Uma everywhere. Let's see. Let's claim all of our gifts. I think I missed out on the 1,500 carats. Either that or I already got them and didn't realize it. No, maybe not. But either way, so do we have a career? It doesn't look like we have one. Who did I say I was going to do next? I actually kind of forgot. But yeah, isn't there a special event going on right now or something? Wasn't there supposed to be like something that was like a harder scenario or something, or did I miss that? Fuji is still on. Is that in the Unity Cup itself? Or is it a separate thing? Excuse me. An option in Unity? Oh, okay, you'll have to show me. So if I hit next. Oh! Get the good ending and one difficulty to unlock the next. Oh. Unlock a new difficulty, level 5. You can select the new difficulty starting from your next career playthrough. Charge speed. The higher the difficulty, the faster the show gauge charges. In Showtime mode, opponents are harder at higher difficulty levels. Reach a good ending in a playthrough, though. Okay. What? Alright, well, let's try for level 1 then. How to play? Oh, same one. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go Showtime mode. 6 days left. Okay. Alright, but see, look, Farseer was right. I have risen from the Nurgling's influence on me from sleeping more. Exactly. They're sleeping, they're sleeping. Who should we do for this? We need a good ending, right? Sealy, you use your make a win variation to choose choice to pick a girl. Oh, I'm not dying. Ah, man. So what do we think? Who do we think we should do for this little special event? See what we can do. I kind of forgot my plan because I've been so busy lately with Christmas. I completely forgot what my plan was to try to make the perfect digital. Then to make the perfect digital with a perfect somebody. And then that perfect combination would create the thing I'm finally ready to create. And I completely forgot who it was. Woo! Good stuff. Boy, you go away for too long. Sealy can pick anyone but one character, and he knows who it is. We will go with anyone but one person. And both versions count as that one person. Get out of here, Adobe Acrobat. Give me a moment. This is Nurgling's out the window. I was saying you can pick any starting horse for this career except this. This is off limits because this doesn't exist. Pretend this isn't here, because I do. But you can pick anyone else. He's like, no, why? Because no Teo. We will never do another Teo career ever. It is vowed. I have vowed an allegiance and oath that the Teo alliance will never stand. Because the Queen's core cannot exist alongside it. Feels like I'm coughing up a hairball constantly. That does sound like terrible, terrible, terrible Nurgle powers of gripped you by the throat. Nurgle's like sitting there going, just trying to strangle you. I created a Teo that is ruining me. That's why we ain't doing it. Then Cops gonna go into a bowl. I pick Majuro. Any Majuro. Do I have Majuro? Wait a minute. I don't know if I have Majuro. Do I? Wait. That's Bruce. I'm in blind and meat. That's Ryan. I don't think I have Daryl. Wait, did you say any Majuro? Oh, any Majuro. So that's Ryan. I think that's the only one I have. It is the only one I have, right? I'm pretty sure. Alright, Ryan, I guess you're getting your first career. I mean, we've never played her. What is she? She is a late. She's a medium, she's a pace, she's a late. Well, I kind of forgot what your ult even is. Let's pump some iron. Oh. Oh. We're gonna go with that. I have decided it wasn't Sealy at all. It was my idea the whole time. No, I'm just kidding. Nah. Who's McQueen? I don't know what we're talking about. No. We found a much better Majuro. Nah. You said any Majuro. I don't know who this McQueen is. You speak. After what I just read, who you speak of does not exist. Oh, man. I'm trying to think who I want to give them, though. Should I try Majuro Dober pull? I only have enough for one pull. Because I haven't been playing it because I've been so busy with Christmas. Also, haven't totally been playing something else that doesn't exist at all. But we're not going to talk about that game. I should probably add it to my PC and sync up the account so I can do it on here too. But we're not going to talk about that on it. I said any Maduro and I was directing you to Ryan because she's a great late parent. But come on, good child doesn't deserve that. What game? No game. Don't worry about it at all. Throw all your luck in it. Throw all my luck in it. Alright, hold on. Do you want me to do it now? Vote now, chat. Do we do the pull now or after the career? Do we let the career build up the anticipation into whatever happens, whether it be a total bust or premature takeoff? Heart of the Uma gamble those carrots. So you say now? Okay. Alright, we'll come back then. Alright. Alright, we read that one. She's learned how to blend in the background. Alright, let's actually look at that's Jordan. Why am I? That's the wrong one. I meant to go to the right first. I'm so stupid today. There we go. That's a Dober. The frick? This is a long one. Having run the race calmly, increase acceleration with heart and determination when making a move mid-race or on a crucial corner late race. Holy crud. While it's the middle of the pack? Yo. Shit. I almost thought that said Yoda. Yodo Invicta. Increases performance at Kyoto racecourses. Stamina and wit? Oh! Now I kind of wish I had time. Alright, well, now I slightly regret playing a non-existent game that doesn't exist a little bit more than this now. Because now I wonder if I should have gotten this version of Dober sooner. She's still to January 7th. I may have to War Thunder this problem a little bit. We may have to War Thunder this issue. AKA, Kate might not be the only one who gets purchased in January. I might have to look at this through far-seer lenses. It's like, but we'll see what happens. But let's roll. Cough, stop nurgling into my cereal. You didn't tell me nurglings can swim. Of course they can swim. They live in your bloodstreams and in all of the fluids of your body. What do you mean they can't swim? Sealy, your lack of virology just not. This makes me really want to educate you in firsthand on the finer points of the Umbrella Handbook. Anyways, after that disappointment, now let's roll! Let's go! Ah, no director. That'd have been so crazy. Come on. Still can happen. Fight for it. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, it sat there for a second. That made me think for a second. Come on. You can do it. Feel the power. Oh, I almost did it again. Oh, it taunted me, chat. It taunted me, chat. It taunted me. Oh, you know it tried. You know it tried. Oh, man, we were that close. I felt it. I felt that. That was there. It was right there. I sent you a meme that shows where all your luck went. Oh, yeah, let's see. Hold on. Oh, man. Shoot. Alright, let's go see. Let's go see. Wait. I don't know what you're talking about, Farseer. Yeah, I, boss. Where are the race course? Who the f are you people? I thought I called the horse girl. Hi, boss. Where's the stadium? Who the f are you people? I thought I called the horse girl. Yes! That is way too ironic. Oh, I have no idea. You know what's even funnier? I'm not gonna say something out loud, but I'm just gonna zip my lip. Because, like I said, Farseer might be partially right. That maybe some of my luck might have been zapped just a bit on something that doesn't exist at all. But that doesn't matter. And it's like, but you know, anyways, back to Majuro Ryan. Hold on, I gotta do something with my phone here. There we go. Alright, let me load up and I'm gonna let's see. So, let's see what he said. Grabs Farseer. What did he mean by that? Farseer coughs nurgling in the nearby wall. It's nothing, Sealy. It's fine. It's fine, Sealy. It's nothing to worry about. Oh, man. It's nothing. It's nothing at all. Nothing to be worried about. Nothing at all. Ow. Let's confirm something first. What's up? What are we confirming? I confirmed nothing. I played the fifth judge. Footages, man. Ow, ow, ow. Freaking owies. Alright, what are we confirming? You can search people by their names. What if I don't have a search? I shouldn't say too much. What if the name of the people you're looking for don't have that name? What if those names are different? What if they went with a name you wouldn't know the search? You tell me, Nerd was into someone's last name, right? Tell me! See, you're spreading the virus through the cafeteria. Oh, man. Like I said, I'm not gonna, those mysterious peoples might be smart enough to go, well, obviously, obviously, that, people can search things, there's search engines, there's Google. Don't you worry about nothing. Like I said, why would anyone out there just put their names out there like that? Why would they go with something that can easily be found? What if they're trying to be way more incognito? That does his up Nurgle bar into a vending machine. That doesn't matter. I'm trying to think who to go. We're all gonna go. We're all off the rails at this point. Wait, don't they have a better version of you now? No, you're not what we want. Let's actually just see what circles come up for just going through this. So you're a circle. You're a triangle. You're a circle. You're a triangle. You're a triangle. That's sad. You're a circle. That makes sense. Oh goodness. Dang, I'm freaking dying over here, chat. Ooh, wait. Ooh. Very intriguing. Who's better? You, because technically, yeah, you give me more speed and I can instantly go to an F plus basically, but yeah, this almost makes wit automatically an F. It'll actually go up to an F in the beginning on its own, so I won't have to waste time with it early game. I'll have to check it a couple times later, but I'm more interested in the fact that gives me a long A as well. I don't have... Well, okay, that does too. Wait, who's hot? Okay, so we get no wit out of it. Actually, is that actually better? Hold on. Well, that's only 5 extra versus that's 17 more there. Ooh, maybe the old gold. Maybe old gold herself. I need to redo her campaign too, to be fair. I keep saying I'm going to and I keep forgetting. Let's go see who our... Hold on. Let's go with gold first. Let's go with old gold first. And then let's see... Well, hold on. Wait. That's giving me... Actually, that's fine. I'm fine with all those inspirations. So those are fine. So guest... Now, oh, this gives me a great idea. But we'll have to do that next episode. Please let this still be around. If we finish today, I might start it just so I know it's started. And then I try to do step number 2 again. Okay. 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 But not for this. Alright, so the Takio, what do we get? What will give us full affinity? Is there anybody who's gonna give us full affinity? Thank goodness it wasn't that one. You do. Whoa, look what it does to 63? Woo. Rest these are too low. Oh. That's almost an E in power. Holy crap. Okay, so let's go through these again. So right now, we're thinking winning. The winning ticket. Literally. So that's 42, so that makes these all Fs. That's 42.21. That's, all Fs as well. All Fs as well. That brings my speed up almost to an E. Power's almost F plus automatically. But the thing is, here's the thing. None of those are triple infinity. Like, that is best of both worlds. I think we have to go this one. I think it has to be a winning ticket. Because that is too good to pass up. It's almost, it's like right there at an E still for one of them. The other one's not as high as I'd like, but I can quickly fix speed. Speed is like the easiest one. So, and then of course we're keeping our long A we're adapting to, and because we have max affinity, we're going to get huge inspirations. So, I'm going to try for that. Damn it, why? Hold on, I missed something, hold on. 20 names showed up. Well, I guess if there's that many, then it wouldn't be that, you know, it might blend in. It might blend in. You may never know. But then again, how would that person be incognito if they ever wanted to be incognito and, you know, find other people? Let's say they just happen to have the code. The code to life. Anyways. Oh, then Seeley said, damn it, why all the times must Nurgle strike me down and trap me in my office back at base? If you get a Pace Chaser inspiration, it means that the A in Pace won. Actually, let's see, where is it? Are we gonna get a Pace Chaser chance? Actually, there are no whoa! There are actually, okay, so here's something interesting. So this will be a good test, right? Remember how I talked about it should not be able to give you ones that do not exist? So right now, logically, this is just in logic, we should not get no such thing as any pace chasing, in-game, or front-running type of anything. Or long. Well, actually, no, there's a long. So, yeah. Or mile. Or any of those. Should be only speed, power, medium, long, late, and yeah. So in theory. So this will prove truly, can this thing actually ignore this entirely and give me something that's not here? Guess we're gonna find out. Ooh, so here's where I'm thinking, Ryan has an A in pace that can still give you an A in pace inspiration. That's true, she does. Herself, you are right. That may be the one that may be able to pull it out. Maybe that's why it can happen. But the chances should be bloody minuscule. Like, that would be an XCOM level event. Good, don't read back what I said. Anywho, Farseer's right on that. Dude. So one day, Seeley, one day. You learn not how to lock the door on yourself. It's like you're like Alan Grant from Jurassic Park, but it's like. Let's see. So what did Seeley read? Did I miss? Okay. Why all of the times must Nurgle strike me down and trap me in my office back at base? I guess I shouldn't tell Ardnot about a certain species only made up of. Should I tell him? This is new knowledge. I never knew this. This is I wanted you to read the 2 puns. We said something about hissing up a Nurgle ball into a vending machine earlier. And then... what does he mean? Oh yeah, then what does he mean, Farseer? Again, what does he mean? Also, blouching more Nurglings everywhere. What me and Farseer said. Oh. That ticket is winning. You could say it's because it's a marvelous Sunday, Farseer. If you get it, well, all I can say is prepare to strike force. We have word that their leader is sick. Anyways, we gotta decide who we're going. I'm losing my mind. Good thing this is a vlog and a let's play today. Alright, you're fine. Tries to give me long corners, and of course there's always the good thing that this gives in general. Yeah. I'm gonna keep you just for now. I really don't have, once again, don't have anything better really overall. What do I have on them? Oh yeah. Yeah, for late, yeah, I have no speed cards for late except for one that's already on there. So, interesting. So I have technically everything I'm gonna have. What do you give, though? Yeah, I just went with all the flat ones, basically. I'm basically using ones that can kind of work with anybody. Which makes sense. And then, of course, the Apex of Apex. So let's see what we want the friend card to be. Although I could go with that as the Apex and put something else on. Someone else who has a higher one than me. Well, wait, what does the Sweep of Two show do again? The Sweep of Two show. That's end closing. Although she does get Slipstream. And more speed would be more speed, as they say. Oh, Zeno, Rob Roy, the Magician Heroine. I didn't want that, I just wanted to look at it. You kind of have similar stuff to my other, well, that's for Pace Chasing, except for that, so we can't do that. I mean, technically she is a Pace Chaser, so maybe I should do hybrid cards? Actually now thinking in that in my head, maybe that actually might be kind of smart. New Techie's pretty good too. That one's fully maxed out for a power card. What? Oh, I'm a Hino Bourbon. I don't think, yeah, you're front runner. If I ever need one for that though, I now know that there's at least one in there. Someone's using one. Rice Shower. Of course we could go Rico again. I mean, Kashimoto, keep playing it safe, I don't know. What do y'all think, chat? Hybrid card, speed, power, Kashimoto. What being Fuzzy? What? You cannot say I can't make buns and Fuzzy and made one double standard in the work. I can Fuzzy and make a bun, but you direct all your unlawful hate towards me. Knuckle all over dirt, knuckles all over dirt. Anyways, see, I hope they add the healers to infield. I promise, I swear. I will not wait until you're an inch of your life to heal you. I won't be that sadistic. This is a knuckle ball of dirt. What? You fool, you think you would be healing anything if you get kidnapped on the third floor door? Rico for stamina and Russian Gale. That's what I'm thinking. It's also just a safer bet. Let's go with the fully upgraded one. I think we're gonna go that. Let us begin. Yeah. Now I don't know how far we'll make it, but the difficulty, even though it is harder, it does, I think, accelerate it. Now we're not gonna be watching any of the cutscenes today. We are gonna go full skip mode on this one today. We ain't stopping on nothing. This is just pure stats today. Wow, stamina went up to an F. That's just going to show you how good that beginning setup was. Okay. So, what do I want to do here first? Wow. Clearly nobody exists. Let's just go ahead and get this to an E. And then we're going to focus on speed. Right. Oh, I say that, but no one's there. Never mind, we'll jump back and forth then. That'll still get to an E on its own somewhat. There's our members. All of our support team. Tutorial. No thank you, I don't need it. Alright, so real quick. Oh, it won't let me do it yet. That's right, we're not far enough in yet. But now we can begin the burst. That will bring that to an E, so that's acceptable. Do that and get some burst from Kika burst. There's the other members. Now can I do it? I want to do this early so I don't forget. We'll turn that off, but I'm gonna do it myself. I'm pretty sure we don't have anyone else, right? Are you good at anything else? What are you good at? You're good at medium. Is medium full? Is that why? Yeah, medium full. Is there anyone better at anything else but medium? You're good at long. Long is also full, okay. I see why this is up this way. Any of you better at anything else? Nope. Nope. Yeah, okay, so our team kind of did so. Ironically, the person who's helping us as one of our trainers kind of got shafted a little bit right here, but okay. There's just no other place for her to go right now. So, just have to leave it. They're all Fs anyway, so it's fine. They're all gonna slowly get filtered out. So, alright. See the USC Nurglings attack girl. Ah, my throat hits it. It feels a bit better. Let's see. See, you laugh until they add environmental effects and suddenly you'll need a healing. First, you're telling me about environment effects on me. I've been surpassed. I've been surpassed such things except for that one that hits you for 3k 2 damage. True damage. On that note, Farseer, good luck when it throws that at you. Mages that paralyze and drain your HP. Alright, let's see. 15% chance of failure. Not this early. Let's get some rest. That is too high of a risk this early, especially when that happens. Because she got sleep deprived, I'm glad I didn't wait. Still taxiing. Yes, I can't talk. You don't speak. My brain is meltdown mode. Alright, good. I don't think we're able to date Mikashimoto yet. Hey, look who it is. Powers. I like how stamina somehow got ahead of power. Let's fix that. As much as I want to burst, yeah, I ain't touching that button. I will. I could touch this button, but I really need speed to not be that far. It's already getting left behind by stamina. And as much as I want to keep stamina up, I don't want it to be ahead either. Like, she's getting really lucky. Like, she's getting a hella, like, background stuff happening. This is why I wanted that max affinity. Because I do think that, along with what we're getting now, when we get our inspiration, that means it's gonna be insane. Hopefully. I could be wrong. The inspiration would still be shit. Could still be pure shit. Wow, that's a lot of people. But only 2 people are getting burst energy. Now we want more speed. Get that burst. I didn't even see what Kashimoto is. Alright, Slick Surge, nice. Extra training. No. I'm gonna say take a break. Muscle Jealousy? Never seen this event. Guts or Wit? Obviously Guts. So I want Guts to stay not too far behind. Let's see where is Kashimoto right now? Right there. So we're basing it kind of on that for a second. Let's hit this one to get Kashimoto. Get her up even more to try to trigger the, what's it called? No, not quite yet, huh? Rest. Beautiful. Yes! I trusted my instinct and it rewarded me. Where are you, Kashimoto? You're on. Perfect. You're on the button you need to be on, along with a few other people that need to upgrade too. Beautiful, beautiful. Alright, 1 turn left till the debut. I'm a little lacking on the speed, which is a little worrisome. Here's Kashimoto again. Oh, then forget what I was saying, you're fine. Farseer, I could tell you, but I feel like you will lose all hope if I do. I was not telling you, I was warning you. Oh. Then forget that I was saying, you're fine. I know there's an upgraded version of that. I made peace with whatever hell. And whatever y'all are fighting sounds scary. What do we think? Friendship or speed, chat? You notice I didn't say wit, because that's not why we're pressing this button, if I press it. Friendship or speed? Immediately Rico. So I assume friendship then. So Farseer says Rico, so I assume friendship and just do wit. Plus they'll give us more skill. And speed still went up to 180, almost 180. 179. I'm gonna trust wit. I'm just gonna go wit. Because I think Rico is more important in the long run. And it's just a debut. If I had to, I could win another race. Really, to be fair. Alright, so which one is it? It's the... Persistence is key is the guaranteed one. That's the one we want. That's the one that unlocks the recreation. Okay. Plus it gave us guts anyway, so now everything is an F+, and power is almost an E+. She's at the debut. I will say she's definitely and may end up being our most powerful horse. By the end of this, already can tell that right now. That unless it changes, that is already really high. Now we're on a higher difficulty right now. So it also means, could mean that this means nothing. But I don't know why I was about to click skills. We ain't doing that. What's the predictions by a chance? Yeah, I kinda figured. Kinda figured as much. Number one favorite, we are already in the late. Not talking about that, Celia. I know what hell awaits me. Wins the Unity Cup and gets Rico's donkeys. Ah, exactly. Because that is a pretty nasty start to power so far. You know what I should have named today's episode, and I didn't name it. Well, no, wait, we're doing the vlog today. That's what I'll name the next episode. It's showtime. Because we'll probably have another Uma episode before this event ends, since it's got 6 to 7 days left. Because I may end up having a vlog on New Year's Day. So, we'll have to see. Because I haven't decided what I'm doing New Year's Day yet, or what we really want to do. So, we could always do another Uma that day. We'd have to see, like during the vlog or something, if we decide to play a game or something. By the way, at max difficulty, one of those donkeys has triple S stats? Dude, what? How would you even, I mean, I guess eventually you could get that high, but man, I would never have a horse to be able to beat that, at least not right now. Like, then again, I guess, if the difficulties are raising the ability to upgrade the horse faster, then I guess then technically it does balance out a bit. その後から9番、さらには3番、メジロライアン、ポポニータ、そして7番、内、4番、そして外目をつきましては5番。意気揚々と先頭へ行きます。1番、どうでしょうこの展開。かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。大けやきを越え4コーナーへ。まだ先頭は動かない。これは直線勝負になるか。まだ1馬身以上の差があるぞ。ここから捉えることができるのか。最終コーナーを曲がって最初に駆け抜けてきたのは1番メジロライアン。完全に抜け出した。横まで400。メジロライアン。先頭はメジロライアン。これは強い。メジロライアン。完全に抜け出した。200を通過。先頭は1点。メジロライアン。メジロライアン。リードは6馬身。これは強い。メジロライアン。強 That was just a debut. You see that length she had on them? Interesting. My Bakushin can win. Barely. Alright, make debut. We haven't had one of these beginnings in a while. Smooth as butter so far. Smooth as butter. Butter smooth. Alright. Tired but not tired. I will say, what's tomorrow? Morta? I'll have to see. I'm trying to pick a day that I can sleep in. It might be New Year's Day, and then that's why I said we might vlog on New Year's Day. Because I think I might take New Year's Day since I'm going to be staying up late anyways that night on whatever we end up doing. Just if we decide to do the little Slaneshi event we didn't get to do for Christmas, maybe we do it for that since everyone's going to be lit up for New Year's Eve anyways. If everyone gets, that depends on how many people show up for the stream, for the vlog. Or not vlog, for Baldur's Gate that day. To determine how many people would show up that night. And then next day, since we're all going to be tired and half asleep, probably should do a vlog. Or something chill. I could do War Thunder, but I'll just be asleep as a being target practice for other oh my god! Oh my god! Just hear me going. Susan Abrams used to sleep. Also, that does mean, actually. I mean, technically, we could do it the day after. Technically, wait a minute. Because it's New Year's Eve and day, I should get paid. So, the day after that, we might do War Thunder, because then we would have a certain summer. Then we can amp up the hilariousness and force feed my brain to learn how to be a different style of battle tank. And stop to unteach my brain. Stop hiding in the trees. To snipe people from a distance. Not right there. Plus, I gotta check something with my bill here tomorrow. Nice, that was a perfect win. Alright, so we're good here. She's actually kind of at good energy right now, so we're gonna train for a little bit, and then we're gonna focus on Kashimoto. Speed. Wow, Guts caught up with speed fast. I say that, but hold on. Let's do this first because this is multiple friendships. And I have been noticing my last time because I got so overzealous with trying to get all the spirit bursts for the Unity. Did I notice I was ignoring the regular friendships a little too much and I kind of forgot about it? So when beach time came around, we had no friendships. There was hardly any rainbows. There's hardly any like friendship trainings to allow for like a huge boost. Oh, so she keeps getting her energy back. What is doing this? What is happening? Is Majiro Ryan secretly a beast horse? She's like, I have infinite energy. Until I'm partially off my mind. Just a little bit. I need more coffee. I need to drink some coffee. My cafe got sniffed. Oh, well. Yes, I have I drive a defeated digital. By 9 lengths, no sniffing. My cafe got sniffed. Oh man. Poor cafe. Although if it was my digital, Seely's cafe wouldn't have got away, or Seely's Java wouldn't have got away either. My digital would be too fast for that. You know, like Ghostface wings. How fast Ghostface runs in Scary Movie. But next one is a stamina of an Uma. Oh man, I want them to do a Halloween event and give digital that. Some sort of female version of that. And then I would laugh so hard. Just saying. Top Gun has been winning ever since. Well, that's good. Good to hear. That's all that matters. As long as the Empress's daughter is the one in charge until the Empress returns to her throne. Otherwise, and also, all Teos are exiled from the kingdom. They are forbidden from these lands. Alright, more speed, because right now that's what we need the most. It's kind of, needs to get up there a lot faster now. Alright, we're a little low on energy. Let's go do a date with Kashimoto. And then, see, there's like no friendships there. Hold on. We gotta prioritize friendships again. Top Gun's getting no love, but I'm not doing stamina before speed. So we're gonna do power again. Power is gonna be so stupid. This is gonna be the Bakushin alternative. Bakushin is all speed. This Ryan is gonna be able to bench press the moon. Try making yourself more. Let's go with skill points. Intimidating pose. Because I have way too much power, even for virtual standards. We've got 5 days left till that. Power's about to be a D. Let's go on another day with Kashimoto. See, I do see why people do that. See, having her maxed out. Oh my goodness, and wow, and then the Gold City event happened right behind it. That gave me all my energy back. That was like a full rest day. See, I see why people do that now. See, if I had a way to uncap my Kashimoto easier, I know you can technically, I think, get it in the pools, but if it ever gets uncapped eventually down the road, man, I am definitely uncapping it, because wow. Now I see why that's the OG of that. If you do it like when your energy's like right here, it'll almost give you all, and if the Gold City or some other thing happens, it's great stuff. Oh, that's Kita though. I kind of need to go talk to her. Oh, this is messed up. Alright, well, power is a D. Okay, we got front runner. That was a waste to go see Kita, but okay. We are getting a lot of other stuff, though. A lot of other hints. That just baffles me. I also think we need some more wit at some point here soon, but not for this one or not. Let's do, okay. That's a pretty good pull. That gets them upgraded. But let's do this. She gets wet conditions. I really don't think we need that. I hardly ever use these greens because they're so circumstantial, so I'm just gonna go with top them. I'd rather have the skill points than just choose the skill I want, instead of just get a hint for something I may never use. Bruh, it wants... Look how much it wants me to press the power button. Oh, I'll give you one more, then we gotta go another Kashimoto after this. And then we gotta deal with the Unity Cup. Speed or guts? Well, let me see speed. Alright, recreation. Kashimoto. More energy. Large honey milk. I don't need the other one right now. Rest day. Whoa. Oh, this one. Oh. Oh, I'm not looking at gift horse in the mouth. We're gonna take the safe option. Not this time. Not this close to a race. You've gotten me like that before, game. I know. I had a bad feeling about that. My brain just looked at that and went, yeah, no, don't press it this time. It's just like the brain just went, nah. That is enough to get it there. Do that. There's no one technically friendship or otherwise there, but I want her to have at least an E+ in speed. Alright, let's check the team. Make sure nothing has been changed or improved anywhere. About the same, gotcha. Alright, what's the chances of this one? Oh yeah, nah. Let's just play it safe and go with one that's on our rank. Yeah, that's more like it.
ここは負けられない一番人気1番メジロライン実力は完全に上位ですね
Of course, the sprint race would be nice. We haven't used our Barkins in some time after all. He will become Goldie races. Long race? Y'all doing a long race? I see. Y'all racing without me? No, I'm just kidding. But since we did Uma Musume on this as well, I'll add this to the Uma Musume playlist as well. Not just the Lion's Den playlist that we use for our vlog now. Since we did play some Uma in this.
3番人気は6番2番人気を紹介しましょう松金福来たるスタンドに押しかけたファンの期待を一身に背負って本日の1番人気メジロライアン気合十分いい顔してますね各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました今スタートが切られました各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りましたみんな集中してましたね好レースが期待できそうです10番と2番この2人が競り合っているぞ期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気メジロライアン 10番快調に飛ばしていきます。先
Oh no, if
頭
you
は
want to see
10番単身
golden,
で飛ばしていきま
golden
す。
series
さあ1コー
suffering.
ナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。さあ
Uh,
花見か
make
けの
a
10番
long room
こ
match
のまま
like
リード
this.
することができるか。
Okay.
2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは2番3番手
I can.
マヤのトップが
Yeah,
その後ろに9
we
番
all do that.
メジロライアンここにいた1馬審査松金福来た内から内から
Oh, after
3番
this
その
career.
外並んで
Oh.
行くのディク
Well,
タ
that should be
ス
after
少
this
し離れて
match.
4番
Okay.
11番続いている5番並んでくるそして最後方6番
I
息を
mean, hopefully we get this career done tonight. That's why I'm kind of speedrunning and not really, you know, what you call it. I don't have any cutscenes on right now or anything.
続いて2番2馬審査マヤのトップが4番手には11番すぐに続いてメジロライアン松金福来た並びかけてきた内から9番少し後ろから行くのディクタス4番追走そしてその後ろから行くのは5番後方2番手に3番6番最後方だ10番まだリードをキープしています第4コーナーカーブ
ここからスパート一気にレースが動きます。
まだ先頭は動かない果たして抜け出すのは誰だマヤのトップがここで抜け出した中山の直線は短いぞ後ろの子たちは間に合うか外から飛んできたのはメジロライアンメジロライアン並んできたメジロライアン基本的な末足残り200メジロライアン足色は衰えないメジロライアンリードは1馬身
We won that, I think, first, second, and third. I'm pretty sure we had all three.
勝ったのはメジロライアンチームキャロッツ大きな1勝を手にしました2着松金福来たる3着は5番
Don't mind me, Jack. I'm just laughing. See, the better gold super Top Gun beats his cafe. See, the better gold super Top Gun beats his cafe in a room match. He has to change his name to Duracell. I mean, we can do that. Of course, you've forgotten. You can't tell me what's the big outcomes. Oh wow, we lost that? What? Wow. 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 Thank you, Vodka, for pulling that through. Everybody failed me. So this is why you need a durable option instead of this. Failure. See, I don't know. See, now I'm a little bit more intrigued about this offer Farseer has made me because of the so-called good horse mate lost me the race. So-called good horse. You ain't durable enough. That's exactly what I'd say to That's exactly what I'd say to my Kita if I was mad after a race as a trainer. What was this New Year's resolution? I mean, that's the option I would actually. Wow, that one represents power? I'm pressing that. I mean, that's a good New Year's resolution, and we're almost at New Year's. I mean, that is kind of part of New Year's resolution. It's not the only one, but... You are not, you failed her! I did not fail, no. Kita failed me. If she had been more durable, we would have won that. I would have never failed if there was a certain other horse there instead of that one. No. She shafted us. She shall be sent to the factory. Anyway. Stay with you. What do you think you are, Nakita? No. I have much more powerful, and once again, I'll keep saying it, durable allies. Sorry. Kita was given a second chance, a chance to fulfill the future, fulfill the fates, and she failed. Oh, man. Yeah, I figured, but that's about the same as it was last time race-wise. Let's go. Kita picked the one time to lose. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's immediate factory status. You don't betray me without consequences.
美しい青空が広がる中山レース場。ターフも絶好の両馬場になりました。
名勝負になる舞台は整いましたね。
3番人気には14番。この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子、セイウンスカイ。スタンドに押しかけたファンの期待を一身に背負って、1番人気メジロライアン。
気合十分いい顔してますね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタート。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは2番セイウンスカイ、8番これから第2コーナーへかかっていきます。期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気メジロライアン、セイウンスカイ快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ鼻に立ったのはセイウンスカイ。このままリードすることができるか。続きました8番激しい先頭争い。1馬身離れて13番4番手に2番この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。依然先頭はセイウンスカイ。続いて8番それを見るように13番少し離れて2番メジロライアン。ここにいます内を回ります。4番その外並んで7番内で1番差がなく6番少し離れて11番さらに外から12番内から9番差がなく5番外を回ります。15番少し離れて14番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
13番ここで抜け出した。まだ先頭は動かない。このまま直線での争いになるのか。中山の直線は短いと
I think after this career, so I have to go in there and put my headset down and it'll take too long for it. I don't have it fully set up yet. Easy where I can do it yet. But man, once I do have it, right now I'm going to give me some coffee. Or maybe coffee right now, or it would. But it's not quite set up to where I need it yet. We're getting close. I should be able to make my own coffees during stream soon.
鍛えてますから。
The coffee. That was an OP. It's not gonna have anything good. It's just a junior. I've rewinded. She got 4th, and Kita got 2nd. So by logic, she did better. Wait, who are we talking about? My Kita didn't have Top Gun on their team. Top Gun was running with me and Ryan. What you mean, Sealy? So y'all talking about? I assume y'all are talking about y'all's race. 'Cause I'm pretty sure my Top Gun was 2nd or 3rd when she was doing. Well, although it's technically not even my Top Gun. The Top Gun on the Unity team is just random Top Gun. My Top Gun's far scarier, or it will be. I still have not yet fully created her. We're getting close though, and I think. Now knowing that I've had this hidden gem in the closet / garage this entire time, or staples I guess is a better apt term. Maybe I might have a secret weapon I can now start mixing certain things with. We're gonna see if this works. But I've still gotta redo digital. We still gotta get digital, make digital better first. Digital's the key to this, or at least one half of that key. I don't think mine got 4th. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Is there a way to look back? No, I doubt the log goes that far back. Or not total placement. Keita did better.
筋肉は裏切りません。トレーニングを重ねればもっ
No.
ともっと強くなれるって
Because
信じてます。
so I'm gonna put this in NASCAR terms to make it more understandable. So let's say you have Team Hendrix
日々の努力が未来
versus
の
Team
自分。
Petty.
さあ、今日もしっ
If
かり鍛えてい
if
きましょ
all
う。
of Team Petty is only at best second or third, but another team had first that's not from the same team, that means that entire placement is blocked
最も必要なものは何
and dumped down by a whole
正
tier
解は筋
and a
肉です。
whole placement, basically. Now, if you are racing against your teammate and your teammate gets first place and you get second or third, and your other teammate gets second or whatever,
背筋と
and
上腕三
all
頭
of
筋が
Team
いい
Hendrix is
感
first,
じ。
second, and third, yeah, that's not how that works. That's good. No. This is Uber race. This is the same thing. They racing in a circle, going around the left. No, it's actually right turns as well. But it's actually funny because it's also right turns now, also in NASCAR, and there's actually course racing now. But still, that's not the point. The point is, Uma Race is NAS race because they are the same thing.
鍛えていきましょう。
Just one's a digital anime wife racing game, and the other's real. And the other actually has real PSI and car stats and things that make sense to it. But the team stat basing is the same. So once again, Arnott, can we switch Kitazons? The one I have refuses to lose. Yes, I'll take that one. Yes, give me that one for this career, and it'll help me make the perfect Majiro Ryan. And then you can keep the other ones, so that way you don't have to worry about Kita doing anything. Because Kita just, yeah. I mean, look, has having to do extra training right now. Oh man. We are BMW. On your left. Still out here training. Different people. Everyone else only needs like a day of training. Kitazo's been out here twice. She knows she's a failure. She needs double the training. Oh man. I love how much fun we're having with this. Okay, it's not close to summer quite yet. We still got a little bit before summer gets here. Oh, straight away, Dad. Why would you even ask me that? Of course I'll take that. Alright, I gotta do some whip. Because we do need some whip. We need to focus on a little bit of whip. We don't need it to be no F. It needs to be an F plus to an E. Art of tidying up. Could you sort the documents? Guts. Okay. It'll have to be for now. Wit's just gonna have to stay at an F, and I'll slowly keep upgrading it each tier when we have more turns to work with. We need to focus. Okay. There's a lot of burst happening here, and that's actually pretty good. There's a friendship and a single burst on the guts there. I'm gonna go with the all burst on this one for team upgrading purposes. Wolf Prince. We've got a burst potential on power. Ooh. gonna bring it to a C. Oh, dude, I can't ignore that, can I? Well, I don't think I can ignore that. Oh, Matt, can we switch, no, it is not. You don't get to make excuses for a top goes mediocre performance. What do we think, chat? Ignore or don't ignore? Should we go for speed instead to try to get speed up to a D? And ignore this burst for right now and let it pop up somewhere else? Or do we spend it now and go ahead and get a C in power and it's only the, what, the third race? Like I said, she's going to be the Bakushin of power. It's I already feel it. With the way this is kind of falling in place right now, her power is just overwhelming everything. She is just outrunning it entirely. Speed, everything else is highest is E+. So what do we think the smart option is here? Dip straight into the C and get a C rank in power, or go for speed? Because I do wonder if her speed needs to be a little bit better. Although now I'm wondering if this test is shit. My answer is Seely's Rage. My answer is Seely's Rage. No, it is not. You don't get to make excuses, man. So what did Seely say first? And let me send you an old screenshot from Top Gun 48's career. I mean, that would definitely get it to a D. Oh, man. I mean, is power going to go up anyways? It is. Power's going to be a C no matter what I do after this turn. So, I'm going to opt out of the weirdness one on this one. First beach day and burst. Oh, you're thinking save the burst for beach day? I could try that. Hold on, where are we at calendar-wise? Can I... January, February, March, April, May, June. So we're not that. We still got one more week. Okay. I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna try to avoid it for now. I want to see if we can really get a little bit more interesting with this. So speed. Because we're not doing stamina first. Or that could happen right behind it. Maybe I should have done that then. If I knew that was gonna happen, but that means power is gonna get to a C anyways, most likely. There's a ton of power perks in here. Yeah, look at that. Did you see how many How much did that say? What did that just say? Hold on. 65? Never mind, I did the right choice. Because, oh my goodness, it almost went to a C+. Now, if I had done that, it might have been a C+. Well, that was absolutely hilarious. Oh, whoa. Nice. That's a good timing happening there. That's... Wow. See, that's why part of me is like, maybe I should, like, hold off a little bit. We didn't need it for that one. Sometimes I won't hold off because it's just not the better option, but in this case, I think it was. I think we definitely did 100% the right thing. Apparently we have to win this one, too. Yeah, see, other than stamina, but see, that's what makes me mad about Tazuna still. You're gonna tell me, this is only 20 off from this, and yet this is somehow one circle less. Bruh. Bruh. Yet somehow power and guts are not that, and they have the same stat. It's supposed to be a long... And it's not even that long of a course, so I'm not quite sure why that's ringing lower. This makes sense. Anyways.
注目の一番人気6番
Number
メジロライア
one
ン
favorite.
Nice, yeah.
Teo gave me a double burst triple rainbow. It's truly Teo tenacity. That's her stats at the end of 25 turns. Oh wow.
いきます
Oh, really? Oh wow. That's not bad. You're already in the C pluses. Wow, that one's almost a B. I'll give you that. I didn't notice that until you said that. Well, that's actually quite high because you're in
最
late
も速い
August.
馬
Yeah.
娘が勝つという皐月賞
Classic year.
成
Oh,
長
wow.
を見せつけるのは誰だ人気と実力を兼ね備えた成田ブライアン今日は3番人気です2番人気を紹介しましょうアイネス風神スタンドに押しかけたファンの期待を一身に背負って1番人気メジロライアン
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しまし
Oh
ょう
yeah, right.
Gate
We're
in
racing
Kanryo.
some
Shusou no
strong
Jobi ga
stuff
totonoimashita.
this time, but it still says I'm number one favorite, which says a lot.
今スタートが切られました各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね
セイウンスカイとアイレスフージこの2人が競り合っているぞ期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気メジロライアン先頭はアイレスフージ単身で飛ばしていきます続いてセイウンスカイ1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます先頭を行ったのはセイウンスカイアイレスフージ続いている早くも激しい競り合いその後3、4馬身開いて三輪早秀内から行くテイエムオペラ王差がなく14番成田ブライアン並びかけてきた少し離れて5番1馬身離れて4番そして外目をつきましては15番1馬身離れてメジロライアン1馬身差7番1馬身離れて9番成田大使並びかけてきたその後からゴールドシップ向こう上面に入って先頭からしんがりまでおよそ15馬身順位を振り返っていきます現在1番手はアイレスフージ続きましたセイウンスカイ2馬身3馬身開いてテイレムオペラ王さらには5番1馬身離れて14番さらに成田ブライアン少し後ろから2馬早そして4番2馬身3馬身開いて15番外から行く7番メジロライアンを引きつけています後から成田大使そしてその外9番ゴールドシップ並んでくる第4コー
I
ナー
still want to try to do that one. Once we really start focusing on Top Gun eventually, I do want to see if we can do that. She's actually kind of getting stuck right now. Come on, girl. Use your ult. Use your ult. Use your ult. Come on. Oh, this is going to be a close one. No, she got second. Ah, I hate that. When it like just gets it, gives it to you just barely and it's not enough. I hate that so much. I do call BS sometimes on that. We have this is another thing. This is why I now know. So you know what that just confirmed to me? Because she got boxed in for so long? That confirms to me that Guts is also plays into it. It's not just power anymore. Power, I think, helps you get out of the pack easier, but I think Guts is also needed to keep the passing consistent. So yeah, she's got a truckload of power, but no guts behind the power. Like, no guts to use it, right? Because that seemed a little BSy in my opinion. Now, of course, there are chances, oh, maybe there's just a little RNG-ish, but you can really kill the RNG in this game. So I'm going to call that something just didn't behave as it was supposed to. And the lowest thing right now that wasn't up to a D was Guts. Guts didn't make it to a D. So my money's on that's what happened there. It is a little annoying because that means that I didn't get the bonuses I would have gotten normally right there. That would have helped a lot more. So we want power. I mean speed, not power. Yeah, see, because Guts is still E+. That is a little annoying. Go ahead and get that unlocked. go with that.
準備できてます。
Plus it's a team burst.
ハムストリングスが
So now
今
Guts
に
is
も
a
走り
D.
出した。
Stamina is still not a D yet, but that's not what got us. So. See, now she says she's not fast enough. That must be the difficulty ramping up, right? That's got to be Showtime, right? Doing that, I assume. Even though I've had it happen on normal carrier as well, but in this case, I'm assuming it's Showtime is adding to that. So the scale, she needs to scale up even higher. He's gonna go back to speed again after this. See what she can do.
実力は引けを取りません。2番人気は5番
See, she's
メ
number
ジロ
2
ライン。
favorite in this.
一番人気こそ
Probably
譲りま
Ines
す
Fujin is number 1, I assume. Yeah.
行きます。
Oh, Oprah, oh, booty blocked you. I did see that. I saw who did that. But my brain goes, okay, but why didn't she kick in the guts and just go around her? Because that's what's considered spot challenging.
全ての馬娘が目指
To
す
try to
頂
pass
点
someone.
日本ダービー
So I do think if
歴
you're
史
going
に
to
定
build
石
a
を残
late,
すのは誰だ
I
1
think
番人気はも
guts
ちろ
needs
ん
to
こ
be
の
with
子
power
アイネス
less
夫人
than speed.
3番人気には東海帝王対抗するのはメジロライアン十分に
Like,
勝利
I
を狙えま
almost
すよ
wonder if
気合十分い
speed
い
has to
顔
be
し
at
て
the
ますね
third
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢
in the
整いまし
the
た
line of order. I don't know. I'll have to do some experimenting on that because she was tanking it in the beginning because even though power was
これ
ahead,
は位置取りが熾
the
烈にな
guts
り
was
そう
still
ですね
good
ア
enough
イネ
to
ス夫
match
人快調に
for
飛ば
what
してい
everyone
きま
else
す
is
先
having,
頭は
right?
アイネス夫人単身で飛ばしていきます先頭から大きく離されて2番手は3番外にはゴールド
And
シ
hopefully
4
with
番
my
手
change,
東
oh,
海
she had
帝
a
王
late
1
start
コー
right
ナー
there.
から2コーナ
That's
ーへ
where
向
the
か
width
う
is just
さあ花に立ったのは
that's
アイ
the
ネス
width.
夫人このままリードすることができるか2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは3番その後3、4馬身開いてゴールド7内から行く東海帝王少し後ろからライズシャワー1馬身離れて6番1馬身差成田ブライアンその後からメジロライアンさらには2番外で11番すぐに続いて4番1番並んできたウォッカ並びかけてきた内から12番8番並びかけてきたそしてその外を回ってアドマイヤーベン第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った順位を振り返っておきます依然先頭はアイネス夫人続いて3番2馬身3馬身開いてライズシャワー下がらく東海帝王ゴールド7
I mean, that's probably the worst for a front runner, right? See, late start doesn't affect late runners and in-game players as much. So I'll admit that that's not as bad for them. But yeah, if you're a front runner and get a late start, I can imagine that's absolutely just... You want to punch.
下がらくアドマイヤーベガその後ろから12番 14番16番現在
I think for late, you know what's worse for a late? Rushing. I mean, rushing can still be bad for a front runner, but one can argue they're just technically just gassing out. They just all they're going to really be doing to themselves is maybe gassing out. It's usually fine otherwise. Bloody right shower. Come on, boy, we're right there again. Yeah, see, she's dueling. You see how the dueling has kicked in? Come on, there's a chain right there. I think she's gonna get this one. So yeah, so it is a dueling effectiveness issue. Because you notice she fought through it that time much more efficiently. Even though Raishara was blocking her, I saw it happening as it was happening. This time she gutsed her way over her. And using the power she has to push. So. That made more sense. At least she won with her. So she screwed the other one, won this one. Oh well. The runaway Suzuka ready to break cheeks, ready to break cheeks first. ready to break cheap Farseer's front runners. Change race course with Japan Cup. Is it weird that I feel like Rice Shower and Majiro Orion's voice should be switched? just saying. Why is it? Yeah, that can't be Ryan's voice. Is that Teo? That's nasty and disgusting. Why is Teo's voice singing? She's not the one on the stage. Get out of here. I don't like this. It makes the song way worse. Ryan doesn't have a voice for this song, so they gave her that. What? DS! This song's a deeper voice song. This song does... So when you heard Rice Shower singing for a second there a minute ago, who does have an unusually deep voice for who she is, it's like... Nah, this is a deep voice song. This song's better with a deeper voice, with that. Teo's voice makes this song sound weird. I don't like that. They can let Goldship sing this song, they can bloody... then they can bloody let Ryan have her voice for that song. I hope they didn't change that across the board. I hope that's like just not a thing now. Like when they have the voice the song I guess was originally sung by. Because that'll make me like that song a lot less. Just because I don't think Teo's voice just goes with that song anymore. Alright, we need to get some rest. There's gonna be a Unity cover thing in a second. I need to do the team real quick. Alright, everybody's moved to different spots. Usually the autofill is pretty good at knowing who's missing or who it needs for each one, so I'm gonna trust the autofill. Okay. It wants me to pop on the guts. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go and actually build up another burst over here and get some F plus whip. Alright, seems pretty normal. See, look at that, this guy's there. Future songs have voices for all humans. The bass won't get changed till that update. But wait a minute, Goldship, I've had Goldship sing that song though. I'm pretty sure. So it's like certain ones have their own version of that song that they already have in the game? I'm almost 100% positive. When my Goldship first sang that song, that's why I enjoyed that song originally the most. It was my favorite. I'm I think something broke. Somehow Teo has infested the system and we need to get the flamethrower. Someone get me Ripley. Get her on the phone. Tell her I need. Yeah, we got an infestation. No, it's not Xenos. It's worse. It's Teos.
さあ始まります。チーム対抗戦青春杯チームキャロッツ。良い結果を残せるのでしょうか。3番人気はこの子です。4番。
Oh, really? Oh, that sucks.
2番人気はこの子。
I see what Farsi was saying.
さあ今日の主役はこの馬
Oh,
娘
that
を置いて
sucks.
他にい
Ryan
な
has a
い。
good voice
ダ
for
ービ
that,
ー
I
馬
think.
娘メジロライアン1番
So
人
maybe
気
in
で
the
す。
future, like you said, when that update drops, it'll change.
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。スタートです。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
Like that kind of more like it, because it's more like alternative rock J-pop. So a more medium tone female voice would be way more, to me, at least to me, alluring for that song, rather than like a light voice. Because Japan has a lot of that anyways, because I mean, most K-pop like bands are so light voiced, even the male bands in Japan, so I'm like, I can understand why that's, you know, somewhat of a thing when it comes to that, but I still think for those types of songs, that's why I think if you know who this is, even though they still even kind of, one of the, or at least the lead singer, singstress herself, you know, I've flew over ages with the way Japan does their stuff, but if you ever heard of what baby metal is, they're a good example from a Japanese, more hard rock metal band version of what happens when you understand that you need a more medium tone Japanese girl voice to do that song, or otherwise it's just gonna sound really awkwardly strange. Nice, she's doing her old.
残り4メジロライアン外で足を溜めています。最終コーナー最初に立ち上がったのはサイレンス鈴鹿、外から上がってきたのはメジロライアン。メジロライアンまくって上がってくる。残り2回メジロライアン並んできたメジロライアンここで抜け出した
Fino Mino and Stay Gold makes the song better? Okay.
1着でゴールイン。実力を遺憾なく発揮しレースを
By
制した
Fino Mino, all songs were updated since Fino Mino chose this. Okay, at least there's that. I'll take that.
2着はウイニングチケット、3着はサイレンス鈴鹿。
鍛えてますから。
Alright, did we win the other ones though? Thank goodness. This time we absolutely... It is official. I'm gonna say it out loud. Boy, I wish Duramente was here. Now we won, but no thanks to you know who. Where no, you keep failing. No. See, now that every other member on the team won their race. See, before maybe you could have made that argument. Maybe I was a bad trainer. But now every one of my other teams won. But that one. Yeah, no, that's usually a team issue. That's usually time to get rid of the horse and buy me a new horse. Someone get the Duramente owner on the line. You tell him I've got a Kita situation and I need to resolve it immediately. Anyways, perfect timing for the beach as well. I did that on purpose, totally. I actually did, but I also kind of forgot. But it's funny, I was just pre-prepping for energy and my brain's like, alright, I need to make sure not to go too low. I kind of didn't I actually kind of forgot we were this close to the beach, but it worked out either way. Ours almost to C+. Oh, see now I'm like, guts, man, guts, bruh, guts. Guts, do guts. Oh wait, there's also a friendship chance for it. Just give me some guts.
金がうっ
Wow. Even with all the friendships I leveled up, so far nothing. Okay, that's not bad, but that could be better. Let's see if we can try to get some others boosted up. Alright, that's a friendship. Stamina. That's friendship and burst. Let's do that.
始めましょ
I'll get both of them. I'll level up a little bit more.
う諦めなければ何でもできる
There we go. Alright, what's this? Whoa! Okay, so we sprung 2 of them. So Guts is triggered, but no Spirit. So is Speed. Same thing with Speed. Speed is also triggered. Kita's trying to redeem herself. I actually am going to do that though, just because we need the Speed. And it's going to automatically bring my bloody C to a C+. Guts.
嘘惜し
Ooh. Ooh, 29. Oh! Oh no! That's really good. I mean, that's not a 60. But, oh man, if that had been another, if Mati's burst had happened right there as well, that had been worth. I don't know if 1 is worth 30% chance to fail though. On a beach. Oh no, I have a feeling Kita is waiting for something. Maybe. I'm trying to think. Well, you really failed, Kita. You're just now bursting Kita, your base teammate. I'm trying to think, 39%, 29% chance. What do we think, Chad? Is that worth the risk or no? Let's just rest or do the wet one and then rest. Talk about neglect or not, poor Kita. Nah, that's alright. Kita will be fine. Also, you know. But anyways, see, I train all front runners that come to my stables. And since I don't care about front runners, what do you think that means? unless it's some weird tail front runner abomination. Exactly. Then no, then everyone just rejects in general. That's rule of thumb. So, risk or no risk, chat? Do we think 29% chance to fall on her face is worth 48? Gamble? Okay. Farseer says gamble. And I kick all doors from my stables. They have better places to go. You're right, they do. Away from all the people who think Kita are good. Straight into my stables is where they're going. I've got the door open and everything. Ready to go. So Farseer says gamble. Yeah, there we go, it worked. I don't know what that strange sound in it was, but whatever, it worked. Oh, what that was, but it empowered it good enough to not fail. It's gonna take some rest though to get back up to full after that, but that was worth the risk. 40's pretty high. It's not a 60 or 65, but 40's pretty high. I mean, it got speed up to a C, which is nice. I am thinking about resting. Because I don't want no bad events. I'm just gonna go ahead and just say, frick it, rest twice. I normally never do this, but I think this is, yeah. In this case, this is what we want. that one.
走るため
Anything that keeps
最も
guts
必要
moving.
な
Oh, look at that. Keith is trying to do even more. Keith really doesn't want to be left behind. It's like, please, I need I'll help. Oh, man. That one. I'd rather do that one.
燃えてきたぞ
It's more beneficial to us.
大腿四頭筋が最高に仕上がってますまるで私に走れって言ってるみたい
Okay, what's the situation looking like? Pretty darn good. Stamina's about normal, where it is for where I have it. Because this is a long. Do I have a cheapy blue I can pick up? Something real cheap? No. I don't have no blues at all. Wow, I made her real aggressive. Frick it, might as well, right? I mean, that's an ult. That's worth spending money on. Like, normally I don't get skills this early, but this is Russian Gale, and we already have it unlocked. Might as well get it. Not gonna get anything else, though. Since we don't really have anything else that really makes any sense before the end of the career. So normally I have now rule of thumb, like I learned, don't spend any skill, but that just seems like an okay pull, because we're gonna buy that skill at the end anyways. And yes, we could have got maybe another hint, but I don't know if you can get more hints with Russian Gale. I know you can with the others, but I think Kashimoto's is just one and done. So, getting it now shouldn't hurt too much. Plus, it gives us an acceleration skill of some sort. So if she needs to, she can get a little faster. So let's see what happens at the Kyuka show. I don't have quite as good a stats as what Farseer showed with her Top Gun earlier, but we're not doing bad. I mean, ironically, we're not doing bad. Because if I'm not mistaken, weren't you at the Kyuka show? You were. So yeah, so not too different here. It's definitely higher. Like, this is still higher because there's more C pluses, and this almost is a C as well. Versus mine, which is C, D, C plus, D plus. But no, now you're getting more tails. Farseer got tails and cafes on Urpal, so best believe I will send more over. Farseer just needs 2 or 3 more red tails to get her to 5 stars. And bring to send more tails to Farseer. Silly, if you send me more tails my way, I won't have a second Rudolph for the other tag. Wow, only showing favoritism one tail, sir. Dad, Farseer, I'm not showing favoritism. Red tail is closer than blue tail, sadly. I prefer if both were close. I had 2 BS at that race. Oh, you had 2 Bs? Oh, so you finished the summer with a B. Okay. So that's why I said you are still higher. But I probably would have had at least 1 B if I had done power at all during the summer. But I just didn't want to get it to a B and ignore everything else.
クラシックロードの終着点、菊花賞を制し最強の称号を手にするのは誰だ。人気と実力を兼ね備えたジンボリルドルフ、今日は3番人気です。この評価は少し不満か。2番人気はこの子メジロマックイーン。さあ今日の主役はこの馬娘を置いて他にいない。ダービー馬娘メジロライアン1番人気です。最高の栄誉を手にした走りで最後の一冠を狙います。ゲートイン完了、出走の準備が整いました。今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
誰が先頭に抜け出すか注目しましょう。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気メジロライアン1番快調に飛ばしていきます。
If we don't get it finished though, I'll save it for the next episode. It's most likely, once again, will be New Year's Day. It'll be an app, I'm thinking that's an app day to have the next vlog, since James will be here Tuesday. Also, to let Seeley know, since I don't think he was here when I was saying why we ended up doing a half-and-half stream tonight, where we did a vlog slash Uma Musume tonight, is because James sent me a message that he's going to be here Tuesday. So instead of doing the vlog Tuesday, because James is going to have an extra day besides New Year's Eve, we're going to try to get some more Baldur's Gate done. I still don't think we're going to make it far enough to see the hilarious, terrible choice that will have to be made. Ooh, something bad happened right there. I don't know what happened to Ryan on that one. So she got pushed back real hard right there too. There was literally nothing next to her. I'm not sure what really did that to her. But getting kind of bullied out right now. What's going on? We should fight out of it. I doubt we'll still get far enough in those 2 days, even with those 2 days, to truly get to the place with the most hilarious choice that ever had to be made. Whether who gets to keep their future family wife and who doesn't. Which one lives and which one dies. What? You leave my body on the or not? Yeah, these. Yeah, no wonder it says you're blanked out for Rudolph, you need to win this. And then see who's left with me on the okay. I do think the Queen's gonna win this, because look what's happening. I actually might have to retry this. She got absolutely slammed. So what caused that? She was #1 favorite in this race. Like, what in the world happened? She's third. Wow, the Queen won. Alright, Seeley. Plus his commander getting it. Don't worry, you'll grow a new one. See, you know, oh no, but wait, didn't she have to place third? Isn't the requirement at least third? Oh, that's BS. I just got boned out of that. I kind of wish she had actually gotten fourth. Oh, crap. That actually kind of boned me. I hate that so much. I so wish you could. I'll be glad when they add the manual retry into this game. Because that was baloney. I did not get that. I really wish they had the manual retry if you wanted to actually opt out of a barely qualifying, and you wanted to go a lot harder into the paint and try to get more stats. That's gonna cut us short. Okay. Means we might have to focus power again just to make sure it gets to a B at least. I don't know if speed's gonna get to a B now because of that. I kind of needed that in conjunction with hopefully a second inspiration to hopefully guarantee the B. Now we're in a predicament here. We're gonna go speed. We'll also prepare another burst. I think we're gonna need a max burst power situation happening. We need to try to do something I normally would not do. She got perfect condition though, that's nice. There's a friendship happening on the power. And that's also preparing another burst. Do that. Okay, yet another burst prepared. Ooh, a straightaway adept level 3 chance. Wait, what is this for? Actually, I can use that. Let's try it. I didn't see what level that was. What level hint did that get? Level 2. That is actually still pretty cheap, but I'm not gonna get that. Like I said, we're not touching any
も
of
しかし
those.
て筋肉痛？
Okay, power's at a B, but I need the rest. No. Oh, of course. Of course. No way. No, because that's if I lose that, I'm gonna be so sad.
力が入
I
らない。
can't take that risk. It's too
自己
high.
管理が
It's too high. It's way too high. It's way too high. Use the side roads. Enemies on the main street. I mean, Nimble Navigator is good, but I can just, if I get that, I'm probably gonna get something else instead of that. So, run as fast as you can. More
大体
power
ストー
means
キンが
more
最
strength.
高に仕上がってます。
Now, where are we for this race, though? So, about the same we've been so far. It's another long, oof. It's only 100 meters off of being a medium, but oof. Alright. Hopefully, so top 3 again. Hopefully she will. If she don't win, I really kind of hope she don't get top 3 at all. So, even if she don't win.
2番人気は
She's number 2 favorite in this
メ
one.
ジロ
Just so I have a much higher chance of getting it. You said gamble? I can't do that. We got it the first time. My instincts told me no on that one, and I trust my instincts pretty high when it comes to stuff like that. It's like it's just a feeling. I'm like, yeah, something told me that time. No, no, no. Yeah, something just told me that's like a slow metabolism feeling. It's burned into my brain to kind of almost instinctually have a sixth sense for something don't seem right.
3番人気にはマンハッタンカフェ、2番人気はダービーウマ娘メジロライアン、
Look, Cafe has brought my
注
coffee.
目だ。
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
ゲートイン完了、出走の準備が整いました。
When Keita releases on the first anniversary is when it's speculated stuff from the second anniversary gets added. Ah, okay.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは
Let's
9番、
hope the same
7番、
results.
1番、メ
She
ジロライアン。
okay, see, that's the one you don't want to see. See, the same as late start for frontrunner, rushing for a late is so bad. Because they burn their gas tank and their speed too soon. It means they try to catch the pack way too early in the race. Which means they may not have the energy or even the power to pull later when the race is demanding of it. Well, that could be a problem.
少し離れてエイシングフラッシュ、少し後ろからナイスネイチャー、マンハッタンカフェ、並んでくる内13番菱山、追走第1コーナー回って第2コーナー9番会長に飛ばして行きます。
Never mind, Cafe's winning. I doubt it. Well, let's see. I think Ogiri will cap. I think the cap will win if we don't win. I doubt Cafe will win. She might get second or third. Depends on the AI, I guess.
少し後ろからオグリーキャップ、さらに菱山像、マンハッタンカフェ続いている。内には13番、外にはエイシングフラッシュ、2コーナー回って向こう上面、先頭9番、レースはよどみなく進んでいます。1馬審査1番、3番手7番、残り 1000m を通過。その後最4馬身開いてメジロライアン、差がなく10番、その後ろジンボリルドルフ、あとは12番、それを見るようにナイスネイチャー、オグリーキャップ、ここにいた。それを見るように菱山像、内6番、マンハッタンカフェ、外から行くエイシングフラッシュ、並んできた。1馬身離れて13番、後方2番手に動くか。第4コーナーカーブ、
馬娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
メジロライアン、ここで抜け出した。この直線で勝負が決まるぞ。まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉え
I think Ryan just likes to show off some big advantage. You know how some people just like to be the underdog, but win as the underdog? Well, I don't feel like Ryan's got that kind of personality. In a race where she was number 1 favorite, she got third. In a race where she's number 2 favorite, she gets first.
年末最後の大一番を制し栄光のセンターの座を手に入れた。2着にはシンボリ・ルドルフ、3着に入ったのは小栗キャップ。
I bet Seeley's carrots and future Rudolph on Majiro Ryan.
ナイス
That bet is known by Cafe's presence, but well, Cafe lost as well, so I guess it doesn't nullify it. Cafe lost. Alright. Well, so wait, what about Next Frontier? Does Ryan have any of these songs, I wonder then? Wonder if Ryan has her voice on any of these songs. I guess we're gonna see. Or is it all gonna be default whoever they use, Teo or whatever? Or whoever the song's default was. It's hard to tell on this one. But I think there is a solo part at some point. In the beginning. There's one there. Yeah, so Ryan must have no voice for any of these songs. Well, you know what that means, chat. That just means this is going to be a faster campaign now. Because if it sounds like a Teo and quacks like a Teo, it's probably a Teo. And if it's a Teo, out is my sight. This career is dead. This is not Ryan's surprise. It might be. If that's the case, I'll be real upset. It's perfect because Rudolph and Taylor are singing with the glutton beast cries. It brings me immense joy. Well, that's alright. At least now that we know that that's a bug, we can now have an excuse to skip all the rest of the concerts in the game with Ryan. But hey!
今日の私ならどんな相手にも勝っ
Let's stay the same rank. Ooh, it's risky, but I'm gonna try it. I'm just gonna tell you, I don't really care if we win the Unity Cup this time. I'm actually kind of trying not to, because I'm kind of going for stats, so I really don't want the donkeys in the race anyways. Or a chance for them to even be there. So I really don't care if we lose the Unity Cup, to be fair. Watch out that I said that. Yo, you don't care, do you? This just makes me win every race after this, from here on. She does have no excuse anymore, you're right, she is my highest now. So if she loses now...
いよいよ最終第5レース、そこそこ話題のチームキャロッツ。ここまで走りつないだメンバーの思いを胸に挑みます。3番人気はこの子です。1番、2番人気を紹介しましょう。雪の美人、スタンドに押しかけたファンの期待を一身に背負ってグランプリウマ娘メジロライアン1番人気です。
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。 今スタートが切られました。各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは4番雪の美人、1番期待通りの結果を出せるか、1番人気メジロライアン、4番会長に飛ばして行きます。先頭は4番単身で飛ばして行きます。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は12番、3番手に7番、そして内目をつきましては雪の美人。ここまでが先頭集団。先頭集団を見ていきましょう。1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう。さあ花に立ったのは4番。このままリードすることができるか。続いて12番、3番手雪の美人、4番手に7番、その後3、4馬身開いて1番メジロライアン、ここにいた。1馬身離れてウイニングチケット、内から行く。2番1馬身離れて待ちかね福来た内。6番後方2番手に3番内から行く。5番2コーナー回って向こう上部。さあアルビ福島、ここからどうなるか。各馬娘一段となって団子状態の大混戦。
これだけ密集していくと紛れがありそうですね。
現在1番手は4番、続きました12番雪の美
So
人、
we'll see what we
並ん
get
でく
to
る。1馬身
campaign
離れ
wise.
て7番、
Like I
そ
said,
の
if
後
we
から
don't finish
1
it, we
番
just
外目を
finish
つい
it
て
on New
2
Year's
番
Day.
少し後ろから待ちかね福来た。
うわーレッツマッスル。
メジロライアン並びかけてきた。さらにはウイニングチケット、そして5番
Because the only thing that I
続い
think
て
that
6
would
番、
that
そ
could
して
change
最後
my
間もなく
plans
第
for
4コ
what
ーナ
I
ーカ
want
ー
to do
ブ。
New
ここ
Year's
からス
Day
パート、一気にレースが動きます。
would
残り
be
4時間、勝負は最
if
後の直線に持ち
ATS
越され
releases
た。
that
ま
day
だ
or
差
something.
が
Is Monty
から先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。メジロライアン
Monty is the only one up there. She
内を
got.
した残り200、先頭は依然
Oh no! Wait, Ryan came through the middle of the crowd and fought through. Wow, she looked really messed up. Ooh, who won that? Oh, Ryan won. Nice. By a nose, it says.
最終第5レース、勝ったの
Oh,
は
they
メ
are
ジロ
not
ラ
picked the
イアン。
punishment.
これ
Celia
以上ない
skipped the
結果を
song.
チ
Loses
ームへ
this.
届
Oh,
け
wait,
まし
okay.
た。2着には
Roger, Roger.
雪の美人、3着に入ったのは松金福来たる。
Who am I picking the punishment for, though?
鍛えてますから。
Celia? Fossil? Get this on? Thought Mati was gonna win that one. See what? Who won it where? Sad face. She finally won. Only took her 4 races. Only. Yeah, only 4 races. Betting against me, we won't work. Festa is with me. Festa? Festa? Isn't Fest? Wait, you mean Festus? Yeah, I know you're infected by Nurgle. Unless this career is actually meant to drain all my luck in order for Cafe to lose. You said it, not me. Like Cecilia said that and then went, maybe I should have said that. I really don't want to use my burst on that since it's naturally going to go up. So let's do some speed, avoid the burst. I'm being very strategic here. Oh, we got 1 carrot. I never get a hot spring ticket. I would have been fine with Ryan as a hot spring ticket. Man, I never get a hot spring ticket. The guy who would love the hot spring the most. Never gets Oh, and we got Professor of Curvature. At least that's a good, consolation prize, as they say. Nice, let's pump some iron. Actually made it to level 2. There's a burst happening there, but we don't want to do that. Ooh, there's an already awakened burst happening here, and we're building up 2 more. Let's do speed again. Speed's got to kind of come up now. We gotta really yank that speed up pretty hard now at this point, to be fair.
筋肉は裏切りません。トレーニングを重ねればもっと
Power, it's a single burst. This is a triple burst gain. Let's do that and then
準
rest.
備できてます。力が入らない
Ah,
ですね。
Birth of the Stars. I don't think I
ご管
gotta
理
go
が
roll
足り
with
ない
that.
ですね。
Oh, it's a friendship, but we can't do it sadly. Rest. Not taking that rest.
し
We're too late in the career to be taking too high a risk. We're only gonna get so many turns now. It's a single burst with a double build, single build, double build, single build, single build. The deck builds it to a guarantee popping scenario. No, because that's a double build, and it's speed. Oh, it gave me corner recovery too, so we do have an upgradable blue now if we needed it. And we got the inspiration. Beautiful. Perfect timing. Perfect
力
timing.
がどんどん湧いてきます。
Ooh. Wow, we got Anchors Away leveled up. I actually might get that then if it got a hint towards the end. Ooh, level 3 Pump the Iron as well. Because gold ships would be really good for her. B plus. Boy, I love it right now. Friendship speed. A double gain going into a ability to burst. Single gain. Wow. Triple gain. Oh, do I think our... Well, hold on. Will that even... Okay, so that won't bring me, as much as I want to use a friendship right now, that will not bring me to a B. It'll bring me to... It'll be close. I mean, I guess it could if something else happens with it. Ooh, if I get an event to push it, this could become a B. But that's a triple gain. Oh, I'm gonna trust instincts. This may be oh no, yeah. RNG or triple gain, RNG or triple gain. Oh, now you have not trained Top Gun at all. Have I? Oops. You know why? It's because I'm not going stamina. And her card for me is a stamina. Because her card's a stamina card, that's why she's not getting any love. I mean, that's my bad, to be fair. But it's just kind of happening that way. But she's not the real Top Gun. We all know this. The real Top Gun isn't here. The real Top Gun is something far more terrifying. But what do we think? Wait, late surgery hint on speed? Is that what this is? You mean this? So you think go for the hint? Flash will give you a late surgery hint though. How do you know it'll be late surgery? What if she gives us the wrong thing? See, that's what I said, Farzu. No hog the spotlight. Yeah, that was good. We'll do speed. We're gonna do speed. Boop!
トレーニングの時間ですね。
Okay, you're right. You got okay for the first time ever. So you got that. Guess that
ま
one.
るで私に走れって
We
言ってる
still didn't get a B, but we did technically get a hint towards late surgery, which I don't know if I'd rather have that or Professor Curvature. Where'd it go? There it is. Don't know if I'd rather have that or Professor of Curvature. On your left is acceleration, but that's only when you're Oh, no, never mind. It's in general. We already have Russian Gale, so I don't know if we don't really need on your left. It's either Professor of Curvature or the other one. They're both, in the end, going to give me a straight velocity increase. But since this is legendary, this might be just a little bit more powerful. We'll think about it. Not for this race, necessarily. Let's see what the predictions are. Oh, crap. It's the Kyoto... Oh, yeah. It's the Tenno show. Ooh. She has a chance to heavy gas on this one. Ooh. What I miss? Wait a minute. If Arnott gets it, but see, I'm never gonna play Teo. You know how I know? Well, let me answer one thing I went back and read already. How can I get a Teo Hot Spring card if I never play Teo? That's just how you avoid that entirely. Nakayama Festa are not the Gamble Lakuma. Unless this career is a... Oh, okay. Festa is Gold Ship Gambling a sibling. If Ardnart gets a Teo... I already read that one. By the way, the red hair race I've mentioned is actually a sub-race of Uma, descendant of Kagan. Of the Kagan. The same who defeated the Poltergeist Queen. Well, at least I know that. Thanks for letting me know, Sealer. Yep, okay, yep. Pretty sure Corner Adapt is like a 1.5 second duration versus Professor of Curvature is a 4 second duration. Roger, roger. Also, Ardnot, did you hear about the RTS called Ashes of Singularity 2? I did not. The concept of that game is very close to what's happening IRL. Oh. And if you think gold skills are that much stronger than white's evolved skill, oh. Alright, then we'll go. Then we're not even gonna question it. Then it'll be Professor of Curvature then. Do we want a blue or no, chat? Do we think she'll survive this with an X rating of stamina? I'm surprised it's so terrible, considering stamina's not that bad, right? Stamina's like 1 grade behind this. Half a grade behind this. Why is it so much different? So the 3200 must be her limit. I mean, I have an A on long distance. That's what's baffling me. Because of my build, I turned her into an A. Why is that so crummy? She's in great mood. Pretty much over a half's energy. Huh. What do y'all think, chat? Let it just happen and see what happens? We'll try to give her a skill, because if she can't get past this is where it'll sadly end early before this can get to a B. Actually, no, even if she loses, I think this will still be a B. It'll be an okay build. This will be a decent legacy build, but I don't think it'll go beyond that if it ended on this race.
替四頭筋が最高に仕上がってます。まるで私に走れって言ってるみたいに。
I mean, the other long we did was only 200 meters difference. I guess the 200 meters killed her. I guess the extra 200 meters did her in. Because the 3,000 meter one with D plus was a circle. Like a single circle. Not even a triangle. Yet 200 meters above that, it jumped straight to an X. Skipped over triangle entirely. Oh boy. I'll say the factions' names. United Earth Forces, Post-Human Coalition people who uploaded their minds to digital space. And the Rogue AI that was created by the Post-Human Coalition. That's pretty cool. That does sound very wow. Like, holy crud. Because that's like very, very close to home. I see what you mean. Well, no, I turned her into a long. Her long is normally what? A B or a C? Right? But I upgraded it because of, that. Because of the golden ship of power, she's now an A in long. But it's just, that still baffles me with an A that this D plus isn't at least a triangle. Maybe not a circle. Like if the previous one was a circle, then this would be a triangle. That would make sense. But an X? Because if that's the case, I should have ignored this and did this. But this might be the end of her. And I want to know what the UEF say in their trailer. We should have stopped them years ago. I gotta check this game out. This sounds really good. That's what we're gonna be saying one day. The longer the distance to race, the longer the final spurt, which means the Umas are pushing their hardest. Since spurt might by definition makes the Uma expand and burn more of their stamina, so if the race is longer, the final spurt is longer. I guess that makes sense. It still just seems like a drastic change between them by only 200 meters, but... Okay. How far to the end are we? We've got 2 more races before the Ura. Part of me is like, give her 1 blue. Like, 1 single splash of the corner recovery. Just so she has something. This. Ooh. Blue skill? That's what Farsi is saying. 200 meters to the calculation is multiplicative. Oh, okay. Remember, Uma's equations are multiplicative decimals. Okay, well, I guess if that's true and it's not added, I guess that makes more sense. It's double because it's not additive. Alright, fine. Then we need a blue then. I hate to say it, but we have no choice. We have to get a slight recovery of some sort. Or we're probably, she still might not do this. This might be pushing it. We're literally gonna have to hope that Russian Gale and her ult pop at the same time towards the end, giving her so much acceleration that she'll be fine. Like, she'll get up there faster than she can run out of gas, basically. Basically outrunning the gas tank. We're basically racing ourselves now, not racing the other Uma. Okay. Let's see what happens. Oof, number 3 favorite's pretty reasonable considering my stamina's an X though. This may suck up all my retries, but I'm gonna try to push this through. Next time I'll remember we need some stamina. Or we need at least a C before we get here. So that way, it'd be a triangle, not an X. Then I'm probably number 2, number 1 favorite after that. So... It's a small change. It's not that hard. I just overexerted in probably the... I probably got a little too heavy-handed with the power. Like I said, she's going to end up being our power version of our Bakushin at this point. If she makes it past this race. Because of where power ended up.
唯一無二一条の盾をかけた熱き戦い最長距離 G1 天皇賞
I will
春
admit though, I'm
一
kind
番
of
人気
rusty
は
on
も
my
ちろんこの子メジロマック
Uma
イーン
instinct.
実力は
When
負
it
けていま
comes
せ
to
ん
knowing
2
my
番
choices a
人
little
気
bit for
東
my
海
late
帝王
surgers,
グ
I
ランプ
haven't
リウ
played
マ
in
娘
almost
メ
like
ジロライアン
basically
3
half
番人気です
a week to a
実力
week
は間違いなく
because
上
of
位
what's
です
been going
火
on
花散らす
Christmas
デッ
and
ドヒ
so
ート
much
に期待
stuff
しましょう
planning
迎
for
賓
and
完了
church
出走
stuff
の
and
準
all
備が
that.
整いました
Just didn't have time to play this. Plus, once again, maybe other things have been
さあ
taking
ゲー
up
ムが
that
開い
space
た
as well.
各馬娘綺
There
麗な
might
ス
be
タート
other
を切り
things
まし
that
た
I've
み
been
んな集
doing
中して
that
ましたね好レースが期待できそう
kind
で
of
す
took away
先
from the
頭は
Uma
セ
for
イ
a
ウン
little
スカイ
bit.
単身で飛ばしていきます
Nothing
先
serious.
頭から大
It's
きく
not
離され
important.
て2番手はメジロマックイーン3番手にスペシャルウィークそしてそのうち5番差がなくスーパークリーク少し
Teo,
後ろ
yes,
から
Teo is
レ
meant to
ー
win.
ス東海帝王
Teo
内から行く8番そしてその外を回って16番内でメジロライアン少し後ろからレーシンフラッシュ少し離れて13番少し後ろから4番それをついて10番少し離れて7番それを見るように3番後方2番手に12番そして最高峰6番第4コーナーカーブセイウンスカイ快調に飛ばしていきます先頭から後方まで隊列は縦長になっています
仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね
Be right back. Alright, Sealy. At least she didn't
まだリー
rush.
ドをキープしています続いて
There is that. At least we're
少し離
not
れ
worrying
て
about
メ
her
ジロマック
going
イーン
into
1
this
個目
with
の
a
ホー
rush,
ムストレッチ
a
です
rush.
少し後ろからスーパークリー
Going into
さら
this
には
race
名
rush.
勝負と少し後ろから東海帝王さらには8番少し後ろから5番さらには16番さらにメジロライアンその後から4番その後ろにレーシンフラッシュその外並んで10番少し離れて12番6番
Also heard the AI in that
並
game
んで
is
13
very
番
hard,
少し後
even
ろから
on
3
normal.
番7番最高峰からのレースにな
I
りま
mean,
した
some RTSs are like that. I mean, one could argue. I'm not saying they should all be like this, but I do appreciate when an RTS starts hard because you'll have to learn in the beginning. This is kind of why it takes me so long when I want to play it to get back in the hearts of iron. With how complicated that game is. Plus the AI is actually pretty genuinely smart with the way they run their political games and stuff like that. But and that systematic war one was kind of like that
してい
too.
ると紛れがありそうですね
But as far as now actual RTS examples, I'd have to say it's the hardest RTS I've ever played. I mean, that's not on hardest difficulty, like on normal. She's kind of stuck back there. Come on, girl. Push past, don't get stuck in the crowd. Find yourself a hole. Looks like she's doing good. I'm still worried about the
内から
gas,
来るか
but
外から来るか
I mean, at
最
least
後の
she's
直
not
面で
stuck
す
so far. Alright, the spurt is beginning, I think. I see her. She's in a good spot, but will she have enough power and gas to get here? Plus her ult didn't trigger or nothing, so I don't think she can get this. We're gonna have to retry. No skills popped either. Like, there was also no skills. I mean, maybe it's a good sign that the blue didn't pop because that means she didn't overexert herself. But what number did she get? See, that's pretty good. Not gonna lie. Let's try again. Name an RTS game where the AI intentionally baits you into their territory just to go around and attack you.
メジロライアン
Ooh, well, there is. That's what I was saying. There is a game in my head that I'm thinking about, but I can't remember what it is. I'm trying to think which one it is. I won't say the wrong one. Welcome, welcome, Ryu. Yes, it's Horse Racing Sunday, so we had to do the Uma. Plus, this is somewhat of a vlog and an Uma stream. We're kind of vlogging and Uma racing tonight. But although the career might be at its standstill, this might be it. Because I screwed up my stamina. I should have had at least a C. I went a little too hard in the board. But I think I know what I want. I'm going to keep this. This is a good build for Majiro Ryan. I just missed Dustin. Now knowing what I'm looking for,
唯一無二
I think we're now I can finally write it down. I know the two main horses I want to train my Top Gun. I do. For what I'm trying to actually do with my Top Gun, I'm gonna build two versions of Top Gun. I'm going to still build a pace version just for safety, because she's naturally a pace. It is a little easier for her. But the ultimate goal is to attempt to replace the pace properly, like I said, with a late version. But I want a pace to be a good pace as well, just in case we need a Top Gun to fill in any major ranks. But for my late version, I think I know the two horses that I want now. And I think I know their legacies, but I've got to go back and do another one on New Year's Day. We're gonna have to go back and do someone else we did already, recently, but this time hopefully a little more successfully. You had to rush! You're in a better position this time and you had to rush! Especially on a long race, that's death. He's playing at difficulty 1, the opponent kind of stuff. Oh yeah, they are. Yeah, we're in difficulty 1, Showtime mode, yeah. I don't have, this is the first time doing Showtime mode, so I technically don't have any others. Yeah, look at that, that killed her. You see how she just dropped back all the way and then almost lost her position? She's gonna gas out on this one versus the last one. The last one she was okay, she just didn't get enough speed. This one she's gonna gas out because she rushed on a 3,200-meter race. Anything's possible if all the right skills pop. But I'm still predicting a gas out. For this one. No carrot for Dover. No, well, we tried. We tried to get a Dover, but we didn't get lucky. I tried to roll for Dover and didn't get it. If we end up getting enough to make another roll for her by New Year's Day, she should still be up by then. Yeah, because she goes to January 2nd. We will make another roll, but she's trying again. But once again, she still was too far back to really make up that ground. Well, that was really laggy. I don't know why it's throwing up everywhere. There's a frame drop happening. The queen is too much. The purple in her hair is good. Yeah, okay. I told you it wasn't this one. Because she rushed, I knew it wasn't me now. Where was she? Wow, yeah. About the same. This might be too consistent for her to get past, but we'll see. I Yeah, see, when you see the same position happen in two same races, and keep in mind she rushed in that race, that's not a good sign. When it's at consistently the same spot, usually that means that you're kind of locked in and that maybe you've hit a wall because of a mistake that might have been made somewhere, stat-wise. And I know where it is. We lost to McQueen, man. McQueen! I'd rather lose to McQueen than Teo, though. That's fine. I'll lose to McQueen all day. That's fine. I accept. I do not accept losing to Teo. At least not in first. I don't care if the tail's in front of me in this situation, because not much I can do about what's going on right now, it feels like. But I just don't want Tail to win. If I don't win, McQueen has to win. That is the rule of thumb.
下克上は誇りうるのか。
気合十分いい顔してますね。
各馬娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。
I don't think you need 450 plus. You just need a C. You need a C on this race with a late surger to win this race. But I have a D plus. I am one grade beneath what is required that would keep her from doing what's happening right now. Plus she keeps screwing up. Now she's just lost her mind. It's like, I think we're just in a cascade. Sometimes in this game I think that happens too. Because bare minimum of a C is really all you require for a late surger for this race. Especially since I have a light blue. I have one little tiny blue skill that I use as an auxiliary. She rushed again. And her head is not big, the hair makes her head look big. Is what Ryun says. That's kind of like Dodo. Dodo because of her hair. If Teo wins this race, Ryan gets glued. She's got one more retry. So, she's gotten to all the retries are done. Like, I'm trying to give her the fair statement or a situation here. She just keeps getting rushed and freaking out. That's why she's doing terrible now. The first one she did really well and she just couldn't keep up the pace because she was blockaded in and the death box kicked in. Now, because she has no gas, she's just trapped. She's going to be trapped there the whole rest of the race. She probably has no stamina to fight the pack anymore, and she's saving it for the burst. Now, the pack is closer to each other this time, which is at least something, but I don't know if that's going to matter with how little stamina she's probably cooking. You see how she's trying to follow Teo on the outside. She's definitely being smart. But look how little she's making up the pace, and look how fast. Look at the gap that got created between the front and the back. She just doesn't have the pace. That rushing is killing her. She needs to stop rushing. She's got one more try to do this. She's wasted like 2 tries where she could have had a much better attempt. Because she needs to be at least 7 for 6. Probably, I'd say 8 safely to try to push to the front in the last spurt. Yeah, and McQueen's just going to keep winning this, which is fair. Oh, this time he was terrible.
現役最強の名を見事勝ち取った2着はスーパークリーク3着に入ったのはメイソン
McQueen is a boss over in Ryan's career. Oh, I know she is. It's kind of like the other way around. I mean, it's the same thing if you're playing McQueen. Like I said, I would have had this if I hadn't been stupid. She's got one last try. This is the final try of us trying to RNG our way out of the problem. Because there is a chance that the perfect storm could happen and she still win this. Because she is number 3 favorite. This means the game does believe she has what it takes to get at least top 3. She's not even doing that. So something is definitely just stopping her in place. So it's mostly the rushing. The first one wasn't her fault. She just got unlucky. The second try was her fault. She rushed. This try could be also her fault. Because she rushes. Yeah, we needed at least a C. I now know what the bare minimum for a 3200 is. I've been kind of gauging what letter grade is the bare minimum for each distance. 3200 for a late. This is not a front runner. This is not a pace chaser. A late surger seems to be bare minimum C.
揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。一番人気メジロマックイーン、セイウンスカイ快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ花に立ったのはセイウンスカイ。 このままリードすることができるか。先頭から大きく離されて2番手は名将怒涛メジロマックイーン。ここにいた後ろスーパークリーク東海帝王続いている。さらに13番とどめをついてスペシャルウィークすぐに続いて3番その後ろに1番そしてその外から行ったのはメジロライアン。少し離れて17番そしてその内を回って5番外から9番内4番第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう。前から大きく開きました。間延びした展開です。
仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね。
順位を振り返っていきます。セイウンスカイまだリードをキープしています。続きましたメジロマックイーン。その後からスーパークリーク名将怒涛続いている。1周目のスタンド前にかかっていく東海帝王追走13番続いている。スペシャルウィーク並んできた。少し離れて3番少し後ろから1番およそ5馬身開いてメジロライアン。その後から17番1馬身離れて9番その後ろ5番1馬身差7番そして外目を突き出してはエイシンフラッシュ。さらには4番後方2番手に15番最後方16番意気揚々と先頭を行きます。セイウンスカイどうでしょうこの展開。
ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。一息つけるといいですが。
第1コーナーは第2コーナー
Okay, that's not a great sign. She pulled
続
that
いて
though.
メジロマックイーンスーパークリーク3番手東海帝王4番手
Come on.
名将怒涛続いている。外から13番それを見るように3番外からスペシャルウィーク内から1番その後メジロライアン。2周目の向こう正面各馬娘たちの動きが激しくなっています。現在1番手はメジロマックイーン2番手に外から
Come on, we're about to go in the last spurt. This is your only chance and the best chance you're gonna have, Ryan. You're right, you're kind of where I said. Yeah, see that right there? That's potential. That's potential. Come on, pop your ult, please. Pop your bloody ult. Pop your ult, or you're not gonna stay in front of McQueen. And she's starting to get ahead of you. Yeah, see, without that ult, it's not gonna happen. It's not. It's not gonna happen. Now, I can't remember if we need third or first for this one. I think she has to win this, right? Oh no, that sucks so much. Her ult didn't happen. Okay, she got Russian Gale, but maybe second, but she's no way she's gonna get first from the Queen though. No, third. I mean, it was a huge upgrade. She went up to third. She definitely made suit of number 3 favorite. That was probably F now. That's probably the best she's gonna do. But I can't remember if this is a third or first win that you have to get. I think we have to win this, right? Or is it no? Did she survive? Let's see, is this the end? I can't remember. It's been a while. What? She survived at the last second. She managed to somehow manage third. I forgot that's all she needed. Okay, the next one we don't have that liberty. Let me make sure before we go any further we don't need to bring that stamina up right now. See, that's a medium. What about after that? Army of Kian's a long, right? Oh, but okay, but that's a 2500. That one's okay. She can do that. It's not a 32. Woo! Still want to bring stamina up to a C, but wow! Holy crap! I thought we weren't gonna see anymore. Thought that was donezo. I kind of want a burst happening right here. Let's get some wit real quick, just so we can get some stamina up here and then go for stamina. I'm doing this to kind of increase team power as well. Yeah. Unity Cup is almost here. Next level effort. Nice. Okay, there we go. Alright, so now I'm gonna burn a burst. Now I'm gonna, as much as I don't like a single burst, this is worth it. Because we're gonna get two other bursts possible with giving into one burst to up this to a C. Ooh, boy. Oh, yeah. I guess my thing now is like... Frick. No bloody way! Yo! Frick! Ah, we just got absolutely cursed. And then look who shows up. See, this is why I said, the sooner I can get this off my team, the better. Bruh! Bruh. Ah. Do that one, because then we can offset. So now what? Does that just mean nothing now? Oh, I actually got rid of it. That was a good save. So at least we got rid of the negative. But my goodness, man. Failed attempt. And it, no! It debuffed me. Oh, that. There goes the career. There goes the career. There goes the career. There goes the career. Ryan's gonna have to be redone. There's no way. That just screwed us. It brought me down to a C again in speed. Or C+. Thank goodness this stayed a C. Frick! At least I fixed our stamina, but now Guts is tailing because of this bony issue. I'm just gonna race. Just go. Fate decides this. If this ends now, it ends now. She has a better chance. See what I'm saying? No medium, she ain't. No, she's #1 favorite in most of these, but still. Dang it. That's the worst roll I've had in a while. Gotta love it though. That was definitely, hey, you know that guy you've trained for 5 days straight in your backlog of your XCOM training regimen? He just got headshotted by a 2% chance. Boy, that brought back memories. Woo, boy. Keith the Destroyer. I don't know. We need to get me the Avengers on the phone. We've got an Avenger event level event happening. We need to get rid of the Kita now. Avengers. Yeah, we got McQueen in this one. All the horses are in this one. McQueen, Top Gun, Runaway Suzuka, Gold Ship. Big hit by what don't mention Gold Ship, or else you will be eroded. One can say the mad Golshi will appear out of nowhere. Sounds like someone I know. Did someone say gold ship? Exactly. She's in this race, but AI ain't doing too much with her this time. Although I do see her back there. She ain't doing too bad. I can't really see that. It didn't have her on the screen for a second there. Oh, never mind. What place was she in? Look at that. Look who came up right behind her. What place was she in? Thank goodness. Stop saying her name, Fazir. And she almost, I mean, it almost worked. Coming in third was Gold Ship. I saw that at the bottom. Bro, we almost willed her to the front. Look at that. She heard it. She's like, what? Eh? Someone call for me? The gold ship could be anywhere. Exactly. Exactly, Seeley. Exactly. No more concerts. Wait, I was about to press that, but then I remembered. We don't have to do that because they all sound like Teo. And because they all sound like Teo, because Ryan doesn't have any voices in the songs, this means the concerts are no longer important for this one. Oh, come on, Arna!
努力と筋肉は裏切らないってこと。
Cute flowers. Pretty normal. Let's see what happens. I'll let that kind of fate decide on that one. That's a pretty good even Stevens battle. Number 2 favorite. Interesting. Oh, her mood went down to good. That's also something that's affecting her right now. I need to fix that. Remember long room match after the career. We need. Oh, okay, good, gotcha. I gotta hurry because we're already 8:17. I may not have time to get any coffee tonight because it's already 8:17. So here's the thing. Here's what we'll do then. We may have to temporarily save it. If y'all want me to do a room match, we're gonna have to do it after this race because that means we'll have to end it after that. Because we only probably have time for like 2 more races. This one and 1 more. So I want to try to end by 8:30 if possible. I want some coffee. Before it gets too late.
火花散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
Really, you read that message of all what out of all of them? What do you mean?
みんな集中してましたね。
I'm going to bite Fuzzy in the shins. See, where the fighting spirit at? Tenno show sprint. Well, we're only doing long because Farseer wants to show that Seeley can't embrace what truly his power hides behind. There's a reason why Seeley is afraid of the golden ship on the horizon. He's like a tiny tugboat that's out in the middle of the ocean. It's almost like one of those it's like a creepypasta, but for the ocean. It's like tugboats that go out there. Every tugboat that sees the golden light on the horizon. Oh man. Rayan, please tell me you made a power to do that one. I hope not, but I really want to see this be clear. Oh, is there a bylaw in this race?
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
That runaway Suzuka is definitely running away. Can Ryan catch that? I don't know if she can. It's gonna be close. I mean, but I've got Seiyun, Sky, and Ryan trying to catch her. I don't think they can. Shoot, we didn't win that. Well, I mean, they call her that for a reason. It's Cafe and Majuro McQueen fumble. I need to draw the racer here. I need to draw the racer here. What you mean? Nah, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It'll be fine. We all know who the wow! Also again failed me. You know what? I accept that loss. I take this loss fully on the chin with extreme pride and the greatest thing in the world. That is the greatest loss in all of existence. Yes! Yes! I don't care if I lost the Unity right there. That alone makes it worth it. We're about to see a repeat of that, folks. You're about to see that happen in a minute. Oh, I think the fate has been decided. Oh, we're at summer again. Frick, I forgot. Oh, second summer, I wasted it. I don't have energy. But anyways, at this point I'm saving it, exiting so we can do this. Now we have to do a long room match. Oh, what was that? Digital said she was writing a dojin. I can only imagine. Oh. Oh, we cried. You know what? Yeah. Let's go and make sure it has to be the strongest of legs to win. Also, keep that in mind, chat. Who has the strongest of them all besides maybe, maybe Fino, but I still think that since Fino absolutely gets bodied and tackled by this character, I still don't think it's true. I think the strongest legs in the universe belong to the Golden. The Golden Legacy. No, Ryu, that emote isn't inspiring great faith, Alright, let's see. Let's do this. Oh no, wait. I forgot to put everyone in a great mood. Hold on. Gotta make sure this is... So we want random season, so it can be random everything, but great mood, so everyone has a chance. And also the Golden is its strongest power. I don't really have too many people good for this, so that. And then that. It's weird that all my longs are mostly not late. Just want to say that now. Share the club. Alright. It's up and running, chat. Let's get this going. We still got just enough time. Celia, you better pray my cafe somehow blocks your ghost. We need real life support. If it rain, we need real life support, exactly. see, here's Sealy's team, right, chat? So you got Cafe, got the McQueen, and then you got the ultimate beast of all creatures. And then we've got Farseer's version. She brought one. She also brought her own cafe. Everybody bringing cafe? Am I the only one? Okay, good. Ryun didn't bring cafe. So Ryun's got the Baiwa, the princess, which I sadly didn't get, and the Brian. Alright. Everybody's in here. Because I know James and no one else is going to be able to join tonight, so this is going to be only us. Alright, let's start. 3, 2, 1, go! So, timer has started. Timer has started. Alright, let's go! Let us see what happens. I don't expect to technically win this, but I don't care to win this. I just want what I know is gonna win to win. I find it funny, I was the original person trying to make... Look at that, number 2 favorite. Look at that. Who's the number 1, who's the competitor? Oh, it's McQueen. You know what's terrible, though? That's on its own team. So this means technically this number 2 favorite means Jack Crud. This is probably still... And look... Oh, that's not Sealy's. Never mind. This is... So that's... Let the face of the golden chimes for us. Also, to make this even more inspired, I'm using my new mouse pad, by the way, chat. You know those mouse pads I showed you, the 2 of them? I'm using one of them right now. To play this game. You notice my mouse is so much more controlled now. Even with this mouse pad. It shows that Steel Series little square thing that I use. It's good for if you don't have anything else. You will have to find slow. It's there too. It's like now I think I actually could play more with access and mouse as good as the controller a little bit better. Now that I got a little bit more like drag on the mouse, the mouse pad being a better mouse pad. It was worth the wait. The goal she will lose for Chow, I could feel it. That depends on if Goldshi's nickname is Loki. If that's the case, then no. I'm sorry. Then it automatically gets anti-Kachow powers. We all need to get that. It's a deep joke. You have to kind of be a Marvel fan pretty hardcore. さらにペイメモオペラを18番マンハッタンカフェ並んできたさらには Whose goldship is already this high up? It's gotta be Sealy's, right? Look at that. Look at that. That's gotta be Sealy's, right? See, up here, bloody... They're both up here! Please! Look at her! She activated Russian Gale! そしてその内を回ってメジロマックイーンさらには18番マンハッタンカフェそしてその内を回って Please let it be happening. Please let it be. I don't care if I lose as long as the golden legacy Oh, come on, come on. They're right there, but they're like getting kind of logged out. They're all riding the edge. They're both riding that edge. Oh! I mean, I don't care. I mean, no offense, Dodo. You ain't gonna get nowhere. Good on you for trying, though. She's in 7. Whose number 6 is that? I need to see. Let me see the front, game. Let me see the front. Let me see the front. Come on. Yes! I see who's in second. Come on. Come on. Gas out. Gas out, you coffee drinking crazy person. Gas out. You know you can't outrun that. Gas out. Gas out. Gas out. Russian Gale. Gas out. 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 No! Oh, she was right there. Oh, it's so close. Oh man, Cafe probably had a heart attack in that race. She was probably like, ah, she's right behind me. That was great. Beach. Oh. Right now I know what happened. What happened? Oh man, I wish you could see the distance between them. There was not that big a distance. I mean, that was probably one length at least, but... Woo! Yeah, the fact that Cafe has to fight that hard for that is... I guarantee you Gold Ship technically won that. And the only reason why I say that is because from what I was watching, Gold Ship did get caught up in a couple of problems a few ways through. Yeah, and so that's what I figured. Cafe stole, both the Cafes must have stole her stamina. But here's the funny thing. That show goes to show me, if that had not happened, Gold Ship won that. So technically, even though Cafe won, because Farseer brought another Cafe that zapped Gold Ship twice, I'm gonna definitely say right now that Cafe did not win. Not technically. There's an event going on. Grab your gear and let's get Gold Simmons. Let's go get straight to Simmons. That Gold She is not subpar. That Gold She is far from subpar. That Gold She only lost because she had a mountain ton of weights. She essentially was wearing Piccolo armor. This is what baffles me about how good that Gold She actually is. If she hadn't been double troped right there, that Gold She was guaranteed to win. It wasn't even a question. She won that. That was the equivalent of Goku fighting Piccolo back in the old days when Piccolo was still savage and he was fighting with weighted clothing. And then when he took off the weighted clothing and Goku realized, now I have a problem. Woo. That was a good race. I almost want to do another one and just have Farseer not bring Cafe. Because we all know who would win. Alright, I call for the markers and put in the vote. The Cafe won that. Who else votes for Cafe? She has higher stats than Cafe. She does. She 100% does. The fact that she was on her heels and she was debuffed. No one else was even close. I wish I had a face cam. You could see my face. That made me so happy. I'm even almost freaking out as much as digital is right now. Maybe not to that level, but you know. That gave me a little bit of digital simp level for Gold Ship again. Man. That was an absolute. I wish my Gold Ship was that good. Not gonna lie. Like, not gonna lie.
カレンさんがまたまたうまさ更新を
Like,
しどい星が頻繁に供給くれるのとしどい
like, I really wish my gold ship was that strong.
いつライブに行ってもマルコさんは笑顔で
I mean, that's up to everybody. I actually don't have time to do another one. I would if we could. Trust me, if it wasn't already 8:35 and I didn't want coffee before it gets too late, hopefully, if it's not already too late, I would do another one. Just to make you go, no, please, no!
もしやウマ娘ちゃんグッズ再販
But because wait, actually wait a minute.
イベント開催
Wait a minute, didn't y'all tell me that your own debuffs don't affect your own team, right? So that means if Farseer don't bring Cafe at all and there's no cafes but Sealy, then that means it actually was just one cafe that buffed her, debuffed her. So that means if there was no enemy cafe, your cafe has no
ペン
chance.
ライトに
Oh.
用意するものがいっぱいですね
This actually makes sense because that means that all the races Sealy is having gold ship win in is because the enemy has no cafes of their own.
イベント準備
Meaning
も
they're not zapping her
レ
energy.
ース準備も
That's insane.
年末忙しすぎる
Yeah, sure, Sealy. Sure, Sealy. If I didn't already have seen it to know that's BS, if I hadn't already seen her physically and saved her as a training partner from your
ペラ王さ
from
んが
your
ド
team,
ドさんの手を取ってコースへこんなの無料で見て
I would also just know that's BS from the performance that I witnessed. From the performance that she put down today on that track. You could never tell that to someone and then believe
ラ
that.
イブに行ってもマルコさんは笑顔で手を振ってください
Sure, Sealy. Sure, it's a new one. I totally don't have it. You're right, Sealy. Sure. I totally don't already have it to make sure I have a template to know how to build mine when the time comes. Because I want everyone to think about this. The gold ship that we used on Majuro Ryan today to make her as good as she did, that's my gold ship. And that gold ship is not that good. Could you imagine, chat,
あのさっき
if I had Sealy's gold ship?
めっこつけた馬
Or
娘
something
ちゃんが
like it. Training Majuro Ryan.
かわいい
I don't think Ryan would have had any troubles to escape if I'd had something that monsterly. But hey, you know. Save the new cafe. There's a new cafe. I forgot. Let me see. I mean, I don't know if I really care about the new cafe. I mean, it's clearly not that good. Let me check this one and I'll see if there's any others. So, okay, I don't have this one. Ah! I forgot to look at the thing. Okay. And this is the gold chip, I assume. Yeah. Not hire my ass. I forgot, actually I didn't save it. Thank goodness I came back in here. Yeah. I mean, these are okay, but... I think the only thing that's keeping this gold ship from absolutely trouncing anything else is this. If this had made it to an S, this would be the almighty of gold ship of all gold ships. This would be the dark light queen empress herself, depending on which iteration you're talking about, from which game crossover that I found out that are in other games that are made by the same company. I think this would be the ultimate apex. You give this 26 more, And man, we talking like, see, like this is what I want. SS, S plus, S. And then that's fine right here. I get this? Woo! That's all I need to say. Oh, does he now? See, sadly, I think he's hiding that one. Probably for good reason, because he doesn't want me to use it. And to be ashamed of the fact that, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Seely's definitely a golden seal. I'm gonna change Seely's name at some point. So I don't see any other ones in here, so let's go check the other roster again. I can't remember if there's any others I can look at. I forgot, there might be one more, but I'm trying to remember where it's at. Let's go, I'm pretty sure this is the same one, because they both say 13309. So I'm pretty sure it's the same one. It is. So that one he's smart enough to have hidden. Now, what I should have done is something else, but you know. I didn't immediately leave the room. Yes, Farseer was smarter than I was. I forgot about that. Remember, you can just make a race and leave it. It will happen automatically after 30 minutes. You mean you want me to make one for you guys? I mean, I can do that. I'll set it up and it'll just happen in 30 minutes from now. It's up to you guys. I mean, y'all don't have to join it. If it don't happen, it don't happen. If that's what y'all, I think that's what y'all mean. Wow, I went so fast she said everything at once. Might as well. Might as well add as many awakening chances as possible to the Overlord version. This is the lesser version. This is the young queen when she was younger. Share it to the club. That way, if y'all want to do it, you can. For the second long race without Farseer's Cafe, but it's a cop out saying gold. She would have won that. Yeah, sure. Sure. I'll just skip out if I don't get to drink any coffee. We're gonna go ahead and do this because there's no point in me waiting, having y'all wait 30 minutes just because I left early. So everyone, quickly get in here, and we're gonna try it one more time. Remember, Farseer, no cafe, and no natures either. No cafes and no natures. Well, no cafes other than Seely's. Seely can't hurt his own unit. So, all right, everybody's in here. Yep. All right then. Immediate start. We'll just watch one more, and then that's where we'll call it. Win or lose. Never die. Alright, let's go!
3番テイエムオペラを
Race. Actually, I can't see them in here, can I? No. I'll have to do it after the race. We'll deal with all that after the race. Roger. Roger.
曇り空の下、京都レース場芝3218人の馬娘たちが挑みます。現在1番人気は2番メジロマックイーン、2番人気を紹介しましょう。14番ゴールドシップ、
I just love it always shows her his number 2 favorite. She's just locked in up there,
火花
man.
散らすデッドヒートに期待しましょう。
ゲートイン完了、出走の準備が整いました。さあ、ゲートが開いた。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気2番メジロマックイーン、マヤのトップガン快調に飛ばしていきます。さあ、花に立ったのはマヤのトップガン。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは18番1馬身離れて6番3馬身離れて岩早秀、名将怒涛続いている。それを見るように10番メジロマックイーン、1馬身差5番成田ブライアン、さらに外から12番
Wow, Cafe pulled Russian Gale
2番
really
メジロマックイ
early.
ーン並んでくる。さらに外から17番
That
ゴールドシ
could be
ッ
very
プ、
good.
第4コーナーカーブ、先頭から後方まで間延びした展開です。
後方の馬娘が差し返せるのか気になる開きです。
順位を振り返っていきます。現在
Surprisingly somehow.
18番続いている。内をついて6番2馬身
I won't last, but I'm kind of okay with that because maybe mine can clear the way.
名将怒涛少し離れて10番メジロマックイーン、さらに5番成田ブライ
Gold
アン、
chips must help the
1
gold
馬
chip
身
set. Now
2番
gold chip pop
メジロマックイーン
turds.
この位置につけています。そして
I'm
その
only
後ろ
watching
の
for
は
Sealy.
12番
I don't care about my abilities. I'm actually just watching for which Sealy's Uma do which abilities when.
ゴールドシップ、その外並んで川上プリンセス、後ろ17番ゴールドシップ。さあ、1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かっていく馬娘たち。さらにはマヤのトップガン、後から6番、それを見るように18番2馬身3馬身開いて岩早秀、あとは10番。面白くなってきたね。その後名将の
Sealy's did it right as mine did it. And both of his characters did swinging maestro at the same time. Wow, this is insane. マンハッタンカフェ2周目の向こう正面、各馬娘たちの動きが激しくなっています。さらにマヤのトップガン、それを見るように6番少し離れて18番外から岩早秀、内10番メジロマックイーン、それを見るよう I
に
think Sealy might have created Team
内から
Umerix.
名将怒涛2番メジロマックイーン、
Like
ここに
Team
いた。
Hendrix,
そして
but
その
Uma.
外13番成田ブライアン、
Because
残り
it's,
1000
whatever, if you know NASCAR enough, you know Hendrix
ゴー
team,
ルドシップ
the Hendrix Motorsport team.
そして
He
その
used
後
to
方に
win
はマンハ
quite
ッ
a
タンカ
lot.
フェ、外で17番ゴールドシップ。
I see a railgun.
川上プリンセス、
I see a railgun reforming. It seems to be almost at full
勝負どころ
speed.
最後の直線をかけていきます。
まだ差がある。ここから先頭を捉える子は出てくるのか。さあ、いよいよ直線だ。
Almost at
誰が
full
仕掛けるのか。
Two McQueens next to each other.
栄光まで400。さあ、
Both the McQueen sisters are trying to win the race. They're trying to catch the top of the guns.
残り200。マヤのトップだ。このまま
Top
最
gun's
後で
gonna
行ってしまうのか。
Interesting.
メジロマックイーン、食らいついていく。マヤのトップだ。
Okay.
レッツゴー。
Okay.
マヤのトップが見事に制した。2着には
Yeah.
顔の試練がつく。
So, okay, the McQueens might have won. But let me show something funny. So Sealy's McQueen did beat his gold ship by 1 position. But the McQueens were kind of competing with each other, and I do find it funny that Farseer's McQueen and Top Gun won that race. But let me point something out. Yet again, I wonder who actually was better this time. See, sure, McQueen did pull her stops and the McQueen self-at. The Ka-Chow did win this time. But man, I hate, don't you love it when a plan comes together and it turns out what your prediction is 100% spot on? Oh man. Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, I have that one, but I don't have you. Okay, yeah, I do. Alright, now I have both versions of the the cafe. Not that that one's really, in my opinion, that good. I actually don't think this one's that good. I 100%. This is weaker than this. Now, these are two kind of even. I think these two are 50-50. I think that between Sealy's most strongest horses, these two have a 50% chance against each other in the same race to win. As kind of proven by this as well. But, as we all know, there's only one queen of the castle. The princess of all princesses, the empress's daughter, the leader of all leaders, Top Gun. So not only did Goldship prove me right against Cafe, but the Red Queen herself took her throne. Man, that was a good race. Oh, it's great stuff. Alright, we gotta end it there, though. Alright, let's get back to the main menu. I'm gonna save and quit. I'm gonna go in my archive real quick. Ah, shoot. That was about the dojo, and I wanted to read that. Oh, it's like, where's Ryan? I know it's for Ryan. Where the heck is she? There she is. Come to save the day. Apparently I got a Top Gun. Okay. Oh, it's because I got all the events unlocked for the support card. We almost got all the Unity Cup cutscenes unlocked. We're still missing one from the Ura itself. I can't figure out what this one is yet. Nah, that's one we've already read. Wait, what changed here? Title screen's down here. Is it the account link thing now? I'm actually not sure what they had right here. Maybe it's the account or data link. I thought these were the same thing. Maybe they're not. The dojo's done. I didn't get to read it. It said something. It was on chat. So y'all can see it now. Whatever she said, you can read it now and pause it. Totally missed it. Third one for the best. You don't have to join our non-Farsi is going to make a third race. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and go to the title screen. We're going to go ahead and go to my desktop since this is a vlog as well. Alright, go ahead and exit out for tonight. I still love this. Hi, boss. Where are the race cars? Who are you people? I thought I called the horse girls. Hi, boss. Where's the stadium? Who the fuck are you people? I thought I called the horse girls. You did. You just got the wrong versions. No songs this time? I mean, we can do a song real quick, an end song. I'm trying to think of something that would be very... I wish I had an Uma song. Like a song kind of like the AI-generated songs that actually is based around the Uma. Because if I did, I could do that as kind of an end kind of crazy song. I'm trying to think of something that would work. I mean, we could end it on a Uma-like song. Like a song from the same thing you saw the other day. A Shell Shock song. I'm not really sure what else we'd want to listen to otherwise, unless someone has a suggestion. But we gotta make the suggestion quick. What do y'all want to suggest anything, or do you want... I'm not joining in on that one, just to let y'all know if you want to go ahead and do it without me for that race. But, for a song suggestion, do y'all want to make a suggestion, or do you want me to just choose the one I might want y'all to hear? I'm trying to think in the back of my head. Do I just go straight for the one? It's not really bad. It's actually very catchy. And it's my favorite one of all of them on that channel now. Obviously, you'll see why. But just because of what the song is about. But... I'm gonna let everyone take a second, real quick, but we've got like 5 minutes at best, so. Next Frontier? I mean, the actual Uma song? I mean, I could have just kept the game up and did that one. I kind of meant something from the actual, like, music. But, you mean, like, Uma's Next Frontier, or a song just called that's separate from the Uma J-pop song? Because if that's the case, what I would have done is I would have went into Uma, did Next Frontier, and had Goldship do it. Which, if I wasn't already closed out Uma, that actually sounds pretty interesting. But that would be a little harder. Do I have anything called that on the screen? Make sure no one's just reading off one of these. So yeah, alright, so... I'm gonna opt in, since we don't really know any suggestions besides the Uma song. I'll play Next Frontier next episode, because I can do that in-game and choose which Uma's the lead singer. And since I have a certain voice preference for certain things, I can make that song sound a lot better. So, and I'm pretty good at kind of hearing a song and going, you probably could have done lighter or deeper tones, and that would have been better. So, since y'all are going to race... Actually, do I have a racing song? Well, I do, but it's all about orcs. I don't have a racing song. See, this is the problem with YouTube, and since this is... I'm still not comfortable with just going on flat YouTube homepage and searching, because everything that can show up randomly. Other than the orc one, I don't really have a racing one that I can think on the top of my head. Throttle Junkies is the only one. Next Frontier from Uma itself. Yeah, see, I can't do that because I already closed out the game. That's why I said that one I'll have to do next time. But I'll remember that, Reunion. I'll save that for, because our next episode, vlog/Uma episode, is going to be New Year's Day. Not New Year's Eve, but New Year's Day. So I'll do it that day. Nobody has an advantage. All of us are fooped. Okay, nice. Alright, I'm gonna opt into something a little bit more French. But once again, it's a pretty good song. It's very catchy. And I know not everyone probably will like every song anyways, whether I do rock or anything. To be fair, just because of the reason of, oh, wrong thing. Gotta click on the picture itself. It's gonna load. Hold on. I'm gonna do this real quick. Hold on. because we don't have time for a ton of different ones, and it'll take me a bit to search it up. Plus, like I said, I can't search on YouTube right now because we've already done Uma, and the more videos I expose to the stream, the more, how do I put this? The more risky it becomes to Uma itself. I might play both of them just to keep a claim from happening, because I think if you do two songs, although I don't know, the Uma song might be an actual trademark song. I don't know. I'll have to see in a minute. You fear the Uma flood, exactly. It's like, well, it's mostly because trademark is a lot harder to get around than an AI song. AI songs can claim me, but realistically, technically, at the end of the day, they shouldn't be able to do that because they're not trademarked. It's not like when you could go and create an AI song on Grok, as a hint towards what we would have done during the vlog, but I just didn't have time for it today because I didn't have it ready yet. AI generated songs from Grok are not trademarked. So it's like, even if they claim it, one could argue that's probably BS, because that shouldn't be a thing, because it's not a trademark song. But an actual song owned by a company, like Uma Musume, Arc Knights, things like that, those are riskier because those have trademarks on them. Which makes sense. Yeah. If she used her heal up good way, unless you're satisfied with it, she ain't losing. That's screwed by McQuaid Moore. Yeah, always make it with a great mood. Always put it to great mood, because to me, when you have it on random mood, it's too easy to lose just because the game decided to give you a bad mood and everyone else a great mood or good mood. You definitely always want great mood as your settings. But we're going to play this song. I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to restart it. This isn't anything special. This is just all of us had awful moods. Or at least that's even in that way. At least you're all terribly awful situation. I guess that's a different kind of balance. Oh, Farseer said it all to awful. Oh. I mean, I guess that's it. Once again, that's a different kind of balance. I could not joining and let you both 1v1. Oh, Rian's gonna 1v1. True PvP. I'm gonna play the song to set This is a song that's just personally I enjoy now. It's my favorite song on this channel from the song we did during the last vlog for Christmas. The one that shell-shocked everybody. But this one's more tame. This is more actually like, you can tell this one actually kind of goes hard. But if you're into more, once again, you'll notice it's got a certain vibe to it. And why I was telling Celia, I like certain songs of all kinds. Whether it be operatic or melodic or rap or rock or whatever. Rock and metal are my go-to. But I'll pretty much listen to anything.
Her eyes ignite like the rising sun. A sorceress born second to...
Hold on, let me pause. I mean, I could do Sabaton, but yeah, it's trademarked as well. We have to save that for the next one. Any trademark songs we'll do in the next one, because the one that we're going to do on, almost said Christmas, New Year's Day, will be much longer, because I will be starting much sooner. Today I had church and, got back and chill. I always like to chill for a few hours when I get back to from church. and meditate and just kind of take in everything I heard that day. But that day, on New Year's Day, there ain't nothing happening. And so I'm going to be able to start very early that day, so we'll probably start around like my 2:30, 3 o'clock. Probably even earlier. I'm going to say 2:30, just because I can go ahead and eat some food around like noon, lunchtime. Get some lunch in me. And then we'll do like a 2:30, what do you call it, stream. And it'll be a vlog / once again Uma Musume stream where we'll do a little bit of both. We might play more than one game. We might play a little bit of Uma. We might check out some old-timey ATS and see if it still works with my setup, or if I have to redo it. And if I have to redo it, I actually am at this point going to say that I'll probably just fully convert over the console once it comes out. For all I know, maybe ATS will come out January 1st. I doubt it's January 1st because it doesn't have a release date, but they said somewhere in first quarter, which could be January, February, or March. Could be any of those 3 months. It literally could be January 1st. I'm not saying it will be, but hey. The only thing I can't include in that vlog would be War Thunder, because, you know, War Thunder is on PlayStation. But, been here last 2 hours, finally got a break for lunch, just been trolling. Oh, nice, Crispy. Welcome, welcome. Nice. Teo, why? What? I'm okay with this. What happened, Farseer? Oh my god, Teo, why is the final race I add you? Oh! Yeah! We're starting the song over. No. See, this song talks about golden fire in it. You know what? This song is now appropriate. It may be about a dragon and not a horse, but it talks about golden fire and light. I think this is the appropriate victory song, what I just read in chat. Just imagine Goldship dancing and playing a violin in this song.
Her eyes ignite like the rising sun. A sorceress born, second to none. Black and gold, her scales burn bright. A queen of fire, the heart of night. Her power surges, a storm untamed. A force of will.
I will tell you after the song.
Claim.
Let the song decide.
But when she speaks, her words ensnare. A blazing beauty beyond compare. Oh, my dragon-born queen, mistress of flame, a sorceress bold, none can contain. Through fire and shadow, our hearts conspire. She's my black and gold love, my burning desire.
Top Gun hit a
Her
wall.
magic dances like a dragon's breath.
Like a NASCAR race.
A fiery force defying death. Her golden light through the darkness tears. Her strength a fortress, her love repairs. Oh, my dragon-born queen, mistress of flame, a sorceress bold, none can contain. Through fire and shadow, our hearts conspire. She's my black
It is
and
catchy.
gold love, my burning desire. In her arms Sometimes the fire feels right. Her warmth my shield through endless night. Together we burn the world our stage. A love eternal, untamed by age. Oh, my dragonborn queen, mistress of flame, a sorceress born, none can contain. Through fire and shadow, our hearts conspire.
All right. Oh, that was weird. Alright. So. Sorry, I just had to. Alright, so that's our closing song for tonight. But we have one more decision to be made. one more decision to be made. So, before I go. So, Sealy, let's have a discussion, shall we, about who is the superior horse? And let's see if you avoid your fate. So, who was it? Who is it? That's the best horse of all time? Who sits at the top of the throne? Who would that be? If Sealy can admit one thing, he can avoid his fate. Oh, no, that's no, you get one more try. You get one more try. You only get 2 chances at this. This isn't a 3 strikes, you fail. If you don't answer right in this next one, you best be understand you best be understanding that you're gonna be the Seal version of a battery commercial. Oh man, dedication, Sealy. Yep, see, there it is. Okay, so dedication. That was not the right answer. So dedication to I'll give you that. Yeah, you got dedication to the Uma that you prefer. But it has sealed your fate. Because you still won't admit it. You still can't see the gold around the edges. I will perish in murder. Still can't see the golden seams. So I hereby dub you as a permanent curse for the Uma side of things. You are now dubbed the Duracell. We now have the everlasting Duracell. Everyone saluted the new guardian and his existence. Duracell. It'd be D-U... What do you mean? It'd be D-U-R-A. I mean, I'll type it out, but I don't know how you can't spell it. Dura... Hold on. My keyboard's being an absolute tip. Alright, Duracell. Because you want it to be sealed like an actual animal seal. Instead, Duracell is trying to do Duracell. There you go. There's your new name. But I sent a GIF right now. Oh no! Oh no! What's gonna what I'm about to say? Marcia, take a pick and we're gonna have problems. Oh, that's great. Oh man, this has been a great vlog. I'm glad we did this today. It was the Uma vlog. Oh man. First year. Oh no, I already read that. I think everybody else is. It's just starting. We're starting to. Everybody's starting to head out. I think it's because we're not really doing anything now. Plus, also, I think my song might have freaked everybody out. No, I'm just kidding. I was tamer than the song I did last episode. My song actually is kind of cool, and you could actually probably play that as a romance song, and you know, especially if you have a girl who really loves like Skyrim. Boy, a girl like that probably love that song. The branding is finished, therefore my hatred has exponentially grown. Ah, good, good. Anyways. It's been a crazy end to the stream. I just kind of expected just to end it with the Dragon Queen song from D&D inspiration. Oh, Celia said something. No, I'd win. Yeah, see? Celia's getting it. See, now he gets it. He gets it. So you can't deny it, Celia. Can't deny it. The gold is a part of your veins. This is what Phenomeno feels like when Goldship is around. That's great, man. Like I said, Goldship is... You underestimated her too much, Celia. You should have never done that. Also, you should have also... I warned you one big thing, and I'm going to come back to this now that we're finally here. Full circle. What is this? What are you saying? Another one? Oh, man. So, let's come full circle to something real quick. So, I'm gonna say it again as something to give a shout out to the madness that follows us in the background. The harder you try to get away from the inevitable feelings. So I want to point out, I kept this a secret, but I want to say this now that this has happened, because now I just have to laugh because I didn't realize how ironic it was until it happened now. James made a gold ship at the same time you did. Oh, and as the final curtain pulls. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Oh, man, repeat that. James made a gold ship at the same time you did. See, here's the thing. I finally got James to embrace, right before you made that gold ship, that he was gold ship. It's like I said, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. I think that's funny because I didn't plan that. I just love it because I just feel like sometimes I do swear, even in my perspective. Sometimes I do swear, even in my perspective. that James just be like intervening in everyone's reality. Like actual Zeech, right? Sometimes I swear. That boy is literally Zeech. Oh man, yeah, exactly. This is what happens. Why am I excited? I'm still stuck with this. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you see, you dug your fate in a different way, Farseer and Celius. It's funny because it's funny because if you put Top Gun in War Thunder, no. But anyways, it's funny because it's almost ironic you both boned yourself in different ways. I sent you something again. I saw that. Oh, wait. Oh, Condor Pasa. What? Brick. Wait. It's not brick. Wait, it's wood house. Water to water. Man. I'm telling you though. Right now. If you ever... this just further proves... Further backs up my madness too, which is maybe not good. Look at that picture. It's like, which further backs up my madness may not be good. But, I'm telling you right now, bruh, at this point, I think I have narrowed down how, like, I almost taught myself. I'm going to break it into something real for a second before we end it. I think I've inadvertently, instinctively taught myself. Almost one would call it psychology, but on a miniature level. Like, not actual psychology by any means, but almost like a instinctual. I'm able to now pick up on the vibe and personality off of someone off of certain traits and things I can do and see through every interaction now. I've trained myself in this a long time. It's a trait I've learned for a while, mostly because of my disability. It's a protection thing. But I also do it just because it's fun. Let me read what this says. They'll break against this fortress like water on rock. Wait, are those hazard stripes? Looks almost like that warsmith has a Necron arm. Oh, that's the most visceral, appropriate, proper response like I've ever seen any Godsman have. Oh, holy crap. Does that say sanity? Oh, man. It's great stuff. I like how it's like hand-drawn. But it's like they did a good job with that. Instead of it being what's called insanity, and they converted this over. I'm not gonna say the words, but you know, this and that. Obviously, other horse girl. Yep, that's about how it is. The gold ship is running amok today, man. And he's not even present. I'm going to send you how Celia and Darius Total War 40k campaign will go if the Iron Warriors are at it. Oh, is that what that was? I missed that context. That's what I figured, because I knew that was an what's it called reference. But I was like, that is the most funniest. I've never seen this response. This is such a great picture. Oh, because it's like, yeah, you got some good support. Don't get me wrong. That's badass. this is no joke, right? But what he's describing is way worse. So that guardsman, it's like seeing a spider and you have arachnophobia. You just knew what it was when you heard it said out loud. Like, let's say you're an arachnophobia and you just instinctually know what a spider is, and you hear anyone say anything that remotely sounds like a spider. You're just like, oh! Wait! Alright, well, and then he's thinking about Grass Wonder. Why my brain? Special week. What are you doing? Okay. Okay. Where are all these coming from? This is how you know the internet. See, this is what the internet is good for. See, the internet has its bad... We don't have time to talk about my original subject I wanted to talk about for the vlog, but... The internet has its problems. But man, see, this right here is what makes it all worthwhile. Is the creation of these. It's like these things being created. Things like this. If you play both games, you'll get it more. And you probably do if you're a gacha player in general, because you probably play most gacha games. But... Wait, what? Hold on. Space over a cage. Also, I like that it's... If this isn't the epitome of what a Zeech cage basically is, it's technically got whole tons of gaps in it. But the trick is, you don't see these gaps. Zeech prevents you from seeing these gaps. And then what in the world? Wait a minute. Wait. Anyway. Boof. Bruh. Man. So just all the stonk memes. Anyways, good thing you closed the game. You don't want to see the club right now. What's wrong with the club right now? Did it explode? What's happening in the club? Everybody in the club. Everybody on the club. Such an old song. That was not the exact words. I was telling my age a little bit there with some of that. Oh, that's... What's happening in the club right now? Tell me before I go, because I do got to get off here. It's 9:30. I doubt I'm going to get coffee, but it's alright at this point. Oh! I get it now. El Condo Boss. Oh, what was the house one? Wait, was that a word for house? Oh, Casa! El Condor Casa! Okay, now those make more sense. I didn't see what it actually changed because I'm blind and I'm getting tired. But, excuse me, chat. Alright, we should wrap it up. I was gonna wipe something. Wipe it up, wipe it down, wipe the floor with them. Who knows? Let's see. Well, gonna end it on some Ashes of the Singularity. Two saying. If things can continue the way they do, we might end up in a war like that. Oh, 100%. Oh, if it's anything like what you described, oh, 100%. I sadly somewhat expect it. We don't have, once again, I wish I had time to go into that conversation, because that is something I want to talk about, but we'll have to save that for New Year's Day. But, 100%. Sadly, I'd hate to say how much I'm pretty sure about that outcome. Seeley said, because I don't want to see results of the race being shown in the club archive. What do you mean? I'd love to show the results. Ooh. Anyways, I'm gonna end it here anyways. I'm really out of it now. I'm really tired. So, we're gonna hold it up for here, and I'm gonna go and chill. If I can still get coffee, I'm gonna get some coffee and watch. I'm probably gonna chill for the rest of the night. I was gonna get on some War Thunder, but now it's a bit late. If I had ended at 8:30, like I was supposed to, probably I would have. But I think I'm gonna get on, just stay on YouTube, watch some Fowler, Makery Mischief, or some Babish for the chill for the night. I like to give a lot of shout outs in my vlogs because I watch a lot of stuff on YouTube. It's kind of, once again, being disabled. I get out of the house when I can, especially when I have the money. But sadly, I will say being disabled, and you get kind of cramped up in the house quite a lot. So yeah, I am on YouTube quite a bit. That's why I'm not against it, but I also think I do see some things developing, and why I think I want to talk about, since I'm so plugged into it, unlike some, other than Farseer and Seeley and probably Tam King. Tam King less so. Tam King's plugged in, but probably not as much as like me or Farseer. And what I mean by plugged in is like fully into the machine more so than most. But once again, if you want to know what I mean by that, we'll talk more about what that means New Year's Day. But either way, let's see. But I don't want to see the consequences of the decisions being shown on stream. You'll see them Wednesday. Wait, when is that? Hold on. Where's my calendar? You'll see it Wednesday, Seeley. Oh no, never mind. Thursday. Sorry, first. You'll see it You'll see it Thursday, Seeley. New Year's Day. I sent you one last thing on Discord. Let me see that real quick before I finish up my thought. What the heck? This one's way longer. Special Week was in shock, not because of Grass Wonder's wild what? Illogical proposal, but because she couldn't understand how someone bearing those unwanted tones could treat her as an equal. What? Huh? One damn, that's that's more horse relationship details than we probably needed. I mean, I'm gonna put this in the night. Wait a minute. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wait a minute. Are these two actually in real life were mates? I can't remember. Or no? Or are they both males? I cannot remember. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to say the wrong one backwards. Special Week IRL does not like chestnut-colored horses, and Grass was particularly on. So yeah. See, Special Week has a problem. Well, how could you ever hate that? This makes me sad. For the male or female version, I mean, dude, I'm not one of those that are afraid to admit it. There are dudes out there that are redheads who they carry that red really well. That's sad. Oh, they're both males. Okay. See, if it was a female, I was gonna make a joke, but okay. Well, knowing that, then it doesn't matter which side's which. I'm just gonna make this joke for what this would be technically. if you heard this, other than the tone part, you'd be like, that face isn't the face of someone that's not enjoying the fact that a redhead is talking to them. That's the face of, what am I looking at right now? Not for the color, but probably something else. Just gonna say. Yeah. That's a surprise, like, because I feel like you'd be more put off, like, who cares about the red? You'd be more put off by, well, it's another male, it's not a female. Or, it's like, what? No one should hate on the reds. I mean, be in special week shoes, where you're being reunited with a fellow racing horse, just to see grass having a bone, because grass, though it was mating, not a reunion. Thought it was mating, not a reunion. Well, yeah, but can't animals sense that? And I also think that sometimes, even during mating, that could have not even been grass's fault. That could have been whatever. We're talking about the real horse, by the way. That could have been the horse owner's thing, because I do know that This is not like this is held back, or it's not like it's illegal. They do kind of give them stuff to kind of jack up their happy time kind of opportunities. So they could have just had the dosage too high, as they say. Gave him one too many Viagra's. It's like from the horse owner and the trainer's perspective, you could argue that was probably their fault for that. Something probably was not planned as it should have been. Because animals usually they don't see each other the same way we see each other. At least not normally. Some animals do have this perspective, but very few of them. But even then, that being said, an animal's first instinct is scent. Like the smell. A male knows what another male smells like. The only thing I could also maybe ascertain, did they maybe put something on Special Week that made him smell, that overwrote his normal male, like, stallion smell that he would have as a horse? Like because you know how horse trainers like to be prim and proper with their horses, be all fancy with them, treat them like poodles. My money could also be on that maybe some sort of scent was throwing grass off because it wasn't normal. There's a lot that can go into that. These are actual, like, real life horses. We're not talking about, like, the anime. So, the anime would be probably, obvious other unusual reasons. But for the real life horse, my money's on some sort of issue with breeding time overlapping, or something they gave him to kind of help keep him in the breeding mode that kind of overlapped over to the race reunion accidentally because someone misjudged something. Or, once again, maybe it was a scent that caught his nose that overlapped and got masked and mistaken. I don't know. There's a lot that plays into that. Special Week looked like a mare. So that's why. So that means that's on Special Week's owner's fault. Okay, so it's the reverse then. So it's not Grass's owner who did that. That was Special Week's owner then. That means the owner of Special Week, if they're making him look like a mare, then something tells me they must have had some sort of scent on him that was probably perfume-like, but, horse-like. Because they're probably doing that for the fans, right? To make Special Week look more alluring for the fans. Make it draw in more money, more people to bet on the horse. This kind of thing. That's what it's for. But because of that, if there was any type of fancy scent that was being used to try to make Special Week more fun for the fans to enjoy, then that would have confused other horses. Because Special Week is a male. A stallion. So I do think that's on the owner's stupidity for that. And one could argue, what does that mean for the owners? Does that mean the owners are, yeah. That's all I would say. It's very strange. Why would you make your stallion look like a mare? I can understand why the anime makes all the male horses look like females in their own way. But why in real life? I don't know. That's something we'll talk about in the next one as well, I guess. If we remember that crazy conversation. Grass still whoops special week. I mean, yeah. Maybe he realized when he got close and I was like, that ain't no woman. He did like most straight guys would go like, oh, no, no. And then one out of pure spite. One could argue maybe Grass won literally out of pure spite that day. It's like, what you mean that's that? What? Why would you trick me like that? I'm winning this race just because of that. Or maybe Special Week was just a handsome horse. I mean, maybe, but most horses... But once again, most animals don't do the same gender thing. If you see another animal doing that with a... So, I'll use dogs actually kind of do this as an example. I think bulls do this too. But technically sometimes other males will... Other males. But that's in the animal kingdom. That's only for one purpose. It's for domination. It's to show that other male, I'm the leader of this pack. I get first dibs on all of them. You're second. It's like, that's just sadly the way nature is in that way. That's just nature at its finest when it comes to animals. Most animals have something like this. I think wolves are known to do this too. To a certain extent, especially alphas to the beta, to make sure that beta knows what it is. And it's like, so it is kind of strange, but let's see, Daiwa Major was more handsome than Special Week, and he had all the mayor's attention. He also got his sister Daiwa Scarlet's attention, which was weird. Well, once again, horses don't care about that. Or animals. We, as humans, won't do that. Because we know better. We're smart. We're sentient. We got the Uka man brain. But animals don't care about that. That's also something animals do not care. The same reasoning why people misjudge, oh, animals have same gender relationships as well. No, they don't. It's like, that is that animal dominating another animal to ensure that animal can never have its place above it. And this has nothing to do with anything else. And in the same argument to the other thing Farseer just mentioned, technically that could have happened. Hell, one could argue sometimes horse breeders will do that. Depends on the choices available for their star stallions. If their stallions don't have any better choices, or they can't buy any or trade any better choices in, then guess what that means? If you're still going to try to get at least one more generation out of him. I guess I hate to put it this way, but at that point you have to hope that that horse has a sister. And it's like, but that's with animal breeding, or especially professional animal breeding is that way. But it's only for sports. You wouldn't do this in anything else. And once again, humans don't do this because that's just terrible and stupid and nasty. And for us, this doesn't work like that, anyways. Even if it did, right? Like, even if it was okay, like our genetics even say, don't do that. Like, even science says we're going to frick ourselves up if we were to do some nastiness like that, right? But animals are a little different in that way. They kind of have to have that mechanic, because I do think that's for survival purposes. Now, I'm going to end this on this crazy note, because we're at late night at this point. I will say this, I'm not saying I was behind this would be, even I'd be like, I'd almost rather just let humanity expire and go extinct. But technically, if humanity had to, it could result on that for at least 2 generations safely. Just to save itself. Maybe 3. But you don't want that. That is no. We'll end up like the Lannisters. It's like, no. Only animals. They did that for Still in Love, and she went insane and had a load of attachment issues. And that makes sense. Once again, even animals probably know this to a certain extent. They may not have the same reasoning why we do, but there's probably even, once again, scent is everything. I learned, I'll let this be the last thing, I learned long ago that your nose is more powerful than you think. I mean, animals' noses, especially in certain cases, are even more powerful. But what all biological creatures who have olfactory senses, the ability to smell, have in common, we're able to smell genetics. I know that sounds stupid, and I don't mean that literally. It's not like I'm smelling the chromosome directly. I mean, in a way, I guess you could say you are, but you're not. At the end of the day, you're smelling what the chromosome is creating for the scent for that specific person or animal, for animal to animal, for the mate that is vibing with you. This is why people don't realize, yeah, we may seek even humans, we may seek our mates by our eyes to a certain extent, but that isn't the only thing. And it's not even just perfume either. Now, that also is the reason why perfumes and colognes exist, is to cheat the system. That's the whole point of it. But at the end of the day, technically without that, your nose knows better than your eyes do. Because it can sense and smell what's more genetically compatible with you as an alternative, as a mate from the opposite gender. This is how animals kind of can tell sickness and can kind of know when something is sick, even though they don't have the sentience or medical technology like humans do. And it's like, so... Reminds me of that movie about Hillbilly Indeed, or movie. And sadly, that's what it would end up being if it got out of hand. That movie you're talking about? I hate that movie. You're talking about Hills Have Eyes, I bet. It's a terrible movie. I sadly have seen it, and it is awful. Not just because of what it's representing, but oh my goodness, just you don't want, no, just don't watch it. Just don't watch it. I regretted ever seeing that dang movie. I wish I could remove it from my brain. It's one of those you never get back. One of the most terrible scenes I've ever experienced in movies happens in that movie. And I freaking will never remove it. No matter how much bloody soap I wash it off with. Ugh. Oh, wow! To be fair, if you're gonna scare your kid, that definitely is a good one. Because holy crud, especially if it's the first one. The second one's not that bad, because the second one's military. It's still terrible. They're both terrible. But I haven't seen the second one, but I've seen previews of the second one. That's all I cared to go for. I wasn't gonna take a chance twice. I'm not that stupid. But I definitely can tell you from the just slight snippets I've seen of that thing too. It's better, but still not great. Still got a pretty terrible thing from what I've heard in it and seen in like passing fancy. But when you watch it on YouTube of someone just reviewing it, all that stuff gets kind of cut out and you don't really get to see it firsthand. So, which is, on those cases, I'm glad, I thank goodness for censoring. I don't support censoring and everything, but sometimes it's needed. And it's like, but the first one, you want to scare your kids? Yeah, that one that'll scar them almost. Frick scaring them. You might scar them a little bit with that one. That movie was horrid. Didn't one of them have a truck with a harpoon? It did, but that's not what got me. It was the scene. I'm not going to break it down, but I'm going to tell you where it starts. It's the scene with where the family is at their camper, and the family from the hill descends upon their camper for the first time, and the two brothers cause problems for the family in the worst way possible. Like I said, just don't watch it. Just don't. Spare yourself the terribleness, the horridness, and then on top of the fact they're a bunch of cannibals. There's that too. Keep that in mind too. That's on top of the other thing. That's why that movie was, my goodness. Yeah, and that one too. Yep. Yeah, just don't watch it. Just don't. That's a movie worth avoiding. If you want to keep what little sanity we have left as humanity, do not watch that movie. Because I sadly know there's probably people like that out there. Not necessarily the direct version, but that mentality, yeah, I know that exists. That's what makes that movie actually all the worst. One could argue it's a good horror movie. Because, and I'll give it that, I may not like it personally, but as a horror movie, one can give it props of, yeah, it definitely hits the right spots of if you want the cringe, you want the scary, you want it to break your brain and your mental fear and down to another level. Yeah, that movie's gonna do that. And it's not gonna do it like jump scares and this. It's gonna mentally break you. It's gonna make you realize, yeah, this kind of depravity exists. And it's like, oh, and that's way worse. You watched all of them? I never watched all of them. I watched previews and reviews of the others. So I could get more tame versions. But man, they were not much better. It wasn't as bad as the first one, because like I said, I'm not going to say why. Not in this one anyways. If we want to talk, like if we want to iterate sort of in the next stream, but I'm not going to use the word. Because I only use that word in an actual serious note, like when I was talking about my past. That's also why that movie hits a chord. It brings up a little bit of scarring that I have on me, as far as mentally. It triggers that a little bit. So my brain goes, woo, frick off, no. And I'm like, it just makes me want to dive into that movie and tear that brother's spine out his ass. Because it doesn't matter, lady, guy, whatever, it's just, I'm not okay when movies push a certain topic. I'm not. That's all, I'll leave it at that. But, like, that's to break it down as much as I can for this one. Well, if anyone wants to avoid that movie, I'll talk about it next time and we won't talk about the actual act, but we'll talk about the depravity around what it represents and why that movie, in my opinion, I don't mind cringe movies, but I think there's a certain extent at some point even my brain goes, yeah, no, that's depravity for the sake of depravity. That's kind of why I don't play Outlast Trials as much as like Tam King and Lamido. I know they want me to play it more with them a lot, but I'm like, I don't know. That game, I like DBD. This is where I've realized where my limit lies. Like, I like dark stuff, but even I still, which is a good thing, have my points where I go, yeah, we've breached into a level. I'm like, no, we're cutting that off. And it's like the anti-hero in me's not okay with this. Because that turns into villain territory instead of anti-hero. And that's where my brain knows where the difference is. Because Outlast kind of feels like that as a game. The first one's not too bad because that one's more of you surviving psychos. So that one I'm more okay with because it's you living and trying not to get caught by these crazy creatures. But in the new one, it makes you do certain things, and I'm like, nah. So, I mean, he did let you watch an 18 plus movie, just the worst one possible. But that was on purpose. Like I said, I get why he did that. Like, that's, ironically, I mean, I don't know if I'd use that one. But, ironically, it's shock therapy is what that is. He didn't want you to get sucked into it too easy, because he didn't want it soft-handed. He didn't want you to soft-hand your way into 18 plus, because he knew if that happened, he knew what that meant. And most, especially for young lads, it means pretty much one thing most of the time. And so, so he wanted to kind of shock therapy you a little bit, kind of delay that scratching that itch, is the nicest way to put it. So, that was the craziest way to do it, but hey, it worked, I guess. I mean, Seeley seems pretty good to me. Oh, talking about DBD, they're sadly removing Michael. Oh, I heard about that, because they lost the license to him. I do think that's going to happen at some point with some of the killers in general. Which one could argue that's why DBD is now starting to add more and more and more. Because I think they realize they may have to replace them. Or they'll just have to buy the licenses back later. It is kind of weird that they didn't buy it back. Maybe the studio that owns Michael just didn't want to resell it back out. Maybe they're done with Michael and want to close the IP down for good. And they don't want to keep reminding people of him, so they keep having to make products for it, I guess. Is probably the case. Since the company has that say. So. But either way. The first collab is so sad he's ending like that. Yeah. It was the first. It definitely was. And that's what I feel like a lot of the collabs eventually will have to suffer from that. But that's why I think they're starting to add new killers. Like new versions of flat default. Like default killers. Because they know that these aren't forever. Like Freddy, the Alien, any of these. So I guess we'll see what happens with DBD. But that back to, I will say that is my last thing. I want to use that to kind of compare where my limits were real quick. See, I'll play DBD, and some people even think I'm crazy playing that, right? Like, I like Dead by Daylight. But that's because it's goofy, even though it's brutal. It's not really serious. Plus, we have to really argue with ourselves here. Even though it's brutal, I don't think any of those people are really dying. I mean, you can hook someone 3 times. In real life, if you put someone on a meat hook like that, that's in that game, in real life, yeah, if they get off it the first time, they ain't surviving a second. It's like, but that's my point to that. It's not real. It doesn't sit in a place that can really mess with the brain and make you feel like you're doing something actually truly kind of bad. Because it's, oh, you played a killer, you're depraved. I'm like, 1, it's a video game. And 2, unlike Outlast, it's not making me feel like it's doing this to force me to do it. I'm just playing characters from other movies and horror movies that I enjoy. Or default characters made by the lore from the fog of the what's it called. So I'm like, yes, you can't. They're not even the same fruit. It's like, sure, you could argue, oh, but it's still dark and he's still a killer and it's like, yeah, on that brass level, sure, they're the same. But you know, DBD, and I'll put this lightly because it's Sunday. I'm gonna say this nice as I can. And I'm going to tell Tam King this the next time I say him. This is nothing against Tam King or Lumito, but I just don't think I'm going to be playing Outlast again. Because it did something or had me do something that I was not okay with. I was fine with it up until that last bit. And it's like, until the last bit, which was at the very end, and I'm going to tell you the level of a chapel level, so a church level. It has our characters and this is not going to sound too bad overall until I give you the context of what it's representing. And now there's a bunch of men, they're not real, but there's a bunch of mannequin kids in the papal stand sitting down in the building, observing what I'm about to do. So, at the very end, a guy comes out strapped to a certain object of holy nature, as I will not demean it with that game and say its true name and demean it using that game because of what I believe in. It's just me. But he's strapped to a certain holy object and is hoisted above a table. And the mission for this mission is to saw off his legs and drop them into the plate on the table. Now, if you know your belief and your faith like mine that I have rekindled, this should disturb you. Because of what this represents. And I'm telling you right now, I'm glad I don't stream that game, and I'm glad I decided and my instincts were right not to touch that one. Yeah, I didn't tell them this. I just kind of got off the game after that. I was like, I'm just going to take a break. But I had a visceral reaction to that, and I just like, no. Because that touches me on a deep level, kind of like the other thing from Hills Have Eyes, where that's just, what is that? That's depravity on a level that's reached too high. It's fine if it's a movie. That's why Hills Has Eyes gets away with that, and it's fine with that, even if it's a touchy subject. It's a movie. It's technically sitting in the spot where you don't have to go see it. You don't have, and you're not doing it yourself. Even if you see it, yeah, you're going to be disgusted by it, but you didn't do it. The thing on the screen did. You just sadly got to see it. So, let's say, but that's all. I'll leave it at that for that. But yeah, I'm gonna let them next time they ask, because I've went ahead and deleted it. But I'm just gonna let them know. I decided I'm not gonna play that game. I went ahead and deleted it for space. I did it for War Thunder, to be fair, but fair trade. Because I'd much rather play War Thunder. But let's see, Farseer, I don't know if you realize that data crystal thing is exactly the Orishnium is doing in the Earth Knights. We're going to leave it on the Ashes too. The Post-Human Coalition also uses autonomous armies, because who is in their right mind would fight for that, for the faction turning the planet into a data crystal. Ah. There's a reason why I told you I prefer DVD over Outlast Trials. I mean, I thought it was going to be bad, but here's what I thought. I thought because it's related to Outlast, all we had to do was escape. I was never going to play the killer side in Outlast, because I knew that would be too fricked up to... No. Like, But I thought maybe the survivors, kind of hashtag survivors, they're no more innocent with the way that game plays. Once you see what... And I kind of figured that out on the first level, but I didn't know how bad it was going to get. Because on the first level, it's just a normal prison, police station kind of level. But I kind of figured out on that level alone, just from the theme that was going on with the doctor and what he's doing to your character and how he's breaking your mind, you were going to be doing something bad, even as a survivor. So, yeah. But that second level, I was like, yeah, nope. I'm good. Yeah, but those don't give you rock cancer, just normal cancer. Biological entities store their information assimilated in the universe till it covers the entire planet further. Is that similar to that data crystal thingy? But alright though, but I'm gonna end it here. It's 10 o'clock. I'll drink coffee in the morning. I know there's no way I'm having coffee this late. Because I would need help, and I'm pretty sure a certain someone's probably asleep by now. Or starting to fall asleep, so my mom, who's my nurse. She's probably out by now, so I think I'm gonna just chill tonight then. Drink some more, pour me another soda. That's why I'm also drinking coffee more. You know what the irony is? I've realized I think coffee can actually get me away from soda to a certain extent. Not fully. I'll never not drink soda, to be fair, sadly, at this point. I think I'm just to that point. But I can at least offset it with some good coffee and drink some good coffee throughout the day. But I mean, everyone has their limits. Gore is not really what gets me. It's the theme behind the gore. See, theming is what gets me. And then, of course, a certain subject that, beside the one I just told you that's faith-related, that one's specific. That's what made me go, no. And I'm like, but if it's also the other subject from The Hills Have Eyes, yeah, that one also is a hardcore, like, whoa, red stop, whoa. Like, if you're gonna make me deal with that kind of situation, you need to make me the person who's going to be able to destroy the thing that did it. That's how I accept that one. Like, I'll be okay with those things that happening to like, if my character's not doing it for one, and if I have a chance to save the other character who's the victim in that situation, or even further, if sadly I can't save them, I get to avenge them. Because you will see the spawn in my blood come to the surface. You will hear words and see things. Like, this is why I've always tried to keep myself out of those scenarios with people who are like that, real life or otherwise, when it comes to that subject, because of what happened to me when I was young. Because, man, you will see a version of me no one has ever seen. And if you had a red cape and a battle armor, man, it's gonna be messy. It's like, but anyways. Heck, they turned the moon into that stuff. Like, I get gore horror factor and all. But Outlast makes the entire identity. It gets to the point, if it's just gore. I mean, it is. It's everything. Technically, what it is that what you're experiencing is Outlast is just dialed up to level 10. It's at max level to the point that it hurts. Like, it's almost too much. And I actually think that's why I think the game didn't do too good. Granted, it's got a lot of people, which, I don't know what that means, really, if you think about it. At the end of the day, it's got a frick ton of people who have #ascended in that game. It means just the prestige. But the prestige means you went through the whole game. Keep that in mind. So, and there's like, I forgot the number. It's stupid. It's like, it's way higher than I'd like it to be for how many people actually completed that game. But anyways, let's see. Let me read. Oh, right. First here, I forgot to mention in the IS for the Seaborn. It is said he assimilated the entire universe of Arknights into one biological Seaborn. It got lonely and birthed a new universe. Oh, wow. Another similar... Crispy said another similar to The Hills Has Eyes is the last... Oh, I've seen that one, too. Well, once again, regrettably. It's like, I like horror movies, but then here's the thing, you don't go... Except for one... There's one I do know I've never seen, and it's on purpose. There's one horror movie I will never, and I won't even say its name, because I will not grace it with the luxury of being known to anyone. There is one out there. I avoid like the plague, and you will get absolutely slapped by my foot or my chair and breaking your leg. You try to get me to watch that movie. Things are going to happen that are not good. But yeah, Last House on the Left is also kind of a... I don't know which one's worse in that case, but neither of them still hold a candle to the one that I will not say the name Human centipede's gross, but that's different. That's not the type of gross that sets me off. It's just nasty in general. It's just Nurgle based, and I just don't like it because it's Nurgle. I won't touch anything Nurgle just because it's bleh. But that's technically not as, I mean, in comparison, still not as bad. Like, I'd rather see that over the Hills Have Eyes. I don't know what, I think I know what you might mean, whatever movie that is. It sounds like something that's coming to my brain, but I might not have seen that. Don't know. Like I said, yeah. But yeah, the other movie I will not mention, I came across it on YouTube. Thank goodness it was YouTube. And not like a movie I thought I was going to watch. Because I thought maybe it'd be a cool little suspenseful horror movie. No. That was a depraved horror movie. Much like Hills Have Eyes, it does not have a good ending. It ends with the villain winning. And the worst type of villain of all of existence. Even compared to Hills Have Eyes. At least in Hills Have Eyes, the family, you could argue, is so depraved and been inbreeding for so long that they're probably long lost their conscience. Like, they forgot what it is to be human long ago. But in that one that I will not say the name, that is a real life, based on a real life event. And it's based on a real life terrible, terrible creature. Walking around in a human skin. Now, luckily that person doesn't exist anymore. I know that's not probably nice to say, but if you knew what that person did to other people, probably more, yeah, you'd be glad too. And that one was real. Wait, say, wait, gonna end it with some Abrams news for a palate cleanser. What is it? Yeah, let's do that. Then we'll talk more about this stuff next time. We'll talk more about the technology stuff I want to talk about and other things. Wait, gonna end it with some Abrams news as a palate cleanser. House of a Thousand Corpses or Texas. I mean, both of those are fine. Those are zombie movies. One's a chainsaw killer. I mean, that's technically did happen. But even then, that's still on the level of Hills Have Eyes. It has its reasons and limits why that one's more acceptable. As far as crazy, psycho horror movies are concerned. But that one, that thing just should not exist. If it was to spread awareness as far as like, which maybe that's what it's for, but that's one of those like, why would this movie exist other than to scare your children? So it's like, to never go off without me. As your parents, as near from away from their parents. It's like, bruh. You see, YouTube hit it. But I was saying there's a new Abrams variant with HEGMs on its turn. Ooh, that's terrible, but awesome. Terrible for anything fighting it, but that's kind of amazing. I may repeat, do you think Elden Ring has a balanced amount of body horror? You said Elden Ring? The game? I mean, yeah. Does people consider that game scary? I didn't know that. I mean, I've seen some Elden Ring. I've never played it myself. But I've watched someone else play it. I don't know. I guess it is body horror now that I think about some of the model designs. I guess that's true. Yeah, Callie, and I know who you're talking about specifically, but I guess there is a little bit more of it than I think if you look at some of the monsters' designs. Okay, maybe. But still, yeah, I didn't even notice that hardly, so that shows you it's not that high a level. It's not enough to jar the brain. It's probably, Godric the Graft into it, yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, you'll notice it if you look upon it long enough, probably. But that's how you know when it's good. That it's jarring enough to make you go, man, that don't look good. But it doesn't yank you out of your head. Then to which one? To what, Celia? Silence of the Lambs, the girl with the dragon tattoo. I've seen those. But those are all pretty normal. Well, in horror aspect, normal. Even if they are about cannibals. Okay. I'd have to look it up. I mean, do you really want to know, Celia? I mean, I can just break it down next episode. I'm not going to do that in this one. I ain't going to plague this episode with that. I can break down what it's about. I just don't want to give it any... I really don't want to give it any clicks, either. I really just... I don't want to spread that thing. And it's like, I mean, unless you're trying to scare the absolute beepers out of yourself as far as real life monsters, and I don't mean boogeymen or werewolves or things that could be real as far as like hashtag. No, real life human monster. Trust me, it is. Now, they do a good job of, from what I've seen, I'll give it one thing that it's got going for it. The scene itself that's in question, that's terrible in it, at least doesn't have the angle that Hills Has Eyes have. Like, in Hills Have Eyes, you can still tell, sadly, what's going on, but, yeah, it's still worse, even with a better camera angle and something where you're kind of getting a assumption of things. But it's oof. It's like, so it's, yeah, Well, you say that, but Hills Have Eyes is still within the realm of fiction to a certain extent. Remember what I said about that movie. The movie I am referencing is based on real life. Kind of like Texas Chainsaw, but at least with Texas Chainsaw, you know, that was more of an open, crazy, intense situation. Whereas in this one, there's no telling how many people that creature probably got. Because I would have to type it in Discord, and I'd have to do it after anyways, and I have to look up the exact name so I don't betray the wrong thing, because I don't want any other side versions of this coming up, or any other ones coming from it, but I've been watching Mr. Balin on some cases. I mean, maybe. You might have passed by it at least once for all I know, but without saying it on stream, I can't tell. I just recently saw one of Netflix. I think I know what it is. You see, it is on Netflix. See, yeah, Crispy, I just don't say it because you might know. See, I think, so Sealy has maybe come across it. I think Crispy knows. Because it is actually on Netflix. Because, once again, it's kind of a documentary in a way. It's not real people. It's meant to represent real people who lived in real life during the incident. For the victim and the creature. That's all I'm going to call him. That thing ain't human. I don't care in real life or not. That's when you get to that level, you left any inkling of humanity behind. So that's an animal. That's where, and I'll give a quick shout out before I get ready to end it. That's where me and the Gold Man agree on certain things, because I know people like that exist. And those are the people why we need to be harsher in some cases and why they're becoming more common. Why things like this are becoming more likely. Because we have had a soft hand far too long. Type of dude Dexter will have a mark on. Probably. To be fair, yes. I've seen that show too. Ironically, yes. I do think the PKK of real life, aka Dexter, would probably go after this guy. I would be fine with that. Like, once again, this is one of those scenarios. That type of person, they deserve the worst of the worst. I don't care what anyone thinks. If you knew what that guy did, you'd be wanting him basically strung up. In the worst way possible. Anyways, we're going to end it there. We're going to leave it for tonight before we get off on another tangent. It's already 10:21. I talked for another hour, as always. It's a vlog. It happens. I'll just drink coffee in the morning. But it's definitely. I just think that, yeah. I assume if you saw that guy in person, the eyes will have I assume you saw that guy in person. The eyes they will have will tell you. I mean, the Bates Motel is a good example of one, too, that's pretty rough. That one pushes the limit. But that's not the one I'm talking about, though. That one, even then, is still, once again, even though that's still realistic and based on something that technically is real, that's still not as bad. See, because there's something innate within us that I feel like if you see their eyes, oh, you're gonna know. You're gonna know when someone gets to that level that they've gone to the human, or they've gone almost animalistic with their behavior. I mean, certain videos that's been released of certain drama going on. I won't mention it in this one. We might touch on it in the next time. Even though both sides are guilty, in my opinion. There's a certain level of drama that that's going on the YouTube, or not YouTube, the internet space with two specific young lads that involves a car. And I'm like, look at the driver's eyes. You ever want an example? Go find that video that's just recently happened. And I don't support either. By the way, I want to put that directly clear on my perspective. I may agree with some things the gold agrees with, but not in this case. Because the problem, in my opinion, is in those situations, you only get to see part of it. No matter which, because here's the thing, both are guilty, both look like animal crap heads, who have no place in what's going forward in our future. It's like, because they're both part of the problem. And it's like, so, do you know, let's see, because there's, it's like, do you know what I'm talking about? It's like an uneasiness. Yeah, you'll feel it. You'll feel it even just looking at a person, even in a video. I can feel it from looking at the driver of that car. Now, the guy on the outside's not much better. Felt it from him, too. But that should tell you that's a problem, okay? When it gets to be where there's no innocent on either side, it's reached a very dangerous level. And I do think that's something like, that's, once again, it comes to, we're going to be talking about all of this, because it ties into the same thing I wanted to talk about today, but we'll have to say for next episode, or next vlog, about the connection to the internet. Being plugged in too damn much. Let's see, reopen the asylums? Oh, 100%. I mean, that's the safer option. If you wanted to be kind of nice about it. But it's one of those things that I'm going to say this, and this is the nicest way I can put it. If the animal inside the car is willing to run over the animal outside the car, just as much as the animal outside the car is wanting to get inside to hurt the animal inside the car, then both animals need to be put down. Because both are rabid. And both are poisoning the water and destroying this place. Like, I get the perspective, once again, if you had someone being crazy like that on top of your vehicle. Sure, you're probably gonna push them off, as they say. But you also need to know, once again, it's all about instinct. It's all about knowing people and what you're seeing unfold in front of you, not just reacting to it. And it's like so you can tell the one inside the car is just as evil as the one outside the car. So allow Peter to run the assault. Yeah, it's not 100%. It'd be funny. Actually, it'd really be bad. Actually, would be kind of funny. But I know it's harsh, but it's bad. Like I said, I've seen some stuff. I know the overall average person isn't like this because average people aren't connected like those two crazy little goons. But it's like. And it's like, but it still doesn't make me feel any better about certain things. Like, I'm glad that there is a majority still that we're all mostly normal. But man, it's starting to get a little high in the number of how many crazies we're allowing to just exist on the street. Just saying. And so, oh, I got a friend request on EA. That was weird. I don't even play my EA anymore. His name was Sweaty. But anyways, alright, chat. Let's see. Hold on, wait a minute. Sealy said, I felt it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good example. I was reading Sealy's first, but I'm going to read both. So Sealy said two things. It's the same instinct you get when you're in a place that's usually noisy, but then it becomes silent. Now, if you know your nature, or if you watch Roanoke, or both, or you watch outdoor videos in general. But, the one thing that's true in nature, and let me read the next part before I iterate on this before we end. I felt it before in Central America. There was a place, although empty, was triggering some mini warnings for something I can't see. I urged my parents to leave immediately. It's like an impending doom. It's actually impressive in how horrific our brain has adapted to such a point where it can tell that an environment feels wrong, even when nothing seems wrong. You are 100% correct. That is your survival instinct. Every human is wired with it. Well, most humans are wired with it. I'm making a joke. Every human is wired with it, but most people turn it off and switch it off. Early age influences other things, and it stops existing. That's good that you still have that. Never lose that. Always make sure you're attached to the real world in that way, because most people who don't have this instinct, this is why they can't tell the difference between good and bad anymore, is because they've become fully part of the machine. Once again, we'll talk more about that later, but their humanity has been absorbed. So, and this is on all spectrums. We're not talking about just one group suffering from this. So, but it's the same thing. When you're attached to real life more and you're out and you're not just living inside the machine and you let your body be what it's supposed to be, disabled or not in my case, it was built to do certain things naturally. No matter what your genetics are, who your parents were, or whatever, you may have certain things you're going to have better because of your genetics, depending on this, that, which there's another video we're going to actually react to, we didn't get to tonight, that I actually do want to talk about, that has reached a level of stupidity I am uncomfortable with, and it must be discussed. And if I could send this video to Roanoke and have him shame this video as someone who's a fan of Roanoke's channel, because I know he would flip a lid if he saw this video, if he hasn't already, and he just doesn't want to touch it. Maybe he just doesn't want to gas that fire any more than it already as stupidly is. But I heard one of the dumbest things said about genetics recently, and that's all I'm going to say. I'll talk about more of that later, but not in this episode. But that being said, that feeling, that instinct, when you're more connected to actual life around you, and not just the screen, you are programmed through genetic, hundreds of years and thousands of years, to be fair, of genetic survival instinct. And some say, oh, it's like foresight. It's not really foresight, because once again, as most people probably didn't know about the nose can smell mates. You know what else it can do? It can also smell fear. It can also smell... And you don't smell this. This is not like you're getting an odor from this. This is where I think the feeling is replacing the odor. I think both eyes, and also eyes, we'll get to that in a minute too, how the eyes learned over the thousands of years, learning from predators hunting us in the jungle, or in the woods, or in bushes, and things like that. Our bodies, when you allow it to and you take care of it, our body is naturally designed to be able to detect this, both in other humans and also in wildlife. And technically the environment. Because everything gives off we'll get to the signature energy, anything you could call it. And I don't mean energy like woo energy. Oh, it's got power. No, I mean like vibrations. Everything has a frequency. And it's like, so our bodies, probably genetically, and this is something I'm a novice on, that I would not be able to explain as good as someone like Roanoke, who I watch, could explain this. But our bodies basically are pre-wired and programmed in certain ways where they know their environment. They can feel it almost. It's like it's already a part of them. So what you were feeling in Central America was your body must have picked up on a signal. It was either, it could have been multiple. It could have been all three. It could have been one. Could have been two. Could have been one was speaking louder than others. Was it like, and now, I know people say it could be witches and stuff, but let's hold off on that for a second, and I'll tell you why. Now, one could argue it could be supernatural. Now, my belief, being faith in the faith I have, I believe it to be the Father up above sending you a warning message. But from we're looking at this from only the science standpoint for the moment. From a scientific standpoint, however, it is more likely what happened is so, example, one of them is eyes. Your eyes are trained to dart back and forth fast when in a stressful situation. Once you see something, and here's the thing, you may not see it. You physically. And what I mean by, and I don't mean ghost either. I'm not talking about ghost or anything like that. I'm talking more about, let's say there's an animal in the bushes that you, by the naked eye, to you physically cannot see. Meaning to you, your physical eye, you're just seeing a bush that may look slightly off to your brain. But what your brain knows that you do not know, because it was trained in this. Hold on. Let me word it in the city. Wait, what I miss? You missed the example I gave that was close to home. Hold on. Okay. Let me word it in a way, in this way. If your neighborhood goes quiet in the daytime, don't go outside. That's true too. That would be a good point. I mean, in the human level of that same predator-like instinct to sense a predator nearby, that would be the same. That's the dark forest. If you heard your entire neighborhood go just, and in the middle of the day, not nighttime, everybody's probably asleep. But it's like where everyone's normally moving, you're hearing cars out on the road near around your neighborhood. If that just stops, you need to hide. And that's in the woods too. And that's the same rule you would follow in the woods. If you hear the birds stop a chirping, you hear the crickets stop a cricking, you get the frick out, but not fast. Because if it's an animal, running is going to trigger it. It already sees you. If you are already that deep into where you're hearing silence in a woods, you're in the predator's hunting grounds. Pun intended. But now you are now near an animal that has now triggered all the animals to go quiet because they don't want to be eaten. But you're there. So the tip for this, now I'm not an expert, do not take this, but for a grain of salt, this is what I've learned from other tip videos I've watched from outdoor stuff. And this wouldn't work for me because I'm in a wheelchair. I'm pretty sure I would have a different reaction to the animal because I look different, way different. I'm something the animal's not going to be used to. So it might trigger a survival instinct it normally wouldn't be triggered. Because it's like, what the frick is this robot? Right? So, but it's like, but that being said, when you hear the forest go silent, you need to slowly get your butt out of that area. And let me to get in, and my aunt is deeply connected with church and God, so I take it to heart. I mean, that makes sense. I could see that from the faith standpoint, and I'm not going to hate on that, because like I said, I believe certain messages from my faith come from the Father above as well, for me. So I do have on my own self, have a bit of science and faith that comes to both. So I believe probably in certain things, probably some wouldn't, but just looking at it from just for everybody's purposes, from scientific alone, your brain definitely picked up on, no matter whether it would, let's actually put it this way, for everyone's intensive purposes, even if it was something supernatural, your body saw it before you did. Your eyes probably saw it before you did. Whether it be an animal in the bushes that your eyes that are trained after millions, or I say millions, thousands upon thousands of years of instinct saying there's something in those bushes. I saw that, but I didn't physically see it. Your brain's now going to send you signals that's going to scare you on purpose. You see, apparently the witches stalk houses and climb on roofs and rattle iron bars on the windows to get in. And your aunt is deeply connected with your church and God, so I take it to heart. Yeah, that makes sense. I usually don't consider paranormal stuff. It's just from what my aunt has told me and with her being deeply religious, I take it more serious, It makes sense. I mean, she is an elder. She's lived in that area longer. And to be fair, here's other things I could not know. That witch could be a very physical thing. And I don't mean witches and witchcraft necessarily. But remember what I said about what's the scariest creature on the planet? It's not an animal. But when it turns crazy. When a human goes mad, they can become things. This is what I think skinwalkers are too. And I'm not afraid to say that because to me, one, not only my faith, obviously, but I also, to me, think that skinwalkers are technically rabid humans. If they do exist, I think that's what they are. So one could also argue that this is the same principle for a lot of, I've said this for ages. Humans have a reason why they have things. Even Roanoke said this in his last video I watched. Big shout out to him, by the way. I know people have heard me say it a lot, Roanoke Gaming. He's a pretty cool dude. He does a lot of horror movies and breaks them down whether they can be real or not and what's actually affecting the characters and what's going on and what the creature is technically. And if it's real or more fantasy driven. But he even said recently, no matter whether you think it's real or not, here's the truth of one thing. if enough humans, and this is something he even said, he even said, take this with a grain of salt. Because it's not like I'm saying, he said it before he said it, it's not like I'm saying Bigfoot is real before I say this. But I want to put it plainly to people. If there's enough humans in an area who are coming up with some sort of folklore to scare people with, that's something we've been doing since we were young as a species. That's to protect us against larger creatures and predators and animals and other things that we don't understand. So take this with a grain of salt as well as I say it as well. If you live in, so I'll give you the example he was covering, the Jersey Devil. That's from the Pine Barrens in the United States. The realisticness of that creature, and this is going to scare you, the realisticness of that creature, unlike Bigfoot, actually is more likely. I'm not going to talk about why and why he went into why it could be tonight. We'll talk about that at different times as an example, but just always know, even if the creature itself is over-exaggerated, like dragons. Why is there dragons for every religion across the board who didn't talk to each other thousands upon thousands of years ago? How did they all come up with the same creature, but different versions? So see what I mean? That in its own right may not mean that dragons themselves are real, but something was. Something killed humans that made them do that. Always remember, stories are born, especially folklore stories, other than maybe some AI-generated ones now, because modern era and all that, but most folklore stories that are like local, like stories that are spread by locals, not like things that are just created on the internet. Kind of like Siren Head's the difference in this. This is why creepypasta is different from true folklore. Folklore is based on towns that came up with these things long before the internet ever existed. So you have to question yourself, how and why is that the case? So, whereas like Siren Head and things that are more recent and things like that are more creepypasta, even Jeff the Killer to a certain extent, even though he's based off of probably a real killer, that's still technically more fantasy versus an actual warning. So if she probably lives in one of those areas. Your family does. So, like I said, there's always a reason why people come up with these things. There could be a tribe of crazy humans out there who maybe do believe there are witches out there who are terrorizing homes in her land, in your family's land or area or region. Once again, the simplest but most scariest option is usually always the thing you're not expecting, but is also the most realistic. Let me say one thing about humans. A certain group refuses to accept prey has eyes on the side. Predators have eyes on the front. And where are our eyes facing? Forward. Well, that's because it's the same reasoning, and I'm getting kind of long-winded now, but I'll say this. That's probably from the same people who are pretending genetics don't exist. Now, we'll talk about that video. It's technically pertaining to something more touchy, with like racism and all this, that's going on and that's resurfaced in the world that was more peaceful and gone when I was younger in the 90s. As I've said many times, as someone who actually lived in the reality, not on the internet his entire life. I guess I should save it, but and it's like, but it's the same. It's the same people. It's got to be the same principle, or the same mental attitude. That's a mental attitude that just refuses to accept what's in front of them because their brain has been programmed to say that's not real. It's not actual opinion. A certain someone covered a video on that recently as well. The Gold Man himself. It's actually a pretty recent video. But if you want to check it out on his channel first. But why? It's like I'm talking about people who said humans are meat eaters, who are not meat eaters. Oh, that's just stupid. Once again, that's the same logic of people who were pretending genetics have nothing to do with anything. Now, they're arguing for a different reason, but my way to prove them wrong would be something way easier than the argument these two back and forth dum-dums are having. The simple argument is my existence. If genetics didn't play a part in anything and have nothing to do with anything, whether it be skin color or anything else, or in my case, disability, because I have a genetic disability that only happens when certain genes happen with each other. So if genes don't fucking matter, then why do I exist? Answer that! This is why I will admit, this is the one thing I do, why I love myself. And I don't mean that in a prideful way, more than I used to. Because I realize I am the ultimate good luck trying to get that above me. Because you're going to try to come at me with that story, and my existence itself is going to prove you a liar. I won't even have to say a word, just sit there. And let every scientist who exists on this planet look at that and go, yeah, and this woman thinks that genes don't play a part. But anyways, let's read Seeley's comments. Yeah, it's not magic like witches. Like, they act like skinwalkers too, actually, from what she's described. The type of magic they use is more akin to voodoo, which, once again, that makes sense. If you look at voodoo's history, it actually kind of plays. There's a reason. I don't want to get too deep into that well, because that's going to touch on some things that may actually get some daggers thrown at me a little bit. But we'll talk about that another time. If the cow eats the grass and I eat the cow, does that make me a vegan? No. You still eat meat. Sure, you got the nutrients from whatever the cow ate, technically, to a certain extent, because that's how that works. That's why we eat meat in the first place. And it's like, that's kind of why humans kind of are omnivores, where we eat both veggie and meat. Because that's what a true human's supposed to be. It's supposed to be both. Veggies and meat. We've got the grindy teeth for veggies, but we've got just enough canine tearing ability as long as we cook our food to be able to eat meat. Because the argument why a lot of people say humans are supposed to be vegan is because of our teeth are flat. Technically, herbivores have flat teeth, predators have sharp teeth. But we have both, once again, and our eyes are facing forward. So my brain's like, I'm pretty sure if nature, even if you don't put faith into this at all, pretty sure nature wouldn't have given us that design if it didn't intend our species to be hunters. Just saying. Cows also eat meat. That's true. I don't think many people know that, though. Show a cow baby birds and you'll see an empty nest. I mean, that's true. That's because they're soft enough. I hate to say that. It's like, and because the cow's esophagus can handle the chicken bones, and they're gonna be softer than baby birds or baby chicks. It wouldn't be chickens, whatever bird. It doesn't really matter. But you are right. You put unless that cow has grown up around other animals. Yeah, it's probably gonna eat them. Also, you missed what I say. So, more than what Farseer said. What's the reason is that we have uncanny valley. The uncanny valley thing, it creeps me out, honestly. Ah, okay. Yeah, it is 10:49. It's 10:50. We need to get out of here. But, alright, chat. I'm going to end it there. Once again, I can talk about these things for hours. Actually kind of give you what little insight I do have on my own. I will never say I'm an expert of any kind, because To me, unless I have properly trained in that field, I don't like to use that word. Now, for video gaming, I'll use that word. Robotics, I'll use half of that word. But it's like... Deers also eat meat. Yeah, I know. They've been known to munch on other carcasses of other animals and stuff. It's not common. Most deer and most animals will probably, and most people don't realize, technically most veggie eaters are somewhat omnivorish to begin with. And there is, once again, we don't have time to explain it, a reason in nature for that. It may not be their predominant diet. Like, you're not going to see deers constantly going and hunting gazelle and eating gazelle like the lions. Or eating the things that are killing the deer. Or eating us. Unless there's already a dead human, then maybe. But, you know. Farseer, not only are skinwalkers present in most stories and mythos across the planet, we also have that uncanny valley effect. Which, yeah, I do know what that implies. And see, and that's why I think my theory, and this is why I think it's so widespread. Even though I think the internet has blown it up a lot more than it was, I do think there is some truth to the creature known as the skinwalker. But not as a mythos creature, but as more of, I guarantee you, 100% without a doubt, that's a bunch of either rabies-infested humans that got caught, or have been dead, or live in certain regions. And because the more you live in the wilderness, so I don't mean this in a mean way of any kind, like countries who have to live in more of a third world society type situation, especially if it's against their will, like drug areas, like drug lord controlled regions and stuff like that. And even like some areas that just sadly aren't getting enough support. They have to live with wildlife more. So the interaction with wildlife is more common. So you could argue what's probably happening is you're having more average humans get infected with rabies who can't be cured. Now, rabies will kill you eventually. This is why I don't think skinwalkers are technically predominantly permanent. I think they'll live for as long as the virus will keep them alive for however strong the human body is. And if you look at also, if you break down in that last video Roanoke did, actually covered rabies as well, to kind of show you something about the Jersey Devil, and why that was such a hilarious, terrible coincidence that happened during that movie. But it shows what happens during rabies in general, for the normal way, like what normally happens before you die. Like all the original symptoms. You'll start hallucinating, your hair will start to fall out, your skin will turn pale, a white color, you'll start to become foamed at the mouth, you'll start to become angry, agitated, primal. It won't be just anger too. I've learned there's not just one version. They don't always just rush at you and eat you. It just triggers the primal side of the brain of the human, meaning hunger, mating, rage, all the standard instinctual emotions the human goes through gets exacerbated. And so this is why you also hear stories of skinwalkers doing other things than just eating people. And it's because, well, that's probably true. If it is related somehow to some sort of sickness, mental illness, or even the rabies disease itself in a different form, for all we know. Gosh forbid there's another variant we don't know about that's existing in the third world countries. Like something akin more like actual zombies. Not undead, but man, like 28 days basically. Because that's what that represents. The entire 28 franchise, 28 days, 28 months, 28 years, or 28 weeks, whatever it was the middle one. These all represent humanity who, literally the brass of that whole movie started with a rabies-infested monkey. If I'm not mistaken originally, from the first one. But it evolved into humans got infected so bad by the rabies virus in that movie that the new movie is emphasizing that humans have genetically evolved with it. We've become things like, almost like Yatja. Like our body has almost, the ones who basically were born into the virus, because it's now in the air, have become something else entirely. And so once again, that's genetics. That's a thing that can actually happen if you live long enough and a species sustains throughout some sort of incident for long enough. So it's, yeah. But anyways. Found it. It's called chronic wasting disease for deer. Oh yeah, there's a disease that's making deer look like zombies. It's called chronic wasting disease. It's where all those YouTube videos you see with the deer who are having mutations, like an extra antler, or their eyes are rotting and falling out. It's that disease. It's not like it's a zombie deer or a skinwalker pretending to be a deer, which is what most people call it. But in that case, that's just an infected deer by an unknown virus we still don't quite understand. And that should scare you the most, because viruses are, other than humans, the quickest thing that's going to bother you on this planet is not visible to your eyes. That's why rabies and all that stuff, mad cow disease and all that, is just, no sir, thank you sir, no ma'am, we leaving. This is why I don't like Nurgle. This is why you wonder why me and James absolutely hate Nurgle. I may like certain things, I'm not even gonna lie, because of my Resident Evil brain, that intrigue me. But overall, yeah, nah. But anyways, Green Hell was about cannibals. I heard about that. That's on PS Plus right now, is Green Hell. Alright, now have a good one, and remember my name, got Sully. Alright, last one. What is this here? Last one. Then we're ending it, like Farseer said. Farseer's right. It's 11, basically. Last one. What's up, what's up, Sealy? Then we're gonna end it. Dura invaded my sealed place. Well, Sealy, that was about par for the course. I mean, you shouldn't talk so much crud about Goldship. You could have avoided it. You could say it was a Duracell. Oh, wow. Oh, by our not. Remember, it's humane to cull infected animal population. Oh, I know. You definitely want to kill them. I hate to say that, but for those infected deer, if you see one of those, you need to pop that. You need to get that thing out of there. And you need to, well, actually, I don't know what the quarantine protocol is after that, but you need to get it out of that forest. Because the more of those that start to become common, the more the disease will have time to proliferate, or the virus, and evolve and develop over time to become more immune to more deer's immune systems and infect more deer. That could kill the deer population. You definitely, if you have an infected cow, deer, or anything, I hate to say it may sound cruel, but for the rest of your farm, if it's a family pet that's got some sort of disease that can be spread to the others, and I do mean an actual disease. So an example would be like for house pets, raccoons can give rabies and distemper to house pets. So if your animal gets bit by like a raccoon that had rabies or distemper, and you have a lot of animals in the house, that can get sent to them. So even though it may be sad and you don't want to have to do that, for the sake of your other animals, you would have to put that one down. It'd have to be a literal Lassie situation. That's literally what Lassie is about. I don't know how we came to that. We killed so many mad cows, we don't hear about it anymore. Yeah, I know. One could argue we helped proliferate that virus a little bit because of a certain somebody that shall not be named, but we're not going to go there. But yeah, we'll end it on Lassie. Come full circle to talking about Lassie, because all of that was related to rabies. But anyways. But I want to give a massive shout out. Also, send Sealy that horrific link. I'll find it and then I'll do it next. I'll do it next episode. Before I start it or something like that. Because I have to look it up and I really don't want to look it up either. To be fair. Every time I look it up, my brain goes, eh. Or I see a passing fancy of it. You know, you definitely don't want to watch it going to sleep. I ain't sending it tonight. You'll get that probably before next episode if I don't forget. But I just don't think. Yeah, I'll probably be watching him too, Farseer. That's probably who I'll be watching along with Fowler and Babish before I go to bed. But either way. But definitely. But we'll talk more in the next episode. It'll be Wednesday, or Thursday. It'll be Thursday. New Year's Day is when the next vlog is. Tomorrow is Morta. Tuesday is James. With me. Mad Lad and me on Baldur's Gate again. New Year's Eve is also... Or New Year's Eve during the early day is Baldur's Gate. And if enough people show up New Year's Eve, we'll do our special little stream that night. The late night stream that I've been holding back. If enough people show up for that. We'll see. How do we go from War Thunder with Farseer, Tank Facts to Uma, then to Horror? That's how these conversations go. That's what a good vlog does. This is why I want to do more of them, because I enjoy... To be fair, I've realized I enjoy doing these the most. Don't get me wrong, I like my Let's Plays, but... I'm now starting to see the allure of being able to talk things out and actually be a true, actual voice. Not just react. I do like reacting, and I wouldn't mind doing maybe here and there, reacting to some videos every now and then, but overall I prefer discussions over just reactions. Like, I like to chime in and talk to other people and bounce off everybody and have everybody bounce off each other, because I feel like that's better. Especially when you're talking about drama and things that are going on in the world and the chaos. And it's better to have multiple people kind of chiming in at the same time for that one. That way you can get a little bit of variation. Now, on most things, most people are going to agree for basics, but hey. I say I need more reasons to lose faith in humanity. My brain multitask. Exactly. How did we go from war? Oh no, yeah, my brain multitask. And yeah, I was here from the beginning to see Farseer's wall of tank text. And by the way, I have an indie recommendation that's mythology and horror. Ah, what is it? What tis it be, Sealy? It's called Home Safety Hotline. You're a call operator like dispatch, but you're dealing with mythological creatures. Oh, I've heard about that, but I've never seen it. I think I had saw a passing fancy of someone that might have played that, but I never watched the video. I'll check it out. Sounds like something I actually would probably enjoy playing. It sounds fun. But either way. Alright. Big massive shout out to my moderators, Urban Mac Farseer and Sir Sealy himself. And of course to Crispy Bacon. And let me check my see who everybody that joined tonight. I know Ryu joined as well. So big shout out to Crispy Bacon, to Reun, and of course, like I said, Celia and Urban McFarsier, and to everyone just watching in the background as well. If you're checking this episode out afterwards, hope you enjoyed the video as well. I want to say thank you to everyone who joined in. It's been a really good one. It's a very good game, Celia says. You have a little book that describes what these creatures do and their symptoms of their presence in a home. See, that sounds fun. I'd like that. That sounds fun. See, that sounds like my kind of little horror game that I would actually really enjoy. Because I love knowledge like that. Even if it's mythos-based or real life or whatever, I like having that kind of tidbit. This is why I've always said, I make this joke so many times, but I know it's true. I'm one of the few people on this planet, if xenomorphs were real, you can definitely count on me. At least as far as mentally. I'm physically obviously disabled, so I can't do much in that department against the xeno. But I know how they think, and I know what they're gonna do, and I know what their weaknesses are. So yeah. Good job. I need memes. I need memes. I swear, I wish I had like a way to push a button and a meme would just pop up. Yeah, see, you're supposed to catch on the clues of what their caller says and figure out which mythos creature has invaded the caller's home and dispatch appropriate solutions. Oh, that's cool. But anyways, James will love to hear what I typed. Oh, I missed it. Also, Ardnot, the T-58 Hesh rounds can kill modern tanks. And Challenger 2 Hesh can't. Wait, really? Rotten gauge in Britain. Hep is better than Hesh. I mean, it is a better version. I mean, really, it is actually better than Hesh. Hep is the upgraded version, so... Well, that'll make James greatly happy. Can I say that sporadically? First, you're not gonna get me into War Thunder. I think you'd like War Thunder. I think just the problem is most people have to start from the beginning. I think the next major update for War Thunder that would make it more accessible for more players and skyrocket that player count again would do what I said, and this is where I'm gonna, the last thing. Make sure modern's separate. World War II is fun and I like going through it to a certain extent. But no, do they really think, other than certain types of minds like mine and Farseer, do they really think a new player is gonna sit through all of that? Especially one that's not gonna pay for anything? I mean, come on. This is why the true free-to-play player on that game, I think, is not dead, but has a disadvantage if you're starting new. But that's its only downfall, really. They fixed that, and I think War Thunder would be king again for a while. But, who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe one day. I stopped playing War Thunder around 5.7 stage of the planes. That's because planes are terrible, and trust me, you dodged a bullet. Planes are great in the beginning. You dodged a bullet. Be glad you didn't. Tanks are better. If you want to play War Thunder, tanks and ships are the best thing. Tanks primarily, ships are secondary. Planes are good, but unless you want to deal with what me and Farseer talked a ton about earlier in the beginning of the stream, which I won't reiterate. You have to go back and watch the beginning if you want to check that out. But air has a lot of problems, and one solution could probably fix most of it. But, you know. Same thing with the tanks. But mostly for grinding purposes. They want the new player to buy the modern tanks and feed my kill count. Which is good and bad. I guess that's cool if you're supporting your veteran players. But my issue is, that's probably why they're adding the infantry. Is they're probably not seeing too much new traffic, right? Like new players coming to War Thunder. They probably got all their hardcores as always, but me even returning to it, right? But I do think that that's what the infantry thing whole purpose is to try to draw in new fresh blood. But I do think they're only gonna play the infantry if they do that. Like, the people who join in for that, they're only gonna be on the infantry. They're not really gonna probably play tanks by themselves. So, don't know. Whatever happened to World of Warships? It became a terrible game. Well, okay. The console version of World of Warships became a terrible game. Mechanically, it's pretty good. It has improved some things mechanically quite hard. But no. World of Warships is the bottom of the barrel for me when it comes to gacha or any type of free-to-play game with how they treat it. But anyways. They're saying a newbie can't just get into modern that fast or something. Yes, they can. It is no different than old. I'd almost argue teaching, and this is something you can see how I played yesterday. I'm going to use myself as a final example. That's BS. Because if that were true, then my instincts of playing years of World War II tanks in Gaijin, War Thunder, would have made me a better player with the American XM1 last night. Did you see how bad I was? BS. They're two different styles of gameplay. Modern is not even close to the same breath and feeling of the tactics you use as World War II. It's going to be like alien territory all over again once they get over that threshold. If they started them at 9.3, they'd be fine. 9.0 and up. That's where the modern should start. 9.0 and up. Because there's enough ranks there and enough battle rating there up to 12.7 that you could have that all by itself and just add on to it. It's crazy, man. Anyways. Let me read, make sure let's see. Also, I've been seeing veteran players hating on that mechanic that gives you 2 or 3 rando vehicles, saying it invalidates their hard work. I get why they're saying that, but they need to understand, and this is why those veterans are idiots. Those are the veterans who probably are the potato trucks of War Thunder, and I'm going to say that why. Anyone who says that doesn't want to play War Thunder anymore. You want to know why? They need to understand if War Thunder can't get new players, do you think War Thunder is going to continue a server that's not going to make them money anymore? Enough to warrant it? That loses you the game. I hate when people do that. Oh, it devalues our work. Well, if you want this, however old that game actually is at this point, I know it's old. It's old. However old that game is at this point, if you want it to continue to keep kicking, and you want to keep kicking noobs in the teeth that are just joining in the game as a veteran player, I'd suggest not hating on that. Because that's the only thing that even makes me kind of enjoy it more now, modern-wise. Because I didn't have a lot of modern other than Germany. So they need to be careful with that precedence. If War Thunder removes that, I think at that point only infantry is really going to keep it together. Yeah, you'll have your hardcores like me, Farseer and all that, but we're not enough to keep the game afloat forever. And it's like, so those people who shout out like that are just basically don't want to play that game anymore. And I'm going to say that now. They can probably, oh, but I love it. Then why are you trying to kill it? Let me counter. Those are stock vehicles. Yeah, well, that's true, too. Those vehicles are also stock. They don't have the attachments. I don't think your crew use those either. I think they get a stock default crew, too. So it's not like they're that good. They're pretty crummy compared to a fully upgraded version with your crew if you had that tank. So I do agree with Farseer there, too. That's just proliferous BS. Those are the potatoes. Potatoes scream the loudest because they have them, because they can't stand when something makes other players have more chances to win because it might make them look bad. Anyways, they don't have the best rounds, LR, and it's like, but from what I've seen reading Farseer, they don't like the fact that newbies get them for free when they had to research it. They do not get them for free. I'm going to drop some knowledge on you, Sealy, to show you be careful with the internet. And I want you to go watch, you don't have to watch the whole thing. Go and watch my stream yesterday that I did with War Thunder. I think it was yesterday. And you'll see I proved that wrong during the stream. So if that's the case, then how come I couldn't go to Britain as a tier 1, rank 1, jump in with Darius pulling me into Modern and get free tanks? It didn't give me a darn thing. It made me suffer that. They don't give you that for free, Sealy. They're lying out their ass about that. You have to have at least one tank within a certain distance of the tier you are in to get a random Modern tank. So no, it's not free. So they're horseshitting. Like I said, those are trolls. Anytime you see that, that's Smite. That's what killed Smite, is bullshitters like that. That's another point, Farseer. They don't like buying into Modern or something. No, they don't. That's all BS. Don't buy into that, Silly. Those are the same, I'm going to say one cuss word, because it's midnight almost, we need to end this one, because this isn't War Thunder's fault. This is a community's fault, unlike Smite, which is both sides. No, those are the same fuckers who killed Smite. Those are the bitch children who go in the ruined games because they don't really play games. Because when you hear those complaints, that's not a complaint of a real player. Especially one who's at Modern. Because I guarantee you the same person who's making that bitchy complaint probably has fucking 8 premium tanks. I fucking guarantee you. Like I said, the same fuckers who killed Smite. I need to check my War Thunder account. Are accounts progressive, Farseer? Sorry, I didn't mean to get so aggressive, but it's always a pet peeve of mine when, like, I see communities derailing shit for no reason. There's a difference in when it needs to be derailed, like High Guard and things like that, Marathon, Concord. Those are terrible. Those are actually shoddy pieces of crud. But when you have a good game that used to be Smite, or War Thunder and what it is, I mean, it's not perfect, but it is still really good for what it is. And this happens the older a game gets. The longer a game lives, the longer chances it's going to eventually have, especially in modern society today with social media, streaming probability, people doing Let's Plays like even me to a certain extent. You increase the probability astronomically to eventually someone is going to try to ruin your game because they think it's funny. They think it's fun to ruin it because they're that way. They don't have their life is just that miserable. Now, once again, some things deserve to be brought back down if they're actually not worth it. But I've also seen good things completely ruined, like Smite, be fully destroyed by loudmouth bitches that exist on certain platforms who ruin that game by doing private matches, because we all know that's what they were, and creating metas that they wanted created. That's why Smite died. I've never said that until now, because I just would have said it in a way worse way. If I had tried to say that years ago when we were playing Smite, it would have not came out the right way. I'm going to say it now. Yeah. It was ruined by people sitting in a room who could give 2 craps about Smite as a product and just wanted clickbait. Like I said, YouTube is a great thing. Twitch is a cesspool, but it's still great in its own way in some ways. But at the same time, even YouTube, I've always said to developers, I've always tried to say this, depending on what it is, some things are truth. And this is where the common sense has to come in for anybody. You have to ascertain, are you hearing something legit? Or are you hearing a troll who just wants to be heard? Anyways. Also, one thing, if their voices matter, Gaijin would stop adding modern vehicles. They only add them because they sell well. Well, that's true too. If you're gonna add, well, that's also my issue in the marketing department when it comes to Gaijin on their end. But once again, you could argue it might be being affected by certain things. One could argue that because modern is so hard to get to, that it is part of the problem of the more you keep adding modern tanks, the more you have to now separate modern from World War II. Because at some point there's going to be so many tanks in the game, it will literally be impossible statistically for any normal human to play that game from beginning to end on any, even if you just play one faction. It's going to get to that point. Hell, even if you play one faction and one vehicle type, like just tanks the entire time, as USA, the more they add, eventually it would, like, let's say I started at reserve today. I was a newbie. Right now, I think it would take me, if I was a newbie, seeing the progress we made last night, and even that's still kind of slow with how War Thunder can be. It'd probably take me a half a year if I was playing every day. This is every day. Half a year, if not a year, to probably get halfway through that tree. And it's like, and that's, if I were a developer and I heard this, I would consider this a problem. Because this means that you're not going to get what's called return value. Most people are going to quit playing the game before that. I'm just saying. They're going to get bored, probably move on, maybe have another game ruin their taste in their mouth, get caught in the crossfire. That was me. But that being said, it doesn't matter. Even this average player, right? Especially, actually. They're just going to get bored. They're going to eventually get tired of the same thing every day, just for maybe a tank. You might get 2 tanks a week. In the beginning, especially. Actually, no. In the beginning, you might get 4 to 5 to 6 tanks a week. Maybe 4 to 5. But the moment you get to 3.0, 4.0, and all that, that's where it hits a wall. That's where the rest of the year will take all of your time. That's where you have to play it every day. Because not only has the XP gotten way higher to get that you need the research, but the money you need to buy the tanks, to train the crew, and all this when you're first starting off, it's definitely going to take a year. And that's for half the tree. Unless you pay your way through it. And even then, you can't really pay your way through it easily. That's, you'd have to have, I'm going to even say it, you have to have Trump money. You have to have president money. And you have to be a rich boy. You have to be a big billionaire man. In order to really, in my opinion, to truly skip from reserve all the way to modern. Because the amount of gold eagles it's going to take to fast forward the research and conversion, it's going to be astronomical. It's going to be in the probably thousands even. I mean, one tank is $70. And I think to skip halfway down the tree, I think it's up to a $200 something, $300 something. So imagine all the way down the tree. Think about that number. I hear Smite 2 is something they've added aspects to the gods, like Bloody Cuckoo gets an aspect where he shoots 3 air balls and a twister locked on. So they Overwatch Smite. See, this is what I mean, chat. There was no reason that game ever had to change. It was just their stupidity and them not listening. This is what happens to companies. They get too prideful, they get too blind. They listen to the highest YouTuber in the room who they think is making the money, but they don't realize the YouTuber's making more money for himself or herself in most cases, especially the bigger ones. Not me, I'm small. I'm tiny. I only have 515 subscribers. I'm just a little nobody. But like a bigger one, a bigger YouTuber's doing that for their profit, not yours. Even I would have to be honest with that with me. It's like I would be no different. My channel is me. My channel is my what I try to do with it and try to create content out of it. So I can't really blame them on that, but the problem is the companies don't have limits in this way. And this is why I think that you've seen some backfeed, both from good and bad, which has caused some issues in certain places because of these situations. But anyways, it's basically midnight. It's 11:30 now. But all right, chat. All right, now the amount of premium tanks and jets I see in top tiers tells me Gaijin is doing something right to get that many. Yeah, but you gotta understand, those are all the whales who already had that money. Or me, who will buy Kate. I'm not a whale, but I will buy a tank every now and then. But you gotta understand, that's still not that many. All the people we play, and I looked up a video on this, actually, a while ago. Because I was thinking about War Thunder. This is before I started playing again recently. But it had dropped into my mind. I'm like, let's check out some things. I want to see some stuff, and I looked up some videos on War Thunder. Now, once again, it's not like this is bad, what I'm about to say, but it is a problem for longevity for most games, eventually. Most of what we're fighting are people who've had those for a long time. That's also why I die so fast in America, because I'm probably fighting crews that are probably in their hundreds. Like, we're talking like crews running tanks who are like level 100 something. These guys can snap a barrel to you in like 3 seconds, depending on how fast the barrel can actually rotate. Kind of like what that leopard did to us. So, but as far as new tiers, or not new tiers, new players, I mean, if you look at how many battles are on average happening at the top of the screen, inside of the, like, when you see how many battles are currently happening, it never still really gets above 10,000. And that sounds like a lot, but it's not. Not when you have, like, you look at Rivals or any other shooter, and even though they're not the same type of shooter, look at the amount of players who are in those. And it's like, those are millions. And it's like... And it's like, and I'm not saying War Thunder could ever have millions necessarily, but I do think that they're undershooting for what they are capable of. I think there's so many things that could invigorate War Thunder even harder. Even harder. Now, doesn't mean they'll do that, but hey, to each his own. At least unlike Smite, it's not necessarily getting worse either, right? I mean, they may be adding more premium tanks and making that more annoying for new players, but the game itself overall still sits in a kind of a certain place. Something that I'll never be able to give Smite consideration for. So, I think aspects are an optional way as opposed to change how the god plays. Yeah, but even if it's optional, then why is it even there in the first? See, that once again, that's proliferous of them just trying to. They want to sell the game because they know they fucked up. That's what's called fire sailing. Why add it in the first place if it's optional? Because if it's optional, then if it's no better than the normal blast, so let's put it in this perspective before I go. If Cuckoo's triple ball blast is no better, other than there's 3 of them, better than the single ball blast, I just don't see the point. Sure, you might hit 3 people now, maybe if you're good, if they're all lined up in the perfect place. But we all know how that's not how Smite works. 1 or 2. But unless they're all like lined up in a line, you're still better off just normal Cuckoo. So you see my point? They got lazy. Hi-Rez lost it. They lost the cake. They were literally having their cake and eating it too. And they lost it. What's funny is they're lucky that their competitor never did something almost even just as bad and lied to console and never came to console. Even though they said they were going to. And I do think if they had, they would have killed Hi-Rez. No offense to Hi-Rez, I think they deserve that. No company should exist in a vacuum because they become too loosey-goosey. They need competition. It keeps it healthy. It keeps the companies upright. Makes them fight harder. Do better. Hire better people. Produce better products. Yeah. But anyways. War Thunder has a daily play count. Yeah, 150. I mean, on Steam. I have crossplay, so I can see that too. But even then, I mean, it's a lot. But that number's been that number and it's been around. And it shows that number on the console since I have my cross-platform play. You can't see it here because it's too small. But it's actually right there. This is actually the War Thunder video from yesterday, I think. But it's actually right there on the average count that was that night. But this is counting both. Because I have cross-platform on. It's still not that high overall. I still think even with the 150 on Steam and however many makes up, I have to look at the total number and see how much is Sony out of that 150. Or how many more on top of the 150 in the total number. How much is Sony, how much is PC. I guarantee you most of them is PC, but I have seen a lot of console players recently. But once again, I think these are players who've always played War Thunder. Just like I have. So, or Darius and Farseer. But anyways, it's 11:30, chat. Wait, let me explain one thing that happened to Darius that could happen to you. Did you know the M62000 screwed Darius's top tier? What do you mean? What happened? Tell me what that is and then I'll go. Because I've never heard, what do you mean like one of his tanks screwed his top tier? It blocked him from buying his... Really? We'll have to talk about that more. That's interesting. I haven't heard that one before. Was it because it was in the tech tree line? Like he just didn't buy the one previous board? Like I had to with the... What's it called? My brain? M6? Like I had to do with the M6? Is it that or are you talking about something else? Well, I'll talk about that one in the next one. That seems different. It was placed in between... Oh! Meaning they added it and it screwed him because he had to go another tank. Even though he was already ready to purchase the HC. Oh, I mean, that is a problem. I have heard that before. That when they add a tank into someone who didn't get past it already, it just adds more work to them now. Even if they've already technically unlocked or researched the tank that would be after that, ready to purchase it. I've heard that before. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. He didn't have the money for the M1HC and now he can't buy it. See, that is annoying. That is not going to lie. I didn't know that was a thing. I had heard rumors about that because I've never personally experienced it because I've always been away when they add most things. And most of my Germany and all that was already done where I was already at. So, that makes sense. Is kind of annoying though. Let me see what Sealy said and read these last few comments. I'm going to be honest, when I log into my account and see my tanks be below 5.0, I won't play because I don't have time to do it. And you don't have to, Sealy. That's kind of the reason why, once again, Sealy's an example of that. As a perfect example of what Sealy literally just said, that is my point. He just made it entirely with his own opinion because that's what it feels like. What he just said, what he's feeling, is what most new players feel like. That's a problem. Now, once again, the game itself is good, but there are certain things that are so old and archaic in it that I feel like it just needs to be updated and it'd be fine. Just change like some small things. That like realistic air. Let it be spawn point based, like arcade. Just be realistic. Or like for Darius, simple fix. If you add a tank and someone's already passed that tank but just hasn't purchased that tank, they should not have to go back and do the other tank. That just seems stupid to me. It's like that's just forcing a player to do something they'd already done, basically. And then the other small fix would be the major one. I say small. This is the major fix. The major fix that would, I think, instantly fix some of War Thunder's problem, at least ground, would be to separate World War II from modern. Once again, 9.0 and up. It should be its own mode. Same thing with planes. Jets. I mean, jets are even worse because it's hard enough to grind in tanks, and it takes forever. Planes are even worse because, like Farseer said, unless you're playing arcade, you only get one life. You get one plane. That plane gets shot down. Prepare for Spectator Simulator. That's also a problem for just that mode alone. So, and once again, War Thunder as a whole, good game. But I think it's going to be a victim if they don't grow up a little bit in certain things that they're doing and modernize certain things. I do think it's going to end up running its course on its own. Just because they're trying to hold it in one place. I think the infantry will give it a new fresh blood. I think we're going to get a new injection of stuff when the infantry stuff happens. But even that won't last forever. Maybe another year at best. Maybe 2, if they're lucky. But they're now draining that pit. That pit's starting to look like a draining lake. And that's why it's because you're not getting no new water coming into the lake. Anyways. The M60 2000 added a 260k wall and millions of Silver Lion wall in between him and his hard work. Yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying. That's a lot. And that's just for one tank. Just one tank. Or maybe even 2 if it's got a set. Which is terrible. And so it's like, so yeah. And see, it took me, let me go back to Sealy real quick. That sounds annoying, not gonna lie. And it's like, but Ardnot, quickly read about what I might do. It took me a year to get 5.0 bomber planes, just because I was dumb and needed to research the dive bombers and such. I've murked myself so many times in realistic planes just from landing wrong and ripping my wheels off. Yep. And you don't have another plane to get back into after you do that. That's another reason why I think it's like, bruh. I get there like, oh, we'll play arcade first. Master the plane. Don't force players to do what you think they should do. That's another tip for any game developer. That's a no-go sauce of instant. You just eliminated everyone who's buying your game. But I'm going to get off here because I'm starting to have stomach weirdness kick up. And it's already late, and that means, yeah, I need to do this now. So, I will get off here now because I'm already going to get in trouble with this being this late, and I didn't realize I had to go use the restroom until now. So, we're ending it now, though. But we'll have to talk about it more next time. Research points, Sealy Silver Lion costs in the millions. Yep. Not to mention upgrades for the planes are so good. Yeah. I mean, the upgrades, the vehicles themselves, and you don't want to know what it looks like later. What you see the higher you get in that tree. This is why I do think there needs to be a separation between the two. The scaling is too high. It's gotten to that point, mathematically, that it's hit a ceiling, and it's just trying to push through the ceiling instead of going back down. But either way. But, alright, Sealy, alright, Farseer, alright, everybody joined in tonight. Hope you enjoyed this vlog we did today with a little bit of Uma Musume on the side. And I hope everyone enjoyed coming in tonight. Buy R9 M1A1HC costs 360k RP. Yeah, 1.1 million. That's about what most of the leopards are like. It's crazy. Especially when you get that far down. Everything starts to be at least 1 million or higher. And that's not including training the crew. That's not including the upgrades on the tank. Yeah. It's bad. But anyways. But I believe, so as like I said, I'll play it because I'm used to it. I played War Thunder for years. I'm already in it. But I definitely could see why no one would play it starting new today. But, let's see, I believe some upgrades for the bombers changes what payload you get, correct? Yeah, it does. For the bombers, it does, yeah. For tanks, you don't really get stuff like that too much. But, sometimes. Like, different rounds and things like that. But for the bombers, theirs is actually probably more expensive. Especially the higher you go, and jets as well. Because they could actually equip different loadouts. And these loadouts have to be unlocked and purchased by playing the plane or jet. Which, yeah. It's like I said. Meh. That's why I'll never play air. As much as I think air is fun in its own right, at least especially low level, I just think it's too much of a grind compared to even tanks. So I'll only ever really play tanks on War Thunder. That's my main go-to. So. But CR9, I only enjoyed the maps that starting planes in the air. They can't do that for the bombers since, you know, they have to drop their payload. Well, the big boy bombers start in the air on no matter what the map is. But later on, when the bombers are just jets, they start on the runway. Anyways. But peace and love to the prop planes were fun. Yeah, the prop planes are probably more fun in my opinion. For many reasons, but if they ever fix the jet side of things, I do think it could be fun if you could get to it. Once again, the whole crux of the entire thing is one big issue that I think is the only thing holding War Thunder back fully. The rest are icing on the cake. They don't have to change those as much. But that one thing of that scaling and grind and all that adds up, that's what's truly, in my opinion, I think, keeping War Thunder from being truly the titan that it should be. Considering there's hardly any tank games in existence. There are hardly any good ones. World of Tanks is not that good. There's a ton of other ones out there that aren't that good. Or too arcadey and too unrealistic. It sits in a place, the same place Smite had. It's a cake and eat it too situation. But if it takes it for granted for too long, it's not going to matter. Anyways. But that's my final thought for tonight, and talking about the past of War Thunder, the different things going on. We've talked about cryptids. We've talked about all kinds of stuff tonight. Like Celie said, we went from one thing all the way around the spectrum. But I hope you all enjoyed. I hope to see you all tomorrow for Morta as we continue our little speed run on that. And then Tuesday will be Baldur's Gate 3. New Year's Eve, Baldur's Gate 3, the early part of the day. And then New Year's Day will be the next vlog. We'll do the next vlog, so. But peace and love to everyone. Big shout out to everyone joining in chat and everyone joining in tonight. Thank you so much for being a part of the stream, and I hope to see y'all, what do you call it? And I hope to see y'all in our next episode tomorrow. And I'm getting kind of tired, as you can tell. And peace and love, and until next time, chat, I will see you all in our next one. And bye! Until next time, everyone, bye! See you tomorrow!